So hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Phoenix What If. So we are back with a brand new movie on what if godlike Naruto fell in love with Soifon in Bleach verse. But before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story. Naruto Namikaze, age 23 and now the Rokudame Hokage, also the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki as well as the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko, sighed as he looked down on his village Konoha as it burned to the ground from black fire that seemed to have spread all over before he could even do anything to stop it. All of his friends were dead, murdered by the organization Akatsuki. One by one they had fallen facing the group of S-class missing nin. Shinobi littered the once peaceful streets. Blood covered everywhere and the sky seemed to have taken on the color of blood as if the heavens were bleeding also. Naruto sighed as he stood up from the crouch he was in on the Hokage monument. He now stood at the full height of 6 feet 3. His blonde hair had gotten longer reaching down to his shoulders, 2 tufts of hair on either side of his face and a fringe that covered his headband, slightly hiding the Konoha's leaf insignia etched onto it. His eyes were still their bright blue, only now they had a slight slit in the pupil. His whisker marks had faded slightly from when he had absorbed the Kyuubi's power as his own, which allowed him to access more powers to his Zanpakuto. His normal attire was a standard Konoha nin uniform and a flak jacket with 2 bands each on both of his sleeves. After becoming Hokage, he also wore a short-sleeve long crimson coat with black flames at the bottom almost identical to his father's look. On the back of it was the kanji for Rokudame Hokage. Around his neck was the necklace he had received from Tsunade Senju, a beautiful turquoise kesoseki, crystal gem, and was once worn by the first Hokage. Were one to sell it, 3 mountains could be bought with the profits. Beside him was his Zanpakuto, Zangetsu. Zangetsu took the form of a regular katana, with a simple crossguard, with a simple circular frame. The sword was actually of a fairly standard design, with no really unique features. It had a black handle with the golden kanji symbol Tsuki, U, which translated to moon, in the center, surrounded by leather wrapping on the top and bottom of the handle. The sheath was also fairly simple, the standard black color, adorned with 1 metal band at the opening, and 2 more, each a little ways from each end. The tip was also capped in ornate metal. Over the years Zangetsu taught him the multiple arts of the Shinigami, Kido, Hakuda, Hoho and Zanjutsu, the 4 arts of all Shinigami in existence. Kido was a type of sorcery used by Shinigami. They could be used for various purposes, such as healing, attacking, and restraining. Healing seemed to be a more general skill, while attacking and binding sometimes required an incantation to be recited beforehand. Incantations could make the spell stronger, but it wasn't always needed depending on the user. Demon arts spells were divided into 2 major groups. Hado, way of destruction, used for direct attack, and Bakudo, way of binding, which were spells that restrained someone or have other effects. Hakuda was simply hand-to-hand combat, very much like taijutsu, so it wasn't hard to get used to this form of art since it was in his blood and soul. Zangetsu had explained to him that Hakuda wasn't a very essential art upon the Shinigami and only certain people learned it. However, he had learned over the years that you would meet various enemies, so it was good to be versatile. Hoho, agility, like hand-to-hand combat, was not elaborated upon by every Shinigami. Shunpo, flash steps, a movement technique that allowed the user to move faster than the eye can follow, was implied to be part of this category, and most, though not all Shinigami were able to perform it to some degree. Another skill, though not necessarily related, was the ability of some Shinigami to walk on air using spiritual power. By collecting and solidifying reishi, spirit particles, beneath their feet, Shinigami could gain traction on thin air to either freely move about or to stop themselves from falling. Zanjutsu, swordsmanship, was the most used form of combat among Shinigami, since their Zanpakuto was the most effective way of dispatching any given opponent. As the name suggested, it involved using a Zanpakuto and its various special abilities to attack an opponent. In addition to its basic form, each Zanpakuto had 2 enhanced forms: Shikai, initial release, and Bankai, final release, which changed the sword's form to unlock its potential and that of its user. Luckily, he had learned Zangetsu's Shikai and Bankai as well as various techniques that were all powerful in their own right. Shikai wasn't too hard as all it took was for him to get to know Zangetsu better and form a stronger bond. Bankai, which he had been told usually took Shinigami decades to access, had been harder to achieve, having to fight Zangetsu himself and go through multiple challenges, but because of who he was, it didn't take long to achieve it, though it took long to master it. He'd admit that learning everything he had to from Zangetsu was no walk in the park. If it was possible, he would have died multiple times over throughout it all. When he had absorbed the Kyuubi's power, he had become something that Zangetsu referred to as visored, masked army. This led to him gaining two different forms, a mask which he would summon by placing his hand over his face and making a ripping motion, bringing his mask out. His other form was when he uttered a release command which would transform him into what Zangetsu referred as a complete hollow form. The downside to this was that before he could be granted the release command, he had to confront another part of his soul which was better known as an inner hollow. Naruto had to fight his inner hollow, which was unbelievably strong, so strong that he had to pull out all of his power and every trick he had up his sleeve, only for it to come up with a draw. Naruto had to admit, at that time he had been disappointed in himself, and yet he couldn't even defeat something that was inside of him and take control of his power again. That was what he thought until his inner hollow came up with a suggestion. Flashback. What? Naruto yelled out in shock at his persona's suggestion. The persona in question was Naruto's inner hollow, which was the exact opposite of him, except he had pure white skin, yellow eyes with a small black pupil and midnight black sclera with white snow hair and a smirk plastered on his face. Inner Naruto chuckled and placed his Zanpakuto in his scabbard. I said, why don't we merge with each other instead of trying to fight for dominance? Let's face it, we're evenly matched. You certainly have had too much experience with someone trying to corrupt you or give up. Fighting for dominance all the time will clearly not allow us to get anywhere, so I say, why not merge? We are both extremely strong. We will achieve a form unlike any other. He spoke with glee, truly excited about such a thing happening. Naruto thought about it for a second and knew he was right, but needed to know something first. Form? What kind of form? He asked with a raised brow. Well, you can already use the hollow mask, can't you? Inner Naruto asked, already knowing the answer. Yes. What does that have to do with anything? Naruto asked with a raised brow. Inner Naruto chuckled lightly. That is the first form. I guess you can say, the second form is like Shikai going to Bankai. When we merge, you will not change your appearance whatsoever, so you will look like how you do now. You will be able to fully control your mask when you have placed it on, but you will receive a second form. I don't know what form it will be, but it will be extremely powerful. Naruto's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Say I get this form. How do I achieve it? And furthermore, what do you get out of it? Inner Naruto chuckled once more. You will have to utter a release command in order to transform into the new form. With it you will be granted immense strength beyond what your Bankai is capable of, as well as your speed. I don't know what you will look like, but it will be humanoid, so don't worry about become some monster. Well, not a complete monster anyway. Naruto started to think about, while everything that was being told to him sounded amazing, it begged the question, could he really trust this persona of himself? Would he become evil? But that was the funny thing, he couldn't really sense evil from the hollow version of himself, more like a want for freedom. Looking at the being, he asked, I take it that you will also be able to feel what I feel and so on, he asked the creature. Inner Naruto chuckled. Technically, I won't be real anymore. If I had to guess, I would say that I would become like a second voice in your head. So I will, in a way, be fighting with you, like partners. I would also be able to teach you hollow attacks, like the Sero and such. He said, since he had explained everything to do with hollows from the Shinigami verse. Naruto thought about it for a second and had to admit to himself, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He would be able to protect his loved ones much easier now. Very well, how do we do this then? He asked. Inner Naruto smirked and started to disintegrate from his feet. Simple, I will just become one with you. He spoke as his body turned into pure white Ryotsu, which swirled around for a second before shooting at Naruto, causing an explosion. As the smoke settled, what looked like white skin was cracking all over Naruto before it all broke and disintegrated into nothing. Naruto gasped, getting his breath back from the rush of power he had felt a second ago, and if he admitted it, it felt more powerful than his Bankai ever had. He could truly see the potential for such strength. With this newfound power, I will finally be able to protect all that I hold dear. I only hope that my friends can accept what I am. He thought as he sighed mentally and physically at the last thought. Flashback end, and they had been okay with what power he had gained. Hell, the fact that they were fine with the Kyuubi being sealed within him should have hinted to him that they were okay with him having some strange new power and form to access. With all of this training, he had become one of the most powerful shinobi to exist, but he didn't even know if that was the correct term. Unfortunately, he wasn't the only one who gained a Zanpakuto. Sasuke Uchiha had also gained one he used to kill everyone he knew. How he had gained a Zanpakuto Naruto didn't understand. Now it was his goal, no, it was his fate to face Sasuke Uchiha, the man he once thought of as his brother. It was now or never. He had to kill Sasuke Uchiha, and he didn't care what happened to him anymore. He honestly had nothing to live for. Sighing once more, he was about to jump off of the Hokage monument when a bright light came from behind him. Turning around, he watched as an old traditional Japanese-style sliding doors appeared out of nowhere and opened. Once it fully opened, 13 people stepped through, all looking like the Shinigami he had been told of by Zangetsu. Zangetsu, with being officially from the Soul Society world, had learned everything of the Taichos and had then told him the information. The first one, in the center of the line, had the appearance of an old man with red eyes, a very long white beard, and long eyebrows. There were many scars on his torso and head, the two most prominent being a pair of long, perpendicular scars above his right eye, suggesting numerous battles in his past. He wore the standard Shinigami uniform, but its size was greatly exaggerated. He also draped his haori over his back instead of actually wearing it. Despite his old and frail appearance, he had a very muscular body that he only revealed when he took a certain battle stance, something Shunsui claims was not seen too often. This man was Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, the Taicho of the Ichibantai in the Gotei 13 and also the Soteicho of the whole Gotei 13. Beside him was a beautiful dark-skinned woman with golden-colored eyes and short purple hair. She wore the same sleeveless and backless Onmitsukido uniform, with long black wrist guards that reached her elbow with a black ribbon tied around her neck. She also wore a long-sleeved Taicho's haori. This was Yoruichi Shiwan, the Taicho of the Nibantai of the Gotei 13, as well as the commander of the Onmitsukido. Beside her was a man that had purple eyes. His hair was straight with a small black ribbon tied near the end and a perpetually bored expression. He wore the standard Shinigami robes and a sleeveless Taicho's haori, but with a frilled collared shirt under it. This was Rojiro Odoribashi, more commonly referred to as Rose, Taicho of the Sanbantai. Next to him was another woman who had the appearance of a very youthful woman with blue eyes and black hair. She wore the standard Shinigami Taicho uniform apart from using an obi instead of the normal sash. Her hair was long and worn as a large braid in front. She was Retsu Unohana, the Taicho of the Yanbantai in the Gotei 13. She was one of the oldest and most experienced Taichos, and was the Soul Society's best healer. Next to her was a man who had very long blonde hair reaching down to the lower part of his back. He wore the standard Shinigami robes with a standard Taicho's haori. This was Shinji Hiriko, the Taicho of the Gobantai in the Gotei 13. The second to last of the line had the appearance of an elderly man with slate gray eyes, a gray mustache, and long gray hair. He wore the standard Taicho uniform along with a white scarf made by the master weaver, Sujishiro Kuroman III. The scarf was made from the silver white, windflower light silk, Jinpaku Kazuhana no Uzajinu, and was a family heirloom that was handed down from generation to generation and was given to each Kuchiki family head. The scarf alone was worth enough to buy 10 mansions in Seirei. He wore a short-sleeved Taicho's haori and fingerless black gloves that covered the back of his hand and looped up to attach at the base of his fingers. This man was Jinrei Kuchiki. He was the Taicho of the Rokubantai and the head of the Kuchiki family. The last of the line was a man with his hair in a classic, rounded afro style with long sideburns. He wore a standard Shinigami uniform with a sleeveless Taicho's haori and a pair of dark-lensed sunglasses. This was Love Aikawa, Taicho of the Nanabantai. On the other side of the Soteicho is Shunsui Kiraku, a tall Shinigami with gray eyes and long wavy brown hair. His hair was tied in a long ponytail and had long bangs that framed the left side of his face. He wore a straw hat, called a sacket, and a pink, flowered lady's kimono, which he draped across his shoulders and over his Taicho's uniform. He had thin facial hair around his mouth and on his cheeks. Although his haori and obi sash were cheap, his pinwheel hairpins were very expensive. Shunsui Kyoraku was the Taicho of the Hachibantai in the Gotei 13. Beside him was a tall, muscular man with sharp features, short light gray, silver hair and brown eyes. He had a tattoo of the number 69 on his chest. The 6 represented his last name, Mugaruma, which used the kanji for 6 in it, while the 9 represents the 9th division. He wore a sleeveless shiakusho that was open on the front, exposing his chest and tattoo, and tied it with a rope belt. He also wore a sleeveless haori and a pair of fingerless black gloves that covered most of his forearms. This was Kensai Mugaruma, the Taicho of the Kubantai in the Gotei 13. Next to him was a big man with a dark complexion and dark hair and eyes. He also has 2 spiked piercings below his lips and a very rough appearance inclusive of chipped fingernails as well as facial and body hair. This was Kenpachi Kiganjo, the 10th Kenpachi, the Taicho of the Juichibantai. Beside him was a tall, light-skinned man with messy, light blonde-colored, almost pale, hair and gray eyes. He wore the standard Shinigami uniform, the long-sleeved Taicho's haori, and his geta during his more casual events. This was Kazuki Urahara, the Taicho of the Junabantai. Last on the line was a tall man with a somewhat emaciated appearance, caused by an illness which occasionally caused him to cough up blood. Currently his white hair was worn long, almost reaching his waist. He wore it parted on the left side with one long piece that tends to fell over his right eye. He had green eyes. He wore the common Shinigami uniform with a long-sleeved Taicho's haori, and a crimson lining. He wore a narrow white obi, in which he secured his zanpakudo. This was Jashiro Yukitaki, the Taicho of the Jushanbantai in the Gotei 13. All Taichos looked around the devastation with shocked and sorrowful looks at what could happen to a civilization. They had been told of what had happened to this place. Never before had they been able to reach a world such as the elemental countries, but the Spirit King had told them that they had to go to this world because there was an important person there, a person called Naruto Namikaze. When they asked about him, the Spirit King had told them everything about him, all of his life, his burdens, challenges, pain, and betrayals in his life. They never thought that one person could go through so much in just one young life. The Soul King had also told them of what had recently happened. A man called Sasuke Uchiha had destroyed and killed everyone in his own village that had betrayed him years before all of the current events had happened, all for the sake of revenge. Naruto Namikaze was the sole survivor. So this is the elemental countries, huh? Yoruichi said as she admired the view of the trees and mountains all around. Hurry up admiring the view, Yoruichi-san. We have some work to do, Kazuki said with a chuckle at seeing his friend's eyes wide and excited at being in a new world. It looks similar to Soul Society, Rose mused with a bored look. Yamamoto stepped forward with his large cane banging against the ground. You must be Naruto Namikaze, he said in a professional tone. Naruto gave a nod. You guys must be the Taichos of Soul Society, Naruto said with a hollow chuckle as he turned back to his burning village. So you do know about us, Kazuki said as if it proved everything the Spirit King had told them, especially about a human wielding a zanpakudo. Yes, Zangetsu told me everything. Naruto as he grasped Zangetsu, which was still in the ground. We are here to bring you back with us, to be a Shinigami, Yamamoto said. Naruto however shook his head. I'm not leaving this world yet, not until I finish what I'm meant to do here, Naruto said with a sigh as he pulled his zanpakudo from the ground. And what's that? Yoruichi asked with a raised eyebrow while resting a hand on her waist, curiously checking him out. To kill the man I once thought of as a brother, Naruto said in such a cold voice that some of the Taichos actually shivered. And what if you die? If that happens we won't be able to take you back with us, Rose said with a frown. I honestly don't care, Naruto said as he gazed down to the village he once led. Everything I loved, cared for, cherished, and lived for is gone. Forever, I have nothing left to live for. Except for killing the man who caused all of this. A taint such as him should never walk free, he said, making the Taichos realize that the man in front of them really didn't care if he lived or even became a Shinigami. Revenge isn't the way to go, Jinrei said with a sigh. This isn't revenge, it's justice. What would any of you do, huh? If the person who destroyed your entire life, ripped everything you ever loved away, would you simply let him go, to walk through, cause more chaos wherever he goes? If so, then the Spirit King should never have sent you people. Naruto said before vanishing in a crimson flash. All the Taichos were startled when he simply vanished in such a way. Looking down to the village, they watched as Naruto appeared in the village walking through the fires. What was that he did? Shinji asked with raised eyebrows. I believe it was one of those jutsus that these shinobi know, Love said. Either way, it was very similar to our Shunpo, Kazuki said with a chuckle. No, Yamamoto said, making the Taichos look at him. It was much faster than that. He instantly traveled to another place using a tracker of sorts. If he had those trackers all over this world, he would appear there instantly. He said with an appraising eye that someone so young could use something like that. Should we follow him? Shunsui asked with a tip of his hat. We'll follow. We need to make sure he survives, Yamamoto said. He knew Naruto Namikaze would one day become one of the, if not the strongest Shinigami to have ever lived. All the young man needed was training in the Soul Society to be able to grow into his powers more. Down below in the village, Naruto had made it to the person he wanted to say goodbye to for one last time because he knew he would either live and go to Soul Society or die for good. Bending at the person, he let a tear drop from his eyes. I'm sorry, Sakura-chan, he said as he stroked the pink-haired girl's hair softly, lovingly. Naruto still couldn't believe what had happened between the two teammates. After the cage meeting years ago, they had eventually opened up to each other romantically after realizing that they may not have all the time in the world that they actually wanted. With a war coming up, they decided that they had to treasure everything they had with each other. Eventually the two fell in love with each other after the war ended, after he had killed Madara Uchiha, with only Sasuke Uchiha as the last remaining person in anyone's way. It was also the same time Naruto was appointed Hokage. The funny thing, however, was that it wasn't the two of them most of the time. Because of Naruto being the last of his clan, he had to pick more than one woman to bring his clan back. After speaking it over, Sakura she had told him it was okay as long as he treated them equally. No matter what people may say, she loved him and trusted him more than anything. However, it was a shock when it was Ino who had asked Naruto if she could be his second girlfriend and possible wife in the future. Sakura had agreed with it now that the two young women had made up from the Sasuke fiasco. Never in a million years would Naruto have predicted he would have a threesome with both Sakura and Ino, never mind just one of them. And now it was all destroyed in a matter of minutes by their old teammate. I never meant for any of this to happen. I should have realized the type of person he was years ago instead of thinking I could save him. This is my entire fault, he said with a sigh. Leaning down, he placed a lingering kiss on her forehead. I'll end it here. No one will suffer ever again. I promise, he said as he reached down to her hand where an engagement ring was, the one he had given her not long ago. Slipping it off her finger, he placed it on his own finger and stood up. He sighed as he glanced in the direction of the Valley of the End, to where it all began. All the Taichos that had been watched in surprise as Naruto vanished as if he was never there. Shunpo, he really can use the Shinigami arts, Jashiro said in awe. So let's follow him, Yoruichi said with a grin, wanting to see the handsome blonde man fight and see what he's capable of. At once all Taichos left their spots to trail after the blonde human Shinigami. Valley of the End. Naruto soon appeared at the Valley of the End on the head of Hashirama Senju, the very same place he last fought Sasuke Uchiha to bring him back home, just the first of all his futile attempts. Just that thought made him realize that it was his biggest regret. If he had aimed his Rasengan better, he would have finished Sasuke off at that time, but instead he powered it down and scratched the Uchiha's headband in the hopes that Sasuke would be able to be reached. Now, that mistake would haunt him till the day he died. It was all going to change today. Sasuke wouldn't leave the valley alive if he had anything to say about it. Across from him stood the person of his thoughts. Sasuke Uchiha hadn't changed much over time. His hair was still black with a blue tint to it, onyx-colored eyes, and light-colored skin. He was noticeably more muscular than he was when Naruto last seen him. He was wearing a white long-sleeved shirt which was open at the torso, with a smaller version of the Uchiha crest on his collar, and blue trim around the edges, and a lightning bolt design covering it. He wore black pants with a white cloth hanging from halfway up his stomach to his knees. He also wore a purple rope around his waist, tied in a bow. He lastly wore what appeared to be samurai-like armor on his sleeves, shoulders, and legs. In the purple rope was his own Zanpakuto, It looked like a regular katana. The tsuba was in a teardrop shape, with the base of the drop arcing over the top of the blade, and the point of the drop pointing below the cutting edge. A row of several tiny holes decorated the bottom of the curve, and a small ring, maybe 2 inches in diameter, dangled off the tip of the teardrop. Its hilt was crimson as was its sheath. "So you came after all?" Sasuke asked with an evil smirk. "You burnt everything I ever loved to the ground. Did you really think I wouldn't come?" Naruto asked rhetorically while trying to keep his anger in check. Not far away, the Taichos appeared to witness the fight between these two shinobi. "How do you think this will play out?" Kazuki asked the group. "I don't know, but I can feel their energy from here. They're definitely Taicho level," Kensai said with a grim look. He had a feeling that this battle was going to be dangerous. "Be careful, we don't know what they're capable of," Retsu said with a frown, knowing that Naruto was willing to die if it meant the Uchiha did as well. "With Naruto and Sasuke, I will finish this here and now. You won't live to hurt anyone else," Naruto said as he crouched down slightly. "You can try, Naruto, but you've never defeated me before. What makes you think you can now?" Naruto just laughed a laugh that sent Sasuke and the Taichos on edge. It was so hollow, it actually sent chills up their spine. "All those other times, I had friends, family, a home to lose. I had to live to go back to all that. To the women I loved," he sighed at the mention of Sakura and Ino. "But now, you got rid of all that, you erased any hope of having a future here. Therefore I can fight you with no restraint, because no matter what friends I may have in Kumo, Suna, Kiri or even Iwa, it doesn't fill the gap that's been ripped out of my heart and soul, so you better be ready, because this time, I will show you what I'm truly capable of." No sooner than after he finished, he had vanished and reappeared in front of Sasuke. Bringing his left foot up, he kicked Sasuke in the jaw, sending him flying into a cliffside. Following after, he soared across the area, flying through the air courtesy of his Shinigami powers. As he got close to the hole in the wall, however, he watched as 2 red lights peered from the smoke that was caused from the crash. Sharingan, he thought. Kaden. Gokakyu no Jutsu. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A large fireball, bigger than the average thing, was blown from the wall heading straight for him at great speed. Stopping in midair, he flashed through hand seals at high speed. Sweden. Suijinheki. Water release. Water encampment wall. Water materialized around Naruto, forming a strong, dense wall as the fireball struck, but only managed to cause steam to rise from the collision. Sweden. Suiryuden no Jutsu. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. The water wall spun around Naruto as it changed shape into a large dragon and fired at where Sasuke was. Unfortunately, Sasuke moved fast and appeared in front of him at the same time as the dragon struck the wall. Sasuke grabbed him by the flak jacket and punched him in the face before kicking him away, down to the ground level. Naruto twisted in his descent and landed softly on the floor and looked up at Sasuke. Going through hand seals, he inhaled. Futon. Shinkugyoku. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Exhaling, he spat out several wind bullets at Sasuke at extreme speed. Sasuke, seeing the wind bullets thanks to his Sharingan, dodged each one, although it wasn't easy as they were close to together and yet placed so a normal person wouldn't dodge without being struck. Raiden. Gion. Lightning release. False darkness. He exclaimed as he fired lightning from his mouth down towards Naruto. Naruto, seeing the lightning, smirked as he thought about using a technique that Sasuke had never seen before, something he had created over the years based off of the Chidori. Holding his hand up, he caught the lightning as it struck his hand. Focusing his own Raiden chakra into his hands, he took control over Sasuke's jutsu and made it his own. Slowly the lightning changed as it traveled up his right arm, completely enveloping it and his hand in the element. Raitama. Lightning sphere. Naruto said with a smirk. What the hell? Sasuke muttered in shock at seeing his lightning jutsu transformed into something else. Sasuke barely caught Naruto's movement as he quickly appeared in front of him and striking forward. Charging Raiden in his own hand, he formed a Chidori and thrust his hand forward, blocking Naruto's jutsu. Naruto scowled and pushed forward, which caused both lightning jutsu to grind against one another. Sparks were shot all around them until it exploded, sending them both flying back to the other side of the valley. What the hell was that? Sasuke asked Naruto as his hand singed slightly. Naruto chuckled and looked at Sasuke with a smirk. I based it off of the Chidori. Knowing that you used Raiden Jutsu, I would also need to focus on my own elements. Thanks to Kakashi, I was able to create my own jutsu to counter the Chidori. I've been ready for this for years now, Naruto said with a smirk. Naruto started to go through hand seals until he stopped on the dragon seal. Suddenly lightning started to crackle around Naruto before it turned purple. Concentrating on the lightning around him, it slowly formed into multiple orbs of lightning, condensed almost like his Rasengan. Raiden. Koite Raiden Tama. Lightning release. Transcending lightning spheres. 5 orbs of lightning were now floating around him perfectly in sync. Thrusting his arm forward, he sent an orb of lightning at Sasuke, who quickly flipped out of the way only to be struck in the side by another orb which thrown him back slightly. Looking up, he barely missed 2 more orbs coming at him, but he didn't miss the final 5th orb which struck him in the stomach, making him cough up blood. Naruto suddenly appeared in front of Sasuke in a crimson flash with 2 Rasengans in both hands. Jikukan. Rasengan. Space-time. Rasengan barrage. Both Rasengan were thrust into the Uchiha's stomach, ending with him flying into the side of the valley in a large explosion from the combination of both orbs of chakra. Naruto, however, was surprised when Sasuke appeared in front of him a second later with his Zanpakuto out and swinging down at him. Lifting his hand out, he grasped the blade with his bare hand and grunted as it cut into him, making blood spill down hand. Chidori Koken. 1000 Birds Sword. A second later, lightning exploded out of the blade, causing Naruto great pain as he was thrown away while holding his hand. Being electrocuted through the cut wasn't pretty at all. Sasuke held his Zanpakuto to the side and charged a Chidori into his hand. Acting fast, he shot forward at Naruto, who had regained his footing. Seeing Sasuke coming at him, he held out his hurt hand and formed a chakra ball. Bending his knees slightly, he flew at Sasuke as he held his hand outwards. Both shinobi came closer and thrust their hands together with all of their strength. Rasengan. Chidori. Both jutsus clashed together, creating a whirlwind of chakra and lightning all around them as the 2 jutsu grinded against, creating an unnatural force all around them. Suddenly the force got too much and imploded, blowing the 2 away with more force than they ever felt before as they smashed into either side of the valley, blowing the entire foundation to pieces. Naruto slowly pulled himself out of the hole and jumped up to the top of the valley, only to watch as Sasuke repeated the action on the other side. What are you planning, Sasuke? Sasuke on the other side started to flash through hand seals before looking up to the sky. Kaden. Goryuka no Jutsu. Fire release. Great Dragon Fire Technique. Sasuke blew a large fire dragon into the sky and repeated it a few more times, which started to gather clouds around that soon led to rain falling heavily. Naruto, recognizing what was going on, summoned 2 clones on both sides of him and held out his hand. Forming a Rasengan quickly, he had the other 2 clones to pour Futon Chakra into the Rasengan. Eventually the wind started to whip up around him. Rocks around him were lifted up from the very ground, ripping it apart from the force of the tornado around him. The Rasengan was now glowing a light blue with an almost white center, while an enlarged Fuma shuriken-like shape of wind was encircling the Rasengan at incredible speed. The cause of the tornado around him created a large bell-like screech in the background. At the same time, Sasuke formed Chidori in his hand and lifted it to the sky and channeled electricity into the storm clouds above him, which were soon pushed away as a very large ethereal-like dragon made of lightning appeared from the heavens. You won't survive, Naruto, Sasuke exclaimed. Kirin. Sasuke shouted as he thrust his hand down. The lightning dragon roared, shaking the very earth as it soared towards Naruto while almost enveloping the entire land with its size. Naruto sighed as he pulled his arm back, dispelling the clones, then threw his hand at the dragon. Futon. Rasen Shuriken. Wind release. Spiraling Shuriken. The enhanced Rasengan flew through the skies with such intensity that the very air around it became distorted. As the 2 jutsu struck each other, the entire world seemed to shake under the intense, inhuman power output from the both of them. The very air around the 2 jutsu was becoming distorted from the combination of the pure chakra, lightning and wind. With the Taichos who were watching all had to use their Riryoku and Ryotsu to stand still from the force of the jutsu collision. Even from their distance the power was almost insane. Rocks, wind, lightning and pure energy was blown by them as the jutsus fought each other. How can two humans be capable of such things? Love asked in shock and awe at what the two were capable of. They are the best of their kind of human, there are simply no other like them. With their power they could give Shinigami a good run. What is worrying is that they haven't used their Zanpakuto yet, Yamamoto said. You're worried? Shunsui asked with a chuckle. I'm not worried about their power, Yamamoto corrected. But I'm worried about this world. Young Naruto has practically lost the will to live on anymore, and young Sasuke doesn't care about the harm he causes. With powers such as theirs, they could literally tear this world apart. I think this is why the Spirit King sent us. He feared that Naruto would be too powerful for this world. Only Soul Society can contain his powers. With Naruto and Sasuke, soon enough both of the jutsus exploded in a maelstrom of chakra of lightning far greater than anything before. A large dome of chakra erected around it while destroying everything it touched, including the valley. The dome suddenly sucked into itself and exploded, sending a wave of chakra everywhere, blowing Naruto and Sasuke a far distance from each other. After a few moments, Naruto struggled to stand up properly from the aftermath of the explosion. Looking around, the Valley of the End was nothing but a crater with the remnants of the two statues of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha still hung slightly on the side of the wall. Damn, I didn't expect this, Naruto said as he eyed the damage while looking for Sasuke. Naruto was completely unprepared for the sword that slashed him in the side, drawing blood. Acting fast, he quickly jumped back to where he could see Sasuke with his Zanpakuto drawn and blood on the edge. Looking down, he saw his clothes had been torn from where Sasuke cut him. Placing his hand on it, green chakra soon enveloped it, healing the wound soon after. Thank God Sakura-chan taught me some medical ninjutsu, he thought to himself with a sad smile. Sneaking up on me, huh? Wouldn't expect anything less of an Uchiha, he said while also noticing Sasuke's burnt and torn clothes. Any injuries on him seemed to have healed, like his own injuries. Sasuke simply looked at him with bored eyes. No matter which way I attack you from, you will always lose. Always, Sasuke said as he closed eyes for a few moments. Snapping his eyes open, Naruto was able to tell that his Sharingan had changed to his Ain no Mangekyo Sharingan that he gained from taking Itachi's eyes for himself. Instead of the normal red eyes and 3 black commas, the normal red color was now black and covered by 3 overlapping ellipses, giving it 6 points. The design was red. Around the pupil was a shuriken-looking design. Time for games is over, Sasuke exclaimed before he vanished in a shunpo. Naruto quickly unsheathed his own Zanpakuto and spun around to block a downward strike from the Uchiha. He underestimated the strength behind the strike, however, as he was pushed down slightly, allowing Sasuke to kick out at the blonde, sending him back. Before Naruto could recover, Sasuke lifted up his free hand and pointed his fingers at the blonde and gathered his Raiden chakra in the tips. Chidori Raiko Tama. 1000 Birds Lightning Bullet. Multiple lightning balls formed on his fingertips and fired at Naruto at extreme speed. Naruto saw the bullet-like projectiles coming at him. Forming his Raitama in his hand, he lifted up and swung the hand in a wide arc in the direction of the bullets. Raitama Senbon. Lightning Sphere Senbon. Senbon-like shapes were fired from the Raitama, each hitting the bullets and disrupting them from their path. Backflipping in midair, he landed on the ground with no problem. Bending on his legs, he shot forward at Sasuke with his Zanpakuto at the ready. Now within range, he swung down with a mighty blow, creating a shockwave as Sasuke blocked. Using his free hand, Naruto went for a punch, only for Sasuke to slide his head out of the way by mere inches. Damn it, with his Sharingan in that form, his perception time is far better. He can see what I do before I even do it. It's time I leveled the playing field. Sasuke used his free hand to grab Naruto's own hand and went to throw him away, only for Naruto suddenly vanish from his spot and reappear a good few feet away. I guess I shouldn't hold back anymore, huh? Naruto asked rhetorically. Closing his eyes, he started to gather the natural energy from around him. Just doing that simple act made him feel peaceful once more. Opening his eyes, everyone could see their new transformation in them. The pupils were horizontal slits. The outermost circle at the edge of his eyes was red, while the innermost circle was yellow, and the rest was the normal white. Senin Modo. Sage Mode, Naruto announced, now feeling much stronger, physical-wise. Kawazu Kumite. Frog style, he also said as he shifted stance while still holding his Zanpakuto. Bringing his arm up, He punched the ground, sending shockwaves across it as a fissure opened up going Sasuke's way, which forced him to jump. Grinning, Naruto flew at Sasuke. Appearing at his side, he swung his sword, which was blocked, but thanks to his enhanced strength, Sasuke was sent flying through the air. Flying after him, he hovered above him while holding his hand out. He started to form a variant of his Rasengan. Sasuke looked up from at Naruto from where he was still airborne. That damn Sage mode makes him physically stronger than I am at this point. If I want to win, I need to keep my distance until it runs out. I may need to release my Zanpakuto if it comes to that point, he thought to himself. However, his eyes widened when he saw Naruto's jutsu. A Rasengan, about 10 times bigger than normal, was resting in the palm of Naruto's hand, glowing with power as blue chakra radiated from it. Pulling his arm slightly, he thrust it down at Sasuke. Cho-Odama Rasengan. Super Great Ball Spiraling Sphere. Sasuke quickly brought his sword up to block the mighty jutsu. As soon as the jutsu and sword connected, a torrent of chakra exploded all around them in a form of a dome enveloping the two warriors. All was quiet for a moment before the dome exploded in a tornado of chakra and wind, creating a large crater as both the Namikaze and Uchiha were pushed away. Sasuke and Naruto both shot from the large mushroom cloud and skidded along the ground. From that explosion, their clothing had been mostly ripped, leaving parts of the upper torso clothing hanging from the shoulders. Naruto quickly tore his trench coat off as well as his flak jacket since they were getting in the way, while Sasuke removed his top, now leaving him topless. Sasuke looked over at Naruto and sighed as he pulled his sword horizontal with his face. "It's time," he exclaimed as his Ryotsu exploded from out of him in a deep purple color. Naruto, knowing what was coming, brought his own Zanpakuto in front of him, pointing out in a straight manner. Like with Sasuke, Ryotsu exploded from around him only in a bright blue. Both forces of Ryotsu started to shake the very earth from the extreme force of the two. The power that was being displayed was something that only the Taichos could produce. "Their Ryotsu is something else," Kiraku said with a chuckle. "If this is their Shikai, then their Bankai must be something else," Shinji said with a grin. "They're going to turn this place into rubble," Retsu said with a slight frown. Yamamoto had his eyes on Naruto the entire time, impressed with his strength that he had shown so far. If a boy of his age could be this strong as a mere human with Shinigami abilities, then as a true Shinigami, he would be amazingly powerful. "Show me Namikaze. Do you have what it takes to be a Taicho?" "Kokatekemen waga negai, Tenbatsu. Bring my desires to fruition, justice of heaven," Sasuke exclaimed as Ryotsu wrapped around him before evaporating, leaving his Zanpakuto in its new state. Tenbatsu took the form of a Janmadao, a saber with a single long broad blade and a long handle suitable for two-handed use, similar in appearance to a standard katana. The guard was in the shape of a diamond and a type of kikiji, spirit cloth, dangled from the hilt. Tengoku number Sokubaku Kara Jabun o Kaihoshi, Isho ni Watashi Tachi wa Hakai no Michi o Aroite Mimashu, Zanjetsu. Free yourself from the heaven's bonds and together let us walk the path of destruction, cutting moon. Blue Ryotsu exploded out of Naruto like a tornado, whipping around him before it was pushed away as if by an invisible force. Naruto's Shikai was an unusual one. In Shikai form, it looked like an oversized elegant cleaver rather than a formal katana. The blade had no tsuba and no proper hilt. What Naruto held was the cloth-wrapped tang. The sword was as tall as Naruto himself, and had a black blade with a silver edge. Sasuke stepped forward a few footsteps before stabbing his sword into the ground, confusing Naruto, who went on the defensive. What he didn't expect, however, was for Sasuke to look him in the eye. Amaterasu. Acting on his new increased speed, Naruto quickly shunpoed away as black flames lit where he once stood. Black fire started to follow his pathway as he flew through the sky. "I have no jutsu that can deflect or even black Amaterasu. I just need to distract him." Even still, with his new Sharingan it won't be easy now. He can control those flames with no problem whatsoever. Channeling Ryotsu into Zanjetsu, it lit up with blue. Ryotsu wrapped it. Swinging Zanjetsu in an arc at Sasuke, he called out, "Getsuga Tensho, Moon Fang Heaven Piercer." This slash took the form of a crescent moon as it was fired from the blade. The crescent moon-shaped Ryotsu roared at Sasuke, who stopped the flames to swing Tenbatsu in the same way. Zaiden Tensho. Heavenly Transmigration of Souls. Sasuke sent his own crescent moon attack at Naruto's, only this time it was purple in color. Both attacks struck, resulting in a large explosion that blew them back a few feet. Naruto unleashed another Getsuga Tensho through the smoke cloud on a course for Sasuke. Sasuke watched as the smoke was pushed away as another Getsuga Tensho headed his way. Knowing that if he countered it would just hurt him, he shunpoed out of the way as the technique blew past where he once was. Sasuke used shunpo to appear behind Naruto. Swinging his sword down, he was unprepared for Naruto vanishing and feeling a draft behind him. Ducking his head, he just missed as Zangetsu chopped some stray's hair from his head. Spinning around, he kicked out at Naruto's waist and connected with the blonde, kicking him across the sky. Naruto skidded along the air from the kick that was stronger than he thought it would be. Kicking off of the invisible ground, he soared towards Sasuke, attacking with his sword. Sasuke blocked the strike that was aimed at his head. Naruto pushed Sasuke's blade away slightly and lashed out with a punch. Sasuke moved his head to the side and dodged the punch, but then felt an invisible force against his cheek before he was blasted away down to the ground. What the hell was that? Sasuke asked as he picked himself from the ground. Naruto chuckled as he looked down. My Senin Moto allows me to use the natural energy from all around us. The very air itself, and Kawazu Kumite, frog style, allows me to turn it into a weapon. I don't even need to make contact with you to hurt you, as you've just seen, he said with a smirk. Sasuke snarled as he looked up at the blonde. He immediately started to go through one-handed seals with his free hand as his cheeks puffed out. Kaiten. Gokakyu no Jutsu. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Sasuke exhaled an extremely large fireball while discreetly pushing his Riryoku, spiritual energy, into his Zanpakuto. Sweden. Suijinheki. Water release. Water encampment wall. Water rose up around Naruto to block the fireball when it struck. However, he noticed something strange with his enhanced awareness of energy around him. The fact that he could feel Sasuke's Zanpakuto absorbing Riryoku was putting him on edge, and rightfully so when he heard Zaiden Tensho. Heavenly Transmigration of Souls. Sasuke unleashed his attack up at the fireball, which cut straight through and then went for the water wall. As soon as it struck, it went straight through and exploded on what Sasuke could only guess, Naruto. A few moments later, and Naruto appeared above Sasuke with his free hand pointing down at him. Sasuke looked up feeling Naruto's presence and was confused when he saw yellow lightning flickering on the palm of his hand. Naruto looked down, grinned as he said, Hado no Rokuju-san. Raikoho. Way of Destruction number 63. Thunder Roar Seer. Lightning-infused Riryoku exploded from his palm, heading straight for Sasuke, whose eyes had widened at the sight. Sasuke quickly swung his sword and fired another Zaiden Tensho at the strange technique, and not a moment later a large explosion rocked the earth underneath them as Sasuke was pushed along the air from the powerful spell. With the Taichos, he can use Kido? Yoruichi asked in shock. And without the incantation, Kazuki commented with awe in his voice. Yamamoto chuckled lightly. Naruto Namikaze is a very special young man. He is as much a Shinigami as any of us. The only difference is that he can access a separate energy called chakra. Hey Yamaji, what would happen to him if he went to Soul Society? Would he lose his human body? Kiraku asked with a raised brow, while the other Taichos were also curious. No, Yamamoto said with a shake of his head. He is a human Shinigami hybrid. His body is basically his spirit form. When he passes through the Senkaimon, he will stay as he is forever. For him it's a great thing. He will never have to retrain in his Zanpakuto, and he will be able to use his chakra and techniques. He will be the first ever of his kind, he said with a small smile. They don't need to know about his hollow powers, not yet anyway. What would become of him when he goes to Soul Society? Jinrei asked now that his interest about the blonde had heightened. Well, there are quite a few Fukutaicho positions open, Yamamoto asked. You can't be serious? Fukutaicho? Kensai asked in shock. Why not? Shinji asked, getting their attention. The kid's been leading an entire village of shinobi for a while, practically a Taicho's position, and he has the power. He argued his point. He's just above 20 years old, and yet he's been a successful leader, loved and respected by those he protected and whatnot. And yet, we're all over a century years old, probably not even doing as much as he had been forced to. It would be almost a crime assigning a low position. Jinrei gave a nod to what Shinji said, looked back at the fight while contemplating have someone like the Namikaze in his squad. Yoruichi was also looking at Naruto since she had an open spot for Fuku Taicho thanks to Kazuki's promotion to Taicho. She also knew that having a shinobi of Naruto's prowess in her division would boost its reputation as well its power. Especially with what Shinji said being true, if he could lead an entire village on his own, with the exception of friends and advisors, what's stopping him from leading the division when she was busy elsewhere? I wonder how Soifon would react to someone like Naruto-kun, she thought with amusement. With Naruto and Sasuke, smoke and dust covered the area around Sasuke from the aftermath of Naruto's Hado technique, which obscured Naruto's own vision of anything that was going on with Sasuke. Amaterasu. Naruto heard the Uchiha shout while he went wide-eyed as black fire was launched at him from the smoke. Placing Zangetsu in front of him, he channeled Riryoku into the blade before shouting, Sinaru Hikari, sacred light. Almost immediately blue Riryoku wrapped around him, creating a barrier. The technique also created many small, glowing bluish energy globs that started to float around the barrier. Sasuke looked through the smoke as Naruto somehow created a barrier before the black flames of Amaterasu struck the barrier and wrapped around it tightly, swallowing it. Naruto from within the barrier went wide-eyed as he saw the flames bypassing the walls around him. Those black flames really can burn through anything, huh? I'm glad I placed a seal on Sasuke earlier, he thought to himself. Closing his eyes, he focused on the seal placement before he vanished in a crimson flash. No sooner had he vanished had the barrier's orbs around it exploded, creating a wide-scale explosion that covered the sky and successfully covering the flames. Naruto reappeared behind Sasuke and pointed his large sword at him. At the point of the blade, a blue orb started to form from the gathered Riryoku. Kagetsu. Waning moon. The stable mass of energy was then fired at Sasuke, who had sensed him and spun around in time to see the orb coming at him while growing larger. Acting fast, Sasuke gathered a Zaiden Tensho around the blade for reinforcement and swung at the orb to block it. What he didn't expect, however, was the energy from the orb to be released and swallow him whole and blowing him backwards while still maintaining the block before the energy imploded on itself, sending him bouncing along the ground. Sasuke flipped to his feet and shot into the air while Tenbatsu absorbed Riryoku. Reaching a good distance in the air, Sasuke stopped before holding his sword, which was exuding a large amount of power, in a stance. Zaiden Tensho Nyoda. Han no Zenosha. Heavenly Transmigration of Souls. Second strike. Judgment of the Omnipotent One. Going at speeds almost impossible to follow, Sasuke swung Tenbatsu multiple times, sending out 5 Zaiden Tensho at the speed of light. Naruto had no time to react as he was struck by all 5 head-on, blowing him back a far distance while the place he once stood was nothing but a crater. He closed his eyes as he struck a wall, exploding in a shower of debris from the techniques that managed to cut him in various places. Groaning as he slowly started to get back up, Naruto started to cough up blood from the backlash of the technique that Sasuke had just unleashed on him. Standing fully straight, he looked up at Sasuke, who had a smirk on his face. I didn't want to do this against you at all. Or rather, I never thought I would have to. I guess I'm wrong about another thing, huh? He asked with a chuckle. Naruto held out his right hand, which was holding Zangetsu, and pointed the blade straight ahead. He then gripped his right arm with his left as the cloth of Zangetsu wrapped around his entire right arm and blew off of his right shoulder. Blue Ryotsu exploded out of him, creating a maelstrom of energy as it shot up into sky, blowing all clouds away. Bankai! He exclaimed as his blue Ryotsu quickly turned to a blackish red as it exploded all around him, blowing Sasuke a good distance away. Slowly, but surely, the Ryotsu that had exploded out of him was slowly evaporating as it revealed his new form. His Bankai actually shrunk his sword down to a Dato, Japanese long sword, with a black blade instead. The crossguard had 4 prongs bent out to form the shape of the manji, which was the kanji for ban, meaning full, as in full release. Instead of the cloth, his shikai form had a short length of chain with a broken link at the end dangled from the base of the hilt. Any clothing Naruto still had on had been replaced with a long-sleeved, ankle-length black coat, or shiakusho, with red lining that was closed at his chest, then left to flare out into ragged ends, much like that of Zangetsu himself. Tensa Zangetsu. Heaven chain slaying moon, he said softly. With the Taichos, How could such power come from such a small bankai? It doesn't make sense. Rose asked with wide eyes. As soon as the young 20-something had said that word rare Shinigami do, a weight had pressed down on them, crushing them all with his heavy and dense Ryotsu. It's compressed, Kazuki said with wide-eyed amazement and a grin, hoping he could one day spar with the youngster. What? Love asked, either in shock or confusion, even he couldn't tell himself. His bankai, all of its power has been compressed into that small form. Whereas most other bankai would usually expand, his has transferred all of its power into a smaller form. What the advantages of this are, I don't know. I guess we'll find out, huh? Kazuki said with a grin, wanting to know more about such a strange bankai. Either way, he looks delicious, Yoruichi said with a grin as she licked her lips like a cat while looking at Naruto hungrily. Oh, she could picture several scenarios of Taicho and Fukuteicho UAL situations. She wasn't usually the type who would randomly have with someone, despite rumors. But she knew enough about the young man to know he would never be a one-time thing. Of course I wouldn't try straight away, not with what he's already been through. I may be eager but I'm not stupid. With Naruto and Sasuke, Naruto looked up at Sasuke. It's over, he said. The next second he simply vanished, not a breeze or gust to show he moved. It wasn't even a second later when he reappeared in front of Sasuke with Tensei-Zangetsu stabbed through the Uchiha. You don't stand a chance anymore, Naruto said softly. Sasuke gasped as he coughed up blood and slowly lifted his free hand up to grip Tensei-Zangetsu that was stabbed in what he could guess could only be his lung. How did you move so fast? He asked between coughs. My bankai is a compressed form, taking all of my power and speed and making it what you see. This then enables me to reach levels of physical and spiritual prowess most Shinigami would have their bodies give out it and cannot handle. Instead of using Shunpo to move, I can simply use this newfound speed to move even faster than that, catching people like you off guard, Naruto said with a grin. Bastard! Sasuke shouted as a black aura started to form around. Naruto, seeing what was going to happen, used his newfound speed to get a good distance away. The black aura now enveloped Sasuke completely as ribcages started to form around him, slowly followed by a large skeleton with some musculature on it, which enveloped him more completely. After a moment, horns grew on its head, followed by 3 hands with 6 fingers on them, giving it the appearance of a demonic and evil-looking humanoid being. In one of its hands, a large ethereal bow appeared, with an orb in its third hand. The ethereal shape then gained a layer of armor with jagged sharp teeth around the hooded area and with a much darker and menacing appearance. The orb in its third hand also changed to a pitch black colon, while the bow in its left hand also took on a different shape. Susanoo, raging god of battle. Naruto looked at the ethereal figure with distaste at feeling the darkness emanating from it. Even the Kyuubi had never had so much hate, darkness, or such a sickening feeling in its aura. Seeing the darkness in your soul and power simply makes killing you all the more easier, Naruto said as he got into a stance. Sasuke looked at Naruto and lifted its arm with the bow on while reaching back his only free hand. Its ethereal arm plucked an arrow that was covered with black fire and placed it on the bow. I'll kill you just like I killed Sakura and Ino, he said with a smirk. As soon as he spoke, he fired the arrow at Naruto at lightning speed. Naruto frowned as he heard what Sasuke said. Talking about the 2 women he loved more than life itself reignited the feelings he felt when he first saw them. However, seeing the arrow coming at him at near blinding speed, he knew he couldn't mess around. Kicking off of the ground, he flew at Sasuke and cut straight through the arrow with no problem, almost like it wasn't there. Getting to a certain spot, he flew up, above Sasuke, and held Tensei-Zangetsu above his head. Blackish red Riryoku wrapped around the blade like a vortex. Kuroi Getsuga. Black Moon Fang. Swinging the blade down, he unleashed a large wave of condensed Riryoku. Unlike the usual blue, this was now full black with a red outline. Sasuke brought his bow up to block the attack but was shocked when it was cleanly sliced in half. He could only watch in further shock as the Kuroi Getsuga cut through his Susanoo like butter. Bringing his Zanpakuto up, he held back the attack before it simply overwhelmed him and pushed him back before he could do anything. Naruto flew at Sasuke as he saw his attack about to end. Appearing in front of the fallen Uchiha, he wrapped his blade in more Riryoku and swung down on Sasuke, who blocked the strike. Grinning down at him, He placed his left hand on the flat end of the blade. Getsuga Tensho. Shimetsu. Moon Fang Heaven Piercer. Extinction. Almost immediately a giant dome in the same color as Kuroi Getsuga spread out all around the two, tearing the ground apart as it grew larger. As if by a silent command, the dome exploded in a brilliant shower of light that shook the earth. Inside the dome, Naruto was pushing against Sasuke's Zanpakuto when a crack ran up Tenbatsu. A further push and Tensa Zangetsu cut straight through it, breaking Sasuke's Zanpakuto in half as well as blowing Sasuke away at the same time as the dome exploded. Soon enough the dome had collapsed, revealing a perfect Naruto, without a scratch on him, not even a tear in his clothes, and an almost dead Sasuke Uchiha lying by his feet. Remember this, Sasuke. You will never harm another person again. Lifting his Zanpakuto up, he looked in Sasuke's eyes and brought Tensa Zangetsu down and in one quick motion. Sasuke, seeing the blade come down at his face, closed his eyes on reflex, but all he heard was the crunch of gravel beside him. Cracking an eye open, with his Ain Mangekyo Sharingan still active, he glanced to his left and his eyes opened in shock and confusion. Beside his head was the obsidian blade of Tensa Zangetsu stabbed in the ground. He looked up at Naruto, who was looking at him with nothing but pure, unadulterated hatred. "Killing you won't bring them back," was all Naruto said, and without another word, he reversed his Zanpakuto to its sealed state, removing his clothing and bringing his usual clothing back, minus the coat and flak jacket that had already been destroyed. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath before opening them, showing them to be his usual slit eyes and Senin Moto cancelled. Sheathing his sword, he walked over to the Taichos as Sasuke was left on the verge of dying. Not that Naruto actually cared. Finally making it to the Taichos, he watched as they all stepped forward. "So what now?" he asked. "Why didn't you kill him?" Kenpachi Kiganjo asked for the first time since he arrived. As far as he was concerned, this new kid had power and knew how to use it. As long as he wasn't afraid of that power and used it how he liked, then he could respect him. "Killing that bastard wouldn't have brought the women I love back, no matter how much I want it," Naruto said with a sigh. "Very well." Yamamoto stepped forward, his cane smacking the ground. "First, we'll take you to the Soul Society. I'll have one of the Taichos give you a tour of all of the divisions so you understand the system. Next you will be fitted into the Shinigami database and assigned a squad. Expect to be placed in a high place. A person of your power can't afford to be wasted. After that you will become an official Shinigami of the Godai 13. Yamamoto explained. Naruto grinned, actually excited about being a part of something. "Sign me up," he said as a couple of the other Taichos gave a chuckle. A few more minutes later and they were all gone. Naruto Namikaze would never return to this world again. Had they stayed for a moment longer, they would have seen the air beside Sasuke rip open to reveal a black space, to which he was sucked into, leaving no body behind. "Spirit King's realm. He beat him," a familiar pink-haired woman said with a smile on her face. "Of course he did. Naruto-kun always wins in his battles," a blonde-haired woman said. "He looked so sad," the pink-haired woman said with a sad sigh. "Well duh, Sakura, he did just lose everything that mattered to him. I know that, Ino. I just wish that there was something we could do for him. I hate seeing him in pain," Sakura said as a few tears fell from her eyes. "That's why I brought you two here," a male voice said. Both girls turned to the voice to face a man who looked to be in his 40s. The man had long black hair and dark black eyes. He wore a white shiakusho with a black haori over it. "Shinigami-sama," both girls said with awe. Shinigami chuckled and shook his head. "I'm just one of many Shinigami, but I am the Spirit King and I need your help," he said as he sat down on what looked like a throne. "Our help?" Ino asked with a raised brow. "Yes. I will train you two in the ways of the Shinigami. You will gain your own unique Zanpakuto, and when the time is right I will send you two to Soul Society to help Naruto-kun." "Why?" Sakura asked. "I mean, it's not like I don't want to see him again. Hell, I'd do anything to be in his arms right now," she said with a sad sigh. "But why would he need us? He's powerful by himself. I doubt anyone could take him out." "You'd be surprised about what's out there," the Spirit King said with a grim smile. "Yes, he may be strong physically, but emotionally, right now he's a wreck. In his time in Soul Society, he will meet new people that will heal his pain over time, but it will never be enough. He needs you two more than ever, or rather he will do when times seem bleak at best. Then why not send us there now? Sakura asked with a frown. Because you two aren't ready, physically or emotionally. I need you to be strong, gaining a Shikai and Bankai before you even go to Soul Society. Naruto will have multiple mates in his time in Soul Society. Which isn't much of a shock, to be honest, Ino interrupted with a blush and smile. But there will be dark times where Naruto will need you two to actually succeed. He will become the greatest asset to Soul Society, or he will become their greatest enemy. The Spirit King carried on. Enemy? Both girls questioned with wide eyes. There are many possibilities of what will happen in the future. Those are just a couple of them. Soul Society is no different from Konoha. They have their own council and we all know how power-hungry they can get. Then why not just get rid of them? Ino asked with a frown. Because despite how much I would like to, they are a part of Soul Society's law, and if I don't follow their law that is set out, what can I expect from the rest of my people? The Spirit King asked rhetorically. When will we see Naruto again? Sakura asked with hope at being with him again. It won't be for a long time. In order for the two of you to become as strong as a Taicho, you will be here for a minimum of a century at least. The Spirit King said with a sigh when he saw the downcasted looks. That long? Ino asked with a frown. I know and I'm sorry, but there is one more reason that it needs to be a while before you see him again. The Spirit King said a stern gaze. What's that? Sakura asked with a tilt of her head. He needs to move on, he said, and before he could be interrupted he held up his hand. Don't get me wrong, it's not that I want him to forget you too, but he needs to see there is more in the world rather than be held down by memories of his past. He needs to move on and find more people to love. With him being Naruto and having a big heart, he will no doubt have his own harem, he said with a perverse giggle. Okay. I understand, or rather we do, Ino said while also agreeing silently on the harem. Not that she minded, having with Naruto and Sakura had been an experience in itself. It also helped that her and Sakura were best friends and there was actually no awkwardness in the whole thing. Good. The Spirit King said with a pleased smile, then let's get started. By the evil grin on his face, the two ex-shinobi knew they were in for one hell of a century, if not longer. It had been 45 years since Naruto had entered the Soul Society and so much had happened in those years. As soon as they had come out of the Senkaimon, the Sotecho had ordered Yoruichi to give Naruto a tour of all the divisions to give him a good idea of how things worked, seeing as he was going to be a member of the Godai 13. He had been glad it was Yoruichi who was taking him around, however, as she seemed to be the more fun, happy type that he needed at the time. After having everyone you ever loved die, the last thing you wanted was for some guy with a stick up his ass to lead him around. The Ichibantai, otherwise known as the First Division, was ranked highest among the 13 divisions. Even subordinate members of the Ichibantai were considered model Shinigami. Their main job was for emergencies to be dealt with swiftly. Quick decisions and quick actions were essential qualities needed. The division was able to ascertain a situation and mobilize quickly even before an order was issued. That was the true value of the Ichibantai. Its insignia was the flower, chrysanthemums, truth and innocence. The Nibantai, or as some people called it, the second division, were similar to the Anbu Black Ops and dealt with things that would never go out to the public. They were trained in the art of stealth, assassination, policing, detention and message couriers. The current Taicho of the Nibantai also led the Onmitsukido stealth force, making them automatically their allies to help with all of their work. Like all divisions, the Nibantai had its own insignia, the Pask flower. Seek nothing. The Sanbentai, also known as the third division, didn't seem to have any special duties like some of the other divisions have. They also had their own insignia of the flower marigold. Despair. The Yanbantai, or the fourth division, was the medical supply division. They were responsible for both, treating the injured and doing most of the manual labor, such as cleaning the Seirei. The fourth division was further divided into teams that had specific assigned jobs. Other division members used their spiritual power only for fighting. Members of the fourth division possessed spiritual powers that were used to tend to wounds and provide relief. They used these special powers and the benefits of their daily training to act with precision and speed to aid injured comrades. Fourth division administered emergency first aid to injured division members and transported them to the general emergency relief station. The division was further divided accordingly into advanced relief teams. Whether or not the relief squads were determined by healing skill or area was unknown. They had the insignia of the bellflower. Those who grieve are loved. The Gobantai, also called the 5th Division, had no special duties. The members of this division were all highly skilled, having been trained by a captain who excelled at everything, including battle readiness. The insignia was the flower, lily of the valley. Sacrifice, danger, pure love, humility, and sweetness. The Rokubantai, or as some may call it, the 6th Division, also had no special duties. The 6th Division was seen as a model division by every Shinigami and was known for its strict adherence to rules. The insignia for the division was the flower, camellia. Noble reason. The Nanabantai, otherwise known as the 7th Division, was made up of sincere, unpretentious people who lived life with gusto. Eikawa Taicho believed strongly in moral obligation and compassion. This ethos had been passed down through the ranks of the 7th Division. Their insignia was the flower, iris. Courage. The Hachibantai, sometimes called the 8th Division, was mostly made for strategists and Kido users. Also with Kiraku as the Taicho of the division, it was known to be full of eccentric Shinigami. Their insignia was the flower, Strelitzia. Bird of paradise, everything is obtained. The Kubantai, also known as the 9th Division, had a mission to protect the Seirei. It was always on standby for combat because it was the security force of the Godai 13. Traditionally, 9th Division had overseen arts and culture. For this reason it was known to be in charge of the Seirei news magazine. All the lieutenants of the divisions of Godai 13 handed in their reports to them. The insignia for the division was the flower, white poppy. Oblivion. The Jubantai, also called the 10th Division, was usually called to be a backup division for squads in the human world. However, due to having no Taicho, it had been lacking in action for a good while. The insignia was the flower, daffodil. Mystery, egoism. The Juichibantai, sometimes called the 11th Division, was the direct combat division with a specialization in swords-only combat, foregoing the other Shinigami arts and thereby being one of the most specialized divisions in the Godai 13. The division's doctrine of dominating in battle was what appealed to its members. They believed that fighting was what made life worth living. This was what separated 11th Division from the others and made them the strongest division, no matter how much Retsu Uno 9 Hana frowned upon such a life code. Everyone in the 11th Division was highly skilled in fighting. They believed if they were going to die anyway, then go down fighting gloriously. The division was also set up so that to become the Taicho of the 11th, the candidate must do so through the third method of becoming a captain, killing the previous captain in front of 200 members of the division, which was almost the entire division. Upon defeating the previous Kenpachi, the new captain would take on the name of Kenpachi, or the best swordsman of each generation. This was proven truthful not long after Naruto appeared, when Kenpachi Kiganjo was killed by another man called Kenpachi Zaraki, a true monster in battle, but also someone Naruto could tolerate, as despite his love for battle, he was loyal to his people and followed protocols, well, to a certain extent. Their insignia was the flower, Yaro. Fight. The Junabantai, also known as the 12th Division, had been directly linked to the Shinigami Research and Development Institute since Urahara Taicho had created it. As such, technological and scientific research had become the full measure of what the division involved itself in primarily. Members were tasked with research and collection of data and samples, something both the current and previous captains were very enthusiastic about, though not to the same extreme. The insignia was the flower, thistle. Vengeance, strictness, and independence. The Jushanbantai, also known as the 13th Division, was known for its peacefulness with Jashiro Yukitaki as its Taicho. They had no special duties except they did tend to be called for quick situations. The insignia for this division was Snowdrop. Hope. After the tour with the beautiful woman, a black butterfly had landed on her finger with a message telling her of a Taicho's meeting and for Yoruichi to bring Naruto to sort out his situation. Something Naruto had felt anxious about since he honestly wanted to be in the Nibantai, since it was the closest thing to his own profession in his world. He could still remember that meeting like it was yesterday. Flashback Ichibantai meeting hall. As Naruto and Yoruichi entered the Ichibantai meeting hall, Naruto noticed how the Taichos were lined up either side of the hall in a certain order while the Soteicho was sat on a throne-like chair at the very end. The funny thing was he looked twice as big as he normally would with his haori draped over his shoulders, making him look over exaggeratedly big. Shaking himself out of his thoughts, he noticed Yoruichi smile at him as she went to stand in her own spot. Yamamoto, seeing everyone had arrived, slammed his cane on the floor. "Now that everyone is here, this meeting will start," he said in a loud voice that echoed off of all the walls around him. "Naruto Namikaze, please step forward," Yamamoto ordered. Naruto gave a short nod and stepped forward so he was in the center of the Taichos. Normally new souls must go through the Shinigami Academy and pass to become a member of the Godai 13. But you are a special case, Yamamoto explained. "We will be skipping the academy in your case and put you straight through to the Godai 13. Naruto seemed to sigh in relief. "Thank God, another academy and I would have lost it," he said, making a couple of the Taichos chuckle. The Soteicho himself was one of them, though he hid it. "Yes, in fact, how would you feel about becoming a Fuku Taicho?" Yamamoto asked as he opened his closed eyes slightly to read Naruto's thoughts and expression, which seemed surprised. "Fuku Taicho?" Naruto asked in shock. "Yes, you would be second in command of the division that you would be placed in. It is unusual to offer the position to such a new soul in Soul Society, but you're a special case, as I said before. Whereas normally a Shinigami would need to get stronger and learn the role of a leader as he or she grew here, you already have all of that. You are currently at least low-mid Taicho level. You have been the leader of your village for numerous years, and even in such a short time, you led them excellently, making them prosper." The Soteicho explained while Naruto gave short nods along the way to show he followed. "But I thought I would start off low to get a better feel of the place and to understand everything better, and well, to fit in with the new change," Naruto admitted. "I understand where you're coming from, but we decided that having you in a low seat position would only be hindering your growth, whereas as a Fuku Taicho, you would be a great asset to the Godai 13. "I see," Naruto commented. "Well, what division would I be placed in? If it's all right with the Taicho, I thought you would be best suited for the Nibantai." Naruto looked over at Yoruichi to see her reaction, only for her to grin and wink at him. "Maybe in Soul Society I can let go of everything, all the pain and loss, and make a new start here, with Yoruichi," he thought, which ended in a grin. "No problem with me, Soteicho," Yoruichi said while inwardly cheering. "Yes, he's with me, all mine," she thought with a devious grin. Kazuki caught on to her look and chuckled. "Seems like she finally met someone who meets her standards," he thought, although he was happy if something happened between the two. Yoruichi had been depressed with not finding anyone that could keep up with her. It wasn't that she slept around. In fact, she never was much of just having because she felt like it, but it was the fact that people couldn't keep up with her inability. "I'd like to be in the Nibantai. I feel more at home there, in fact," Naruto said with a chuckle while starting to get over the pain of loss, though it wouldn't happen straight away, but he wouldn't dwell on it and make himself suffer. The Soteicho gave a nod, happy that Naruto would find his place in the Godai 13. He also wanted Naruto to move on from his home so that he could enjoy his life. "Very well, as of now Naruto Namikaze is the Fuku Taicho of the Nibantai. Good luck." "Dismissed," he said, ending with his cane hitting the wooden floor. On their way out, Yoruichi threw her arm around Naruto's shoulders with a grin. "Come on, let's get you settled in and I'll introduce you to Soifon," she said with a giggle, imagining Soifon with Naruto. "I get the feeling it's going to be different around here from now on," Kiraku said with a grin. "With someone like Naruto-kun, I don't doubt it," Yukitaki said with a chuckle, since he had heard about what he had been like from the Spirit King. "Hopefully she can heal his pain," Rose said as he watched the pair leave. Flashback end in the next few years after that he had come to meet and know all of the Taichos and Fuku Taichos personally, just in case they would ever work together in the future. He'd rather work with someone knowing he either liked or hated rather than working with a stranger. Yamamoto, the Soteicho, was the embodiment of conviction. He followed the laws and regulations of Soul Society to the letter, and expected the same of others. He couldn't blame him, however, as he was the role model to every upcoming and current Shinigami. He had found out that Yamamoto was very loyal to the Soul Society and Godai 13. No matter what, he had noticed how Yamamoto always seemed to be ready for a battle, whether it was centuries of battle or just who he was. Naruto couldn't understand how someone could always be like that. Chojiro Sasaki, Yamamoto's Fuku Taicho, was what Naruto would call a prime example of what anyone in the Ichibantai would be like. He was always focused on his given task, on time for everything, and always on call. He strangely reminded Naruto of what a branch member of the Hyuga were like to the main house. He found out that Yoruichi was both intelligent to the point of being a genius and incredibly witty, always looking for a joke or prank, which was strange considering the family she came from, a noble family. To Naruto it was the complete opposite to how he had seen noble families, such as the Hyuga. But it was refreshing to see that despite coming from a noble family, she liked to have fun and actually preferred for her subordinates to call her Yoruichi with no honorifics. An interesting thing about Yoruichi was her ability to transform into a cat. It had freaked him out when he had woken up one morning and found a black cat sat on his chest looking at him. Just as he had moved to do something, it had vanished in a poof of smoke, which reminded him of his henge and revealed Yoruichi in all her glory, and what a glory it was. However, it all changed when he met Soifon, the top member of Yoruichi's honor guard. Soifon was without a doubt obsessively loyal to the point that she would punish anyone who sounded or even acted disloyal, in her book, to Yoruichi. She had been about to do the same to him when he called his Taicho just Yoruichi, until the woman herself told Soifon that it was all right. For the next few years after he met her, she always thought he never deserved to be Fuku Taicho and even called him on it many times to fight as a way of testing him, since he never shown his true strength in the division, something that annoyed the woman constantly since she wanted to show him up in front of Yoruichi. It all changed, however, when he got news of trouble in Hueco Mundo about Soifon's squad under attack by a horde Manos Grande-level hollow. How so many attacked them he would never understand. Flashback: Hueco Mundo. Soifon and her squad had been on a simple scouting mission in the deserts of Hueco Mundo, as they usually would every month in case of some new enemy. Normally they would only ever come across the normal hollow, however today was not the case, as they not only came across one Manos Grande, but a dozen stood surrounding them. The Manos Grande, or as they were usually called, Jillians, were huge monster hollows towering at least 2 to 6 stories tall, easily dwarfing even the largest standard hollow. They all had a white mask with an elongated nose. Their bodies were covered from their head to their feet with a black covering reminiscent of a cloak. Around their neck was a row of thin white spikes. They had large, pointed feet wrapped in white bandages. They had large white hands with long, sharp, white nails, capable of tearing a fellow Jillian on two. Where on earth did they all come from? This simply shouldn't be possible. It's like someone's used a hollow bait to summon them all, she thought to herself while trying to stay calm. Holding her hand up, a red ball of Riryoku started to gather. Ye Lord! Mask of blood and flesh, all creation, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of man. Inferno and pandemonium, the sea barrier surges, march on to the south. The red ball was now just larger than her hand. Hado no Sanjuichi. Shakaho. Way of Destruction number 31. Red Fire Cannon. The red ball fired from her hand and struck a Jillian's large mask, which only knocked it back several feet before it started moving forward again. She was about to charge forward when she heard a shout of Hado no Yan. Byakurai. Way of Destruction number 4. Pale Lightning. A thick condensed stream of lightning was fired right past her head and struck the Jillian's mask and pierced all the way through, splitting it in half. A second later and the large hollow were disintegrating into nothingness. Soifon turned around to see Naruto Namikaze, Fuku Taicho of the Nibantai, calmly looking at all the Jillian-class Manos. Soifon-chan, get your squad and get behind me, Naruto said, not even looking at her. Namikaze. Soifon growled, still feeling bitter over Yoruichi's choice of picking him. Never mind the chan, he always added. It wasn't an option, Soifon. Now move it, Naruto ordered, and it was the first time she had heard the coldness behind his voice. Soifon gulped slightly and turned to her squad. Everyone, you heard him. Move, she ordered as they all got far behind Naruto, with her doing the same not long after. So I'll finally see his strength, huh? Naruto looked at all of the Jillian inside. Pulling his Zanpakuto from its sheath, he positioned it so that it was pointing out in a straight manner. Suddenly, out of nowhere, blue Ryotsu exploded from around him, blowing the sand away, and a vortex of energy shot to the skies. Tengoku number Sokubaku Kara Jaban o Kaiho Shi. Isho ni Watashi Tachi wa Hakai no Michi o Aroite Mimashu, Zanjetsu. Free yourself from the heavens' bonds, and together let us walk the path of destruction. Cutting moon. Blue Ryotsu exploded out of Naruto like a tornado, whipping around him before it was pushed away as if by an invisible force. His Zanpakuto changed into an oversized elegant cleaver rather than a formal katana. The blade had no tsuba and no proper hilt. What Naruto held was the cloth-wrapped tang. The sword was as tall as Naruto himself, and had a black blade with a silver edge. Soifon could only stare in shock at the Zanpakuto. The size itself was shocking, as every Shinigami knew the size of the blade matched the amount of Ryotsu a person has, but it was also the shape of it. It just didn't look like a proper Zanpakuto, with no guard especially. Another amazing thing though was the amount of Ryotsu she felt just from the release. It almost pulled her to her knees. Maybe he really is as powerful as Yoruichi-sama said. Naruto was about to attack the Mainos when one stepped forward, planting its feet on top of him. However, instead of squashing him, he held up his arm and kept the foot in place by his forearm as if it weighed nothing. Soifon went wide-eyed at such strength as Naruto stood seemingly unfazed. Naruto pushed his arm up, knocking the giant hollow back, and jumped up so he was face to face. Swinging his large Zanpakuto, he cut straight through the mask and cleaved the entire being in half. He then placed his foot on to what was left of the hollow and back flipped off of it and landed in midair, standing on an invisible floor made of reishi. Bringing Zangetsu back, it absorbed his Riryoku into the blade, making it glow a bright blue. Getsuga Tensho. Swinging it around in an arc, a condensed crescent moon was flung at a trio of Mainos. As it struck, it went straight through, cutting the three in half at what he could only guess was their waistline. Seeing a red light out the corner of his eyes, he turned around to see the last 7 Mainos Grande had a Sero in their mouths about to be fired. Just as the Seros were fired from their mouths, Naruto did something Soifon never thought was possible. He raised his Ryotsu so high, it actually formed a barrier around him. The Seros soon struck Naruto, causing a large explosion, nearly blowing Soifon off of her feet in the process. As soon as the smoke was blown away in the wind, Soifon was able to see Naruto still stood in the air as if nothing happened when he suddenly sprang into action. Flying forward, he stabbed a Mainos in the face, cracking the mask. Flipping over, he kicked off the back of it to gain momentum. He then lifted his free hand to another Mainos and said, "Hado no Sanju-san. Sokatsui, Way of Destruction number 33. Blue fire, crashed down." A large burst of blue Riryoku fired from his hand, incinerating the Mainos, but due to its power, the Kido carried on, taking out another Mainos. "And then there were 5, he said with a grin. Getting into a stance, he closed his eyes and waited for the Mainos to get closer. A couple seconds later, his eyes snap open, but at the same time the Mainos stopped moving. Soifon watched from her spot as the remaining 5 Mainos masks suddenly split while their bodies started to disintegrate. Looking to where Naruto was stood, she saw him fade away and then reappear behind where the Mainos once stood, in a crouch and blood dripping from his blade. Onmitsu Shunpo, Shiho no San. Utsuzumi. Way of Onmitsu, 3rd of the Shihu. Cicada, Naruto said as he resealed his Zanpakuto and sheathed it. At the moment, however, Soifon was in shock. That was Yoruichi-sama's Onmitsukido's speed-oriented technique that she created. "I thought only someone with her speed could use it, or could Namikaze be just as fast? Maybe I was wrong about him all this time. He really is strong." As soon as she finished the thought, Naruto had appeared in front of her. "Come on, you and your squad needs resting up. You're injured and no arguments," Naruto said as he started to walk past her while she couldn't speak. "Oh, and after you're finished resting, I'm going to train you. If you want to one day surpass Yoruichi, then I'll help you," he said with a grin as he carried on walking away. Maybe I jumped to conclusions about him after all. Flashback end: after that incident, Naruto had kept his word and helped to train Soifon, although at first it was difficult as she was quite stubborn on some issues, but in the end they did fine as Soifon started to warm up to the blonde after he actually saved her ass. So it was with his and Yoruichi's help that she unlocked her Shikai once and for all, and it made her more formidable. Rose the Sanbentai Taicho was an easy man to get along with. He was more of the flippant type who would often look bored and uninterested in activities going on around him and with people as well. Despite the uncaring attitude, Naruto had learnt that he greatly cared for his comrade and friends, a loyalty that would stick with him, and something Naruto admired. Unfortunately, he had no fellow Fuku Taicho. Retsu Unohana the Yanbantai Taicho was one of the oldest Shinigami to have been a Taicho. The best way he would describe her was that she was more like a mother figure to everyone. She had a gentle and warm personality that augmented her appearance. She was also a soft-spoken, polite, and caring woman who used honorifics when addressing everyone, including her subordinates and the enemy. She rarely showed any signs of panic or distress, and had a great sense of duty. She reminded him of an older Hinata who was almost the same later on in years. Her Fuku Taicho, Izan Katetsu, was also like Yuno Hana in the way that she would be kind to anyone she met, albeit being slightly nervous depending on that person. Naruto wasn't sure if it was the fact that they were both healers or if they were naturally that kind. Shinji Hiriko, the Gobantai Taicho, was one of the most unique people he had ever met. Shinji was a comical person who would always add levity to any serious situations, and yet he would be serious at the same time. However, because of his flippant attitude, he constantly had run-ins with the Junabantai Fuku Taicho, Hiyori Sarugaki. These run-ins would usually end up with the two bickering and then Hiyori either kicking him or slapping him with her sandal. His Fuku Taicho, Aizen Sosuke, was someone Naruto was very wary of, as every time he was around the man, he would always feel like he was in the presence of Madara Uchiha. Whether it was just his paranoia or something deeper, he didn't know. But the fact that Aizen was so kind set alarm bells off in his head. Jinrei Kuchiki, Rokubantai captain, was the 27th head of the noble Kuchiki clan, one of the 4 great noble families in Soul Society. As such, Jinrei acted in an aristocratic manner. He seemed always serene and apathetic towards other people. He was also extremely calm, and was noticeably quiet, rarely speaking unless to make his intentions known or make a point. However, due to a recent event, he had lost his Fuku Taicho. Naruto had found the Nanabantai captain, Love Aikawa, to be a laid-back and easygoing man who would always enjoy having fun rather than be serious all of the time. He had also noted that Love believed in respect and maintaining the peace, quick to uphold those standards when no one else will. He too had no Fuku Taicho, and it was making Naruto wonder if something had happened. The Hachibantai Taicho Shunsui Kiraku was a laid-back and flamboyant man, evident in his style of dress and general attitude, and he was rarely seen without a smile on his lips. In his off time, he could be seen drinking sake in bars and napping. Naruto noticed his similarity with Jiraiya, as the man liked to chase after women, noticeably his Fuku Taicho, Lisa Yadamaru. Unlike her Taicho, Lisa was one of the more serious and calmer Shinigami in the Gotei 13, where she would usually have to wake up Kiraku and make him go to meetings. Despite her serious nature, Naruto had found out the hard way that she does have a playful side to her, similar to her Taicho. But even to this day, he would never complain about her flirtatious and adventurous side. The Kubantai Taicho, Kensai Mugaruma, was a serious and decisive individual, though he was easily annoyed and was rather temperamental, often to a fault. He was greatly annoyed by immaturity. This was proven to true when Naruto would see the brute shout at his Fuku Taicho when she acted like a child. Why he even picked her to be his Fuku Taicho if she just annoyed him, he'd never understand. His Fuku Taicho, Mashiro Kuna, always seemed to have a childish and immature behavior, but on the few hollow hunts he had gone on with her, he noticed she could be serious when the time came for it. If he was honest with himself, he was glad that there was someone like Mashiro in the Gotei 13, as it made it livelier. For unknown reasons to Naruto, there was no Jubantai Taicho at the time. All he was told was that their latest Taicho of that division had gone missing, or killed. The details were very vague. The Juichibantai Taicho was someone Naruto just didn't like. Kenpachi Kiganjo was just too damn lazy and too much of a slob to be a Taicho in his opinion. He never seemed to care about anyone other than himself, no matter what his number 1 fan, Maki Ichino, said about him being all about justice. However, once Kenpachi Zaraki had become the Taicho, then he started to like that Taicho, as despite his bloodthirsty nature, the man would help out his comrades in need. Kazuki Urahara of the Junabantai was someone he could really get along with. With him being Yoruichi's oldest and best friend, he had been able to hang around the fellow blonde more often than any normal person would. Although he was usually seen as a laid-back, jovial fellow, Urahara also showed a deceptively cunning and serious side when the situation warrants it. He commonly used idle conversation and outward concern as an act of distracting his opponents. Despite his carefree attitude, he always spoke politely, but was sometimes sarcastic. His Fuku Taicho, Hiyori Sarugaki, was probably one of the most angriest and easy to agitate person on the planet or any other realm. Despite her strange personality, she is one of the more powerful Fuku Taicho. Either using her Zanpakuto or just barehanded, she is dangerous either way. The Jushanbantai Taicho, Jashiro Yukitaki, was well respected and highly honorable, and always treated those around him with respect, even those who were weaker or not as highly ranked as he was. As a result, He can be easily approached by other members of Soul Society who pursued favors or advice from the Taicho. Due to his high moral code, Yukitake would never let any harm come to either his underlings or those who attempt to protect them. He had become very good friends with Yoruichi, Kazuki, Shinji, Rose, and Love. Yukitake, Yunohana and Kyoraku had also become good comrades, as with them being the oldest there, they seemed to understand him more, his burden and pain that he had to go through for so many years. Other people he got along well were Lisa, who sometimes enjoyed flirting with him, among other things, and Hiyori, despite the fact she usually got angry easily. Over the years he had moved on from Konoha, seeing as he now had a lot of time ahead of him and living in the past wasn't going to do any good. Over the years he noticed that he had kept all of his abilities in the Shinigami arts as well as his shinobi arts, except he couldn't go to Sen and Moto anymore because of the new world not being able to connect to the toads of where he came from, the place his sage powers actually derived from. A lot of his chakra had been converted into Ryotsu, making his jutsu take more out of him, while his Shinigami powers lacked the control he had, meaning he would have to train in the two to make sure he used less chakra when performing jutsu, and the same with Riryoku. Although with him having almost an infinite level of Ryotsu, it basically didn't matter. Naruto couldn't complain whatsoever about the new life he had found in Soul Society. He just wished his old friends were there to see it. Seireiti Sokyoku Hill secret underground area. Naruto, Yoruichi and Kazuki were all in the underground area that Kazuki had created in order to get away from the life of the Seireiti and to have some peace, as well as have somewhere he can work on his various inventions without being interrupted. At the moment, however, the three were using it as their place to spar, something they had been doing a lot since they had all become friends in the last 45 years. At the moment, Naruto was stood on the edge of one of the many large rocks looking around the area. Since coming to Soul Society he had changed his attire, which now consisted of a sleeve-less black shiakusho that had golden-laced designs all around it, making several vertical lines that run up his upper body structure. He also had his necklace around his neck, and tucked into his outfit, he had a second necklace as well, a silver chain with Sakura's engagement ring on it. Despite the lack of sleeves, he wore black arm sleeves between the elbows and wrist areas of the arms while also acting as fingerless gloves. Each sleeve had a small golden ornament attached to each. He wore long black hakama, which were worn loose, rather than form-fitting. Zangetsu was also tied to his side in the obi. Naruto quickly ducked as a foot was sent over his head. The force from the kick was so fast and strong that a couple hairs on his head were sliced off. Bending down, he flipped back just as the same foot slammed into the ground, forming a crater. Looking up, he caught sight of his Taicho, Yoruichi Shiwan, who was currently wearing a sleeveless and backless white Onmitsukido uniform, with long black wrist guards and long black leggings up to her thighs. Her Zanpakuto, which was a wakizashi, was tied to her back horizontally. "You've gotten faster, Naruto-kun," she said with a grin. "I learn from the best," he said with a chuckle while trying not to gaze at her incredible body. Hado no Sanjuichi. Shakaho. Way of Destruction number 31. Red Fire Cannon. Jumping into the air, he just avoided a large red ball of fire as it exploded on his previous spot. However, before he could do anything, Kazuki appeared at his side with a punch heading for his face, only for Naruto to twist around and grasp the offending arm. "Too slow," Naruto said, grinning. Pulling on Kazuki's arm, he was about to hit him in the face when the man suddenly vanished in a burst of shunpo. "I wouldn't be sure about that." He heard a voice behind him. Next thing he knew, he was blown down to the ground by a powerful kick. However, as he smashed into the ground, he turned into a poof of smoke, revealing himself to be a clone. "Kage Bunshin," Kazuki thought in shock. Kazuki looked around until he saw a flash of blonde out the corner of his eye. Turning in that direction, he saw his fellow blonde with his hands held out and a yellow glow around them. Hado no Yanju-san. Awai Shugeki. Way of Destruction number 43. Light Crash. All of a sudden, multiple blasts of yellow Riryoku were fired from his hands at the scientist. Kazuki quickly used Shunpo to flash step away as each blast of yellow Riryoku was fired at him at extreme speed. Each one he dodged exploded in a large blast as they hit the various walls and large rock platforms behind him. Just as he was about to dodge another one, he lifted his arm up to block a kick from the purple-haired woman who grinned at him. "Keep your senses open up, Kazuki," she said as she twisted her arm to grab his wrist. Flipping herself over the blonde, she kicked him down to the ground, However, it was then she noticed a yellow ball of light speeding at her. Lifting her arm up, she focused Riryoku into it and swatted it out of the way. Kazuki, who had been blown to the ground, flipped so he landed on his feet. Holding his hands together, he allowed a yellow light to shine between them. Pulling his hands away, it revealed a yellow chain. Bakudo no Roku Jusan. Seijo Sabaku. Way of binding number 63. Locking bondage stripes. Swinging his hands at Naruto, who just finished his Hado technique, the short yellow chain extended so that it lopped around Naruto 6 times before snapping shut on him, restraining him completely. Ah, you broke him. Yoruichi pouted as Naruto was flung to the ground in an explosion from the fact that the specific Bakudo restrained his abilities. I'll buy you a new one, Kazuki said with a chuckle. No need, I'm right here. Naruto's voice sounded behind Kazuki, whose eyes had widened at hearing the voice. Before Kazuki could do anything, Naruto had placed his hand on the man's back. Hado no Ichi. Show. Way of destruction number 1. Thrust. Kazuki was violently thrown across the rocky terrain and smashed into a rockside with a loud crash. Naruto then walked over to the restrained copy of him, unsheathed his Zanpakuto and stabbed him, which caused him to explode in smoke as well as dispelling the Bakudo. Kage Bunshin never gets old, Naruto said with a smirk. Before he could do anything, a foot had slammed into his face, sending him flying across the terrain, skipping along the floor before he eventually came to a stop. Tut, Naruto-kun, didn't forget about little ol' me, did ya? Yoruichi's teasing voice was heard through the smoke and dust that had covered the blonde. Oh, and Kazuki, get your lazy ass up. She shouted over to where Kazuki was lying face down and got a groan from the man in question. Kazuki slowly got up from his position with a grin on his face. Sorry, but that last Kido actually hurt, he said, now standing up. How about we raise the level of this spar? He said as he gripped his Zanpakuto. Pulling out Benihime already? Naruto asked as he appeared between the two. Someone getting antsy? He asked with a chuckle. Not at all, Kazuki said as he unsheathed his Zanpakuto, which started to glow a crimson color. It just makes it more fun. His entire body seemed to explode in red Ryotsu as he went into a stance. Naruto grinned as he held up his sealed form of Zangetsu in a stance as blue Ryotsu exploded around him. Well, I won't disappoint you then, he said with a chuckle. Yoruichi watched them as their Ryotsu heightened to the point that their bodies were actually glowing. Boys will be boys, she said with a chuckle and shake of her head. But girls can be just as bad. With that said, purple Ryotsu exploded out of her in the same manner as she unsheathed her wakizashi. All 3 vanished, before appearing a second later in the center with all blades clashing in a battle of strength as they pushed against each other. Not an easy thing when there's 3 people at the same time. Naruto grinned as he lessened his strength, allowing the other 2 to push more. We spend so much time down here, wouldn't you have thought I'd changed it to suit my needs as well? He asked with a sly grin. Before they could ask what he meant, he vanished in a crimson flash, making them wide-eyed. The blonde then appeared behind Kazuki and kicked him in the side of the head, throwing him away. Bringing up Zangetsu, he just blocked Yoruichi's slash. Flashing away again, he appeared on a large rock platform not far away from them. Holding out his right hand, Riryoku started to gather on his palm. At the same time, Kazuki had watched as Naruto had vanished to where he looked like he was about to use a Kido. Vanishing from his spot, he reappeared in front of Yoruichi, facing Naruto. With Naruto using Hiraishin, we need to be careful. This may just be a spar, but we've never been careful, Kazuki said with a chuckle while Yoruichi grinned. In all of their spars they had done a lot of damage and hurt each other more than anyone else had. Hana at some point had become suspicious of what they were doing when they had to see her for healing. Kazuki pointed Benihime forward where it then started to glow red. Okiro, Benihime, awaken, Crimson Princess. His Zanpakuto flashed red before it took on its new form of a sleek, medium-sized sword. The grip had a gentle decorative bend that ended as a crimson tassel dangled from the pommel. Instead of a crossguard, there was a U-shaped decoration covering the first 3 or 4 inches of blade, with a flower petal design just as it met a red string wrapping. The string was wrapped thrice around the hilt, with a 3-loop bow on one side and a folded paper decoration on the other. Benihime's blade was straight and slim, though somewhat short, with the tip ending in a slanted razor-like edge instead of being tapered to a point. Hado no Rokuju ni. Hyaperonkan. Way of Destruction number 62, 100 Steps Fence. Naruto shouted as he threw a rod of Riryoku at the duo. However, that one rod replicated itself into numerous short rods on a collision course with the two Taichos. Kazuki held up his Zanpakuto with the blade pointing to the ground. Shikasumi no Tate. Blood Mist Shield. A red light formed in front of his sword before it took the shape of a large hexagonal-shaped barrier that formed in front of the duo in a bright crimson light. Soon enough, all of the rods smashed into the barrier one by one and not making any damage whatsoever on the seemingly impenetrable barrier. 2-on-1 huh? That's not fair, Naruto said with a small pout. Two Taichos against a single Fuku Taicho, what would the others think? Naruto taunted with a grin. Police, Yoruichi said with a snort. No matter what rank you are, you're Taicho level and you know it, she finished with a smirk. Naruto chuckled and shook his head. I've never shown my full power before, I may be Taicho level in terms of raw power and Ryotsu but, compared to the other Taichos I'm just a rookie. Is that what you really believe, Naruto-kun? Kazuki asked with a raised brow. You're more experienced than most Taichos, while we each lead one division, you once lead an entire village of shinobi, all you've ever known is battles. You deserve to be a Taicho more than anyone else in Soul Society, Kazuki said with complete honesty. Naruto let a smile come across his face at his friend's words. Well, then let's see how I can hold up against two Taichos huh? He asked. His Ryotsu skyrocketed, shaking the ground around. Rocks were lifted up from the force itself. Lifting his sword up, he pointed in the direction of Kazuki and Yoruichi. Tengoku number Sokubaku Karajabun o Kaiho shi. Isho ni watashi tachi wa hakai no michi o aroite mimashu. Zanjetsu. Free yourself from the heaven's bonds and together let us walk the path of destruction. Cutting Moon. Ryotsu exploded from the point of the blade towards the two Taichos who were forced to create another barrier to withstand the blast. Soon enough, his cleaver-like sword was in his hands. Naruto looked at his two friends to see a crevice had formed either side of the two and Kazuki's barrier dispersing. Let's go, he exclaimed with a grin as he vanished and reappeared in front of Kazuki. Swinging down his large Zanpakuto intended to cut Kazuki, his fellow blonde blocked the blade. Because of the combined Riryoku and Ryotsu, a shockwave was the result as the earth shook. Before Naruto could do anything, he found Yoruichi's elbow planted in his gut before he was blown back. Naruto stabbed Zanjetsu into the ground, stopping his momentum, and then spun around to face the two. As he spun, he grabbed the cloth from Zanjetsu and pulled on it, yanking the blade from the ground, and in the process he threw it at both Taichos at breakneck speed, which had enough force to crack the ground beneath it. Kazuki and Yoruichi went wide-eyed at the speed and power that lay behind the attack. Shit, Kazuki said as he held his sword up. Shikasumi no Tate, Blood Mist Shield. As soon as the sword struck the shield, it started to push back against it and was able to hold it off. However, this also caused Kazuki to be pushed back. Yoruichi saw this as the perfect moment to strike and jumped onto Kazuki's shoulders and then jumped higher into the air. Now she was in midair, she held her hand up so that it pointed at Naruto. Hado no Sanjuichi. Shakaho. Way of Destruction number 31. Red Fire Cannon. A large red ball of fire exploded from the palm of her hand, heading for Naruto, who quickly raised his free hand while pulling Zanjetsu back. Bakudo no Sanjukyu. Enkosen. Way of Binding number 39. Arc Shield. A large oval shield appeared in front of Naruto's hand and shielded his body as the ball smashed it into, causing an explosion. Naruto, now inside a cloud of smoke, had finally retrieved his sword, which was grasped in his right hand. Bending down slightly, he shot up into the air and free from any smoke, raising his Zanpakuto up. Blue Riryoku gathered around it quickly, creating a twister around his blade as his Ryotsu shimmered to life around his body, making him look like he was on fire. Kazuki and Yoruichi, who were now stood by each other, looked wide-eyed at the amount of Riryoku that was being put into the blade. Damn, now that's a lot, Yoruichi muttered with a smile. Kazuki stepped forward and held Benihime up in the same manner as Crimson Riryoku started to swirl around it also. Getsuga. Nake. Oi. Head. The three heard a shout which halted their attacks. Looking over to the voice, they saw a short blonde-haired girl with pigtail and a frown on her face, stood by the ladder that led into the underground area. "You're needed at the Technological Development Department back at the division. Something exploded apparently, not that I care." She muttered the last part to herself. "Hiyori-chan." Naruto greeted with a smile as his Zanpakuto resealed itself. Hiyori looked up at Naruto and grew a tick mark on her forehead. "Naruto Baka," she shouted while glaring at the grinning blonde. "Well, it looks like I'm needed elsewhere." Kazuki grumbled as Benihime reverted to its sealed form. "See you guys later, Yoruichi-san, Naruto-kun," he said, waving back at them. Walking over to Hiyori, he placed his hand on her shoulder. "Come on." A second later and they were gone. Naruto sighed as he dropped himself to the ground. Landing softly, he sheathed his Zanpakuto. Looking around, he couldn't find his Taicho. Raising an eyebrow, he was about to look for her when he felt two arms encircle his waist as well as two soft mounds pressed into his back. Left all to ourselves now, Naruto-kun." Yoruichi purred in his ear while nipping at it with her fanged teeth. Naruto chuckled and glanced back. "What would Urahara say if he knew what else we used this place for?" he asked with a grin as he placed his hands on hers. Yoruichi chuckled and started to kiss his neck. "I honestly don't care. Besides knowing Kazuki, he already knows, or suspects. What we do in our time isn't any of his or anyone else's business," she said with a grin while Naruto turned in her arms to face her. Naruto smiled softly at the dark-skinned woman. "You know, I never thought I'd ever be able to be with someone again after everything that happened." "Thank you," he said as he kissed her, which she eagerly returned while internally happy. 5 years ago they had gotten drunk on a wild night out at a bar in Rukongai that Yoruichi had dragged him to. He couldn't blame her, however, as it had been the 40th year anniversary of when he joined Soul Society and also her division. He didn't mind as it was actually a fun night. Up until they woke up the next night naked, together and in the middle of a forest. He had been shocked and panicked at first, thinking she would hate him. That changed the second she woke up, however, and simply smiled at him before kissing him. Flashback. Yoruichi grinned up at Naruto's wide-eyed look. "Oh, don't act so shocked. I've wanted this for a while now," she said with a grin. "You have?" he asked with a raised brow. Yoruichi chuckled and pulled her arm up to lean on her elbow. "Of course, I like you a lot. I know I don't exactly come off as a person who wants that sort of thing." She paused as she looked in his eyes. "But I really like you. The only reason I didn't do anything before was because I wasn't sure whether or not you had gotten over your past. But then yesterday, I decided, what the hell, and went for it. Of course, if you don't like me like that, then..." She was cut off as Naruto leant over and kissed her, effectively cutting her off before she gave into the kiss. "I like you too. I didn't realize you could be with superiors though," he said with a slight frown. "There's no rule or law against it, it's just uncommon," she said with a smile. "Oh. If I had known that earlier, we wouldn't have waited this long," Naruto said with a grin as he rolled on top of Yoruichi. He couldn't believe that this beautiful woman was naked right under him and willing. "Are you sure about this?" he asked to make sure. Yoruichi answered by pulling his head down to kiss him while wrapping her legs around him around his waist and yanking him down, impaling him inside of her, causing her to moan in ecstasy. "Oh God, yes, I want this," she said with a lustful grin. Flashback. And ever since that day they had been sneaking around and having wherever they could, becoming an exhibitionist couple who would have in public places. There have been times where they were nearly caught, but thanks to Shunpo and Hiraishin they were never caught. While they knew sometimes they could be caught and it did worry them on some level, it was also the thrill of maybe being caught that got them going more. Naruto broke the kiss for a second as he used his incredible speed and smashed her against a wall, which only seemed to turn her on more if the moan and grind against him was any indication. "You know, I wish we'd done this much sooner. We could have been doing this much more often," he said, grinning, revealing his slight fangs. Yoruichi groaned as she grinded against Naruto's hardened member that was pressed against her soaking wet entrance. Even with clothes in the way, it felt like they were naked. "You have no idea how many times I dreamt of this, seeing you fighting, sparring. It all turned me on so much, just seeing you in action." She stopped as Naruto started kissing her neck. Naruto chuckled as he stopped kissing her neck. "You're wearing too many clothes," he said as he eyed her up and down. Within seconds they were both stripped down to bare skin thanks to their immense speed and eagerness. Naruto then grasped her thighs and lifted her up, where she then wrapped her legs around his waist before he pressed her against the wall. "I could never get enough of this." Yoruichi moaned as he kissed her with passion that almost sent her over the top. "I love you," she said with a loving smile. It had taken them a year into their UAL relationship to explain their true feelings, and since then they had both been very happy. Naruto smiled back at her as he rubbed himself up against her. "I love you too," he said, and kissed her with a passion he couldn't remember having. She deepened the kiss with equal passion and gasped as she ran her tongue over the larger-than-usual canines he had. With being more of a cat herself, his fangs had always turned her on more. She had never been able to explain it but chalked it up to some inner animal thing. She moaned when his hands lightly traveled down her bare back and began to gently massage her ass. She pulled back and couldn't help herself as she stared, going down from his wide, well-muscled chest to his rock-hard abs and then below the waist. Her eyes widened and she licked her lips subconsciously as she observed the Zanpakuto before her. She could see it a million times, and it was always a shock to her how big he was. Naruto smirked slightly as Yoruichi stared at his package. He moved forward again, cupping one of her s as he kissed her. The feline-like woman moaned as he began to squeeze and mold her in his hand. He broke the kiss and began to lick and nibble his way along her neck until he chose a spot and began to suck, leaving a nice red hickey behind. Yoruichi moaned. She was in ecstasy from the ministrations of her lover. She gasped when he sucked it into his mouth, rolling it around with his tongue and then applying suction in alternating patterns while his other hand left the it had been playing with to slide down her stomach and in between her legs. She cried out and bucked against his hand as he slipped a finger inside of her, quickly followed by another, while two fingers moved in and out of her. His thumb toyed with her clit. This, combined with his mouth alternating between each of her s, drove her to the edge and then over it. "God, Naruto, I love you so much," she trailed off as he detached his mouth from her and felt her inner walls tightening considerably around his fingers. She screamed. He loved it when they did that. Truth be told, he had always been a person to give. Sakura and Ino had noticed it and never complained once. Of course they returned the favor. To be put bluntly, he'd rather eat them out than have them suck him off, rather make them blush with embarrassment when he said some compliment or some piece of innuendo than have them compliment him on his manners or body. However, this in no way meant he didn't like that stuff, he just preferred it the other way round. While the blonde was following this train of thought, Yoruichi was slowly bringing herself down from her high. "Damn. He can always make me come so much I can barely move. I'll have to return the favor." She, however, did not get to follow this thought with action just yet. He lifted his hand, showing two fingers soaked in a clear liquid, her juices. He stuck one finger in his mouth, staring in her eyes the entire time, watching her face flush as he sucked and licked his finger clean with a moan. Her juice was like a drug to him. He was just about to put the other finger in his mouth when she grabbed his hand and encased the soaked digit in her own mouth. A smirk formed on her mouth as she sucked her own juices from his fingers. She had to admit she didn't taste too bad. Her smirk grew as she could feel him harden against her. I taste good," she said as she kissed his finger one last time. "You don't know what you do to me, do you?" Naruto asked with a groan. Every time she did stuff like that, it turned him on more than he liked to admit. He had only ever seen Sakura and Ino do that to each other to tease him. Yoruichi grinned, knowing her effect on him. Deciding she wanted more, she went to action. Naruto's eyes widened as he was pulled to earth by not yet completely satisfied Taicho. At first he was on top of her, but she rolled him over and ended up straddling him. No words were spoken as a chocolate-colored hand wrapped around his shaft and guided him to her moist entrance. He slipped inside her deliciously tight warmth with a groan that was echoed by his wonderful lover. Yoruichi cried out to the heavens as they both began to move. No matter how many times he had been within her, she could never get enough of his delicious meat. She began to move up and down as they both moaned. One of Naruto's hands latched onto her waist, another onto A. They began to move together. She would fall to meet him and then she would rise. He would then rise to meet her and fall again. This was repeated over and over. Yoruichi didn't really know how long they had been at it as she had lost track of time. She felt it as an enormous amount of pressure was building up in her stomach. She screamed as it was released. She cried out again as Naruto empties his own release inside, adding even more to the sensation she was feeling. He groaned underneath her as she collapsed on top of him, her s pressed against his chest. "I'm surprised I'm not pregnant with the amount you come inside," she said with a chuckle as she kissed his chest. "Can Shinigami get pregnant?" Naruto asked with genuine curiosity. "Yup," she said with a chuckle while moving to look him in the eye. "Is that a problem?" she asked with slight hesitance, not sure if he would ever be happy if she did become pregnant. No, of course it's not. He reassured her and gave her a kiss for reassurance. It's just the whole, getting pregnant even though you're dead, thing seems strange, he said with a chuckle. Yoruichi chuckled and lifted herself up so she was straddling him again with him still buried nice and tight inside of her. Moving her hips she started to rock back and forth. You're insatiable, Naruto said as he put his hands on her waist. What would Soifon think if she saw you like this? He asked with a chuckle. Yoruichi grinned down at him. She'd probably want to join in, she said, and she could feel the results of what she said as he went rock hard inside of her. It wouldn't be the first time we've had someone else with us, she said as she started to grind against him. You and Kukaku are just as bad as each other, Naruto said with a grin. He had met her friend Kukaku, who could very well be her sister, a while ago, and while he wouldn't say it out loud, but those hours he spent sharing a bed with the two were some of the best moments of his life. Those were some good times, she trailed as she thought of that night when Naruto had been pounding into a clearly satisfied Kukaku from behind while the woman ate her out. She could just shiver from the memories. Maybe we'll have Soifon join us in the future, love, she said with a smirk. But now you're all mine and nothing will change that. And once more they were at it for the next few hours. 2 hours later. You sure know how to make a girl happy, Yoruichi panted as she laid her head on Naruto's chest with a silly grin on her face. No, I know how to make you happy, Naruto said as he wrapped an arm around Yoruichi's naked body and pressed her up against him more. I bet you never imagined doing this with your Fukutaicho anytime in the future, huh? He asked with a chuckle as she placed her arm over his stomach, nuzzling her cheek on his chest like a cat would. Can't say I expected it, but then again 45 years ago, I didn't know you, she said with a chuckle. Not complaining whatsoever though, she said with a grin as she looked up at him. Before they could say anything else, however, a Jigokucho, hell butterfly, landed on Naruto's hand which was stroking Yoruichi's back. Listening to the message, it said, Emergency meeting. All Taichos and their Fukutaichos are to report to the ICHIBANTAI meeting hall. Why now? Yoruichi complained as she lifted herself to sit up. Such a pain in the ass, she said as she grabbed around for her clothes. It's called responsibility, Yoru-chan, he said as he sat up behind her and kissed her neck softly. Oh, you gotta stop. Yamamoto Soteicho doesn't, like people being late, she said while tilting her head to give him better access. All of a sudden though the kissing had stopped. Looking around, she found Naruto already dressed and attaching his zanpakuto. A tick mark formed on her head. You get me all hot and bothered, ready for another round of fucking and then decide to get dressed? She asked with narrowed eyes. Naruto chuckled as he looked down at the naked goddess. Always leave him wanting more, he said with a grin while leaning down for a quick kiss. Besides, if we stay here any longer, people will get suspicious, and when I say people I mean Soifon. The last thing I need is for her to see her princess naked and cuddled up with me, he said with a chuckle. Oh please, Yoruichi said with a snort as she stood up getting dressed. You had no problems the last time I was in my office and you simply waltzed in, picked me up and fucked me right on my desk where anyone could have found us, she said with a grin, remembering how hot and heavy that day was. Naruto also grinned at that day. Ever since he had absorbed the Kyuubi, he had been granted certain aspects of a kitsune, such as them going on heat like most animals, only with it being a demonic kitsune it was almost unbearable. He was only glad he was with Yoruichi, otherwise some poor woman wouldn't be walking for a while. Looking at Yoruichi he grinned. And yet, you didn't stop me whatsoever. Hell, you stopped me from leaving that day and kept me in there, even when that messenger shown up. You're lucky your desk hides me underneath it, otherwise he would have seen more of his Taicho than he would like to. He paused as he looked her up and down. Maybe it would have made his day. Oh shut it, she said as she stepped up to him with a grin and put her arms around his neck. You could take me anywhere you want, and I honestly don't care. She paused to give him a deep kiss. As long as I'm with you, I don't care where it is. Naruto chuckled. You getting all emotional on me? He asked with a smile. Yoruichi chuckled and shook her head. Baka, you know how much you mean to me. I've never really had anyone. She trailed off as a tear fell from her eye as she thought about how lonely she had been before Naruto had shown up. The only way to cover up her loneliness was to flirt with people and basically act out. Shush, Naruto whispered as he kissed the tear. You have me now and nothing will ever change that, he said as he stroked her lovely purple hair softly. I love you. she said with a soft smile before remembering something important. Naruto, me and Kazuki, we nominated you for the position of the Jubentai Taicho. What? Naruto asked with wide-eyed filled with shock, how come? Because you deserve a higher position than being my Fuku Taicho, it's time for you make a name for yourself here as well. I'm not the only one who thinks so either. The Soteicho had wanted you for a Taicho for a while now, she said with a chuckle. Naruto smiled. I guess you helped me to reach my dream then, huh? Your dream? She asked with a raised brow. Yeah, when I came here, I wanted to be made a Taicho. I wanted to be remembered in a place that will always remain. I wanted my name to live on as a legend. I wanted to be someone's inspiration and have people look up to me. Thank you, he said with a smile as he kissed her lightly. No one could ever forget you, Yoruichi said with a grin. Now come on, let's get to the meeting. With that the both had disappeared. Ichibantai meeting hall. Eventually all Taichos and their Fuku Taicho arrived at the meeting hall. When they arrived they could feel the tension simply radiating from the Soteicho. Whatever he had to say wasn't going to be pretty. What's up Yama-jii? Kiraku asked as he looked at the Soteicho out the corner of his eye. I believe Urahara Taicho can explain better, Yamamoto said with a nod to the sandy blonde-haired Taicho. Kazuki coughed to clear his throat and stepped forward. About 20 minutes ago there was a strange distortion in the far side of Rukongai. From past occurrences we've been able to detect it as a Garganta. What? In Soul Society? How's that possible? Shinji asked with a look of disbelief. Normally it would almost be impossible for it to happen. Usually it needs for someone to be on this side to open it, or for a high level of Ryotsu to force it open from Hueco Mundo. Kazuki further explained. Of course hollows have been known to appear in Rukongai, but never before through a Garganta, so you could understand the worry. A hollow was strong enough to rip through dimensions? And into Soul Society at that? Yukitaki asked in shock. Ha ha ha, someone strong at last, Zaraki said with a bloodthirsty grin. But how could a hollow possess such Ryotsu? Rose asked with a frown. A vasto lord, Kazuki said, simply making everyone wide-eyed save the Soteicho. You gotta be shittin' me, Shinji muttered. Then why have we not felt anything? Love asked. Because the hollow's Ryotsu was compressed and strangely enough it was as if it was sealed away and only a sliver of it slipped through the sensor. Also the readings picked up there was something wrong with the Ryotsu, as if bits were missing and replaced with something else entirely. Kazuki explained. What no one noticed in the hall though was a slight twitch in Aizen's lip. What's that mean? Yoruichi asked with a frown and a hand on her hip, a clear sign she was getting frustrated with the short answers. I honestly don't know, I've never heard of such a thing. Kazuki answered with a weak smile. But it sounds vaguely familiar to hollowification. Then shouldn't we investigate it then? Love asked. Yes. Yamamoto finally spoke. I will be sending one of you to deal with this hollow. One? Jinrei finally asked since he knew the power of a vasto lord. Yes, one could handle it, or rather one of the stronger Taichos could, but it was strange to send just one. Yes, Namikaze Fuku Taicho. I received a recommendation from both Shiwan Taicho and Urahara Taicho about you being right for the position of the Jubentai Taicho. He said, making all eyes turn to Naruto, who looked like a deer caught in headlights. Normally to become a Taicho you would simply have to learn Bankai and also prove yourself to several Taichos. However, because of the circumstances, I wish to send you to deal with this hollow. Be warned though, I am not forcing you, I am giving you the option. All Taichos and Fuku Taicho eyes had widened upon hearing that. Kazuki and Yoruichi looked the more panicked though since he was their friends, and to Yoruichi the man she loved. His other friends within the Taichos and Fuku Taicho however looked more shocked than anything at hearing such a thing. Soteicho, you can't? Yoruichi started but was cut off as Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder. Normally people would see it as a friendly gesture to placate another person, but to the more observant eye of their friends, they could see it meant more. Naruto smiled at the chocolate-skinned woman and turned to Yamamoto. I'll do it. I've done a lot of crazy things in my life. Facing odds that were stacked against me by miles, faced people that would make a lesser man run. But every time I came out on top. If I turn my back on this, then I never deserve to become a Taicho any other way. I would simply be a coward waiting for an easier route. He said to Yamamoto and the rest of the Shinigami, whose respect went up for the blonde since he seemed so determined by not turning away. To Yamamoto, it was also what he wanted to hear from the younger man. As someone with that attitude, it meant that they would do everything in their power to face their enemy and defeat them. Perfect for a Taicho. Naruto, Yoruichi whispered with wide eyes, seeing her lover in a new light. She had known he was a great man, both now and when he was in his realm. But to hear those words from his mouth made her love him more, and some part hated him for that, because if he died, she wouldn't be able to live on without him. No matter how cliché that sounded to herself, it was true. Are you sure? Yamamoto asked, who also gained respect for the blonde. I never go back on my word, Naruto said, remembering his old Nindo. If I don't do this, then I don't deserve to be a Taicho. He repeated his earlier words. Very well, set out immediately, and come back a Taicho, Yamamoto said with an approving nod of his head. Naruto gave a nod and turned to Yoruichi. I'll be back before you know it, he said with a smile, and prepared to shunpo out when he felt a grasp on his arm. Turning around, he was barely able to blink before he felt her lips on his. Everyone in the room had their eyes widen as Yoruichi slammed her lips into Naruto's that they knew was filled with love and passion of a woman seeing her lover leaving for a big battle. Whoa. Lisa said, feeling the heat from them. I knew I should have bagged him when I had the chance, she said to herself with a slight frown. Or maybe I'll join them, Everyone glanced at her with a raised brow while she continued to let her perverse thoughts run wild. Kiraku silently cried at the loss of his Fuku Taicho. Taichos around him stepped away from him. Yoruichi finally stopped the kiss and looked Naruto in the eyes. Come back, she nearly begged. Don't worry, I'll be fine, he assured her before leaving in a quick shunpo. Yoruichi sighed and looked back to find her fellow Taichos staring at her in surprise. Realizing what she'd done, she blushed slightly but turned a stern glare in her eyes. What? She asked, daring them to speak. When none did, she smiled to herself while wishing for Naruto's safe return. No one saw Aizen Sosuke's slimy smirk. Rukongai edge of District 80 forest. Naruto soon appeared in a large forest that seemed to go on for miles. Hell, for all he knew it actually did do that. He had never tried to see all of Soul Society, but a nagging thought kept telling him it would pointless. Wouldn't Soul Society be limitless and have no ending? Shaking his head from the thought, he closed his eyes to focus on any Ryotsu around him. A moment later, he sensed a disturbance in the air not far from him. Using Shunpo, he vanished from his spot and raced through the forest before he came to a spot on a large branch that led to a large field of grass and flowers. Looking up ahead, he saw what looked like a human hollow, and a female no less. She had dark skin, green eyes, blonde eyelashes, and messy short blonde hair which had 3 braided locks. She wore strange clothes, including a jacket that covered the lower part of her face downward, while bearing a good portion of the lower half of her large S. The jacket had a zipper running along its entire length that was opened from the bottom upwards. The jacket's sleeves completely enveloped her arms, terminating in black glove-like extensions at her extremities, which slightly gave her fingers the appearance of cat's paws. She also had a sword horizontally across her back. The sword itself was notably broad and short compared to others, and had a Western-style guard. What he could only guess were the remnants of her hollow mask now only consisted of the sides of her face and her mouth, as well as an extensive area below and around her neck extending down to, and also covering, her S. Of course Naruto couldn't see anything under the jacket, and he was glad because whatever this creature was, it could give Yoruichi a run for her money in the department. Gripping his Zanpakuto, he Shunpo-ed behind her. What business do you have in Soul Society? Naruto asked calmly. The hollow glanced back at him. I have no reason to tell a Shinigami, she said in a surpassingly soft voice. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the hollow. Listen, if you're one of those people who just do what they want and don't have to explain to lower beings, then I seriously can't be asked. So, either tell me why a Vasto Lord is doing in Soul Society or leave, he said with an annoyed tone. The hollow looked at him in curiosity. She could feel tremendous power flowing from him every second, almost as if there was too much to keep under control. However, what was scary was the fact that it was actually controlled. I'm here to test myself, she finally answered. I want to test my powers. Naruto looked at her oddly before asking, what are you? She looked at him strangely before replying. Shouldn't you already know? After all, I can sense hollow Ryotsu coming from you, she asked with a tilt of her head. So, you're what? A Shinigami with hollow powers? he asked sarcastically, knowing she wasn't even close to a Shinigami. No, a hollow with Shinigami powers, she said, making his eyes widen. Impossible, he said with shock. Is it? And yet you, a Shinigami, have hollow powers, do you not? She asked while his mind reeled from the fact. Naruto frowned at that. It was like meeting his opposite, in terms of race anyway. What are you then? An Arrancar. She told him, not seeing any reason not to. We are formed when we removed our masks. Once that is completed, we gain Zanpakutos much like yours. She explained, making his eyes widen. This must be why Kazuki said there was something wrong with the readings. Those missing pieces must have been Shinigami Ryotsu, which he wouldn't recognize because of the combination. Looking at her in the eye now she fully faced him, he asked, "Why are you telling me this?" "I see no reason not to. And I also want to fight you," she said with a neutral face. Aizen-sama said that this boy was special and he wants me to test him. I can feel the power screaming inside of him for release. I just hope I'll survive. With being new to my abilities, I don't know if I can stand against him if he goes all out. "Well, that's handy then, huh?" he said as he unsheathed his sword, "because I was sent here to deal with you." The Arrancar chuckled as it gazed at Naruto. "Well then, I guess I can test my new abilities against you, can't I?" she asked rhetorically. "What's your name?" Naruto asked. "Tia Haribel," she answered. "Naruto Namikaze, Fukutaicho of the Nibantai," Naruto said as he moved into a stance. "Very well," Haribel said as she got into a stance. "Show me what you're capable of, Namikaze-san." And just like that, they were off, ready to prove themselves for different reasons. The Arrancar chuckled as it gazed at Naruto. "Well then, I guess I can test my new abilities against you, can't I?" she asked rhetorically. "What's your name?" Naruto asked. "Tia Haribel," she answered. "Naruto Namikaze, Fukutaicho of the Nibantai," Naruto said as he moved into a stance. "Very well," Haribel said as she got into a stance. "Show me what you're capable of, Namikaze-san." And just like that, they were off, ready to prove themselves for different reasons. Now Rukongai edge of District 80 Forest. Naruto sprang forward, swinging his sword at Haribel, only for the female Arrancar to hold her arm up and block the attack. Naruto was surprised to see his sword hit her arm as if it was metal. Seeing Haribel about to kick him, he jumped back. "How did you block my attack?" Haribel just looked at her enemy calmly with a neutral look. Hiero is the hardened skin of the Arrancar, which is a result of their compressed Riryoku. Meaning no sword can cut my skin, she explained. We'll see about that," Naruto said. Raising his Ryotsu, he suddenly vanished and appeared on Haribel's left, swinging his sword down. She went to block it only to have him vanish in a burst of speed and appear on her right, still in mid-swing. Haribel allowed her almost narrowed eyes to widen slightly at the display of speed. Aizen-sama was right. Even in his sealed form, he possesses unnatural speed. Raising her hand up, she caught the blade by using her greater speed. "Holy shit, she's fast," he thought as she grabbed his blade. Bringing his foot up, he aimed a kick at her head, but she used her free hand to grab it, leaving him hovered in midair. Grinning, he brought his free hand up to her face as blackish-purple Riryoku gathered, making her eyes widen more. "With the guidance of the 88, crush my enemies now. Hado no Yan Juhachi. Sudai no Rakaboshi. Way of Destruction number 48. Grand Falling Star." A ball of dark Riryoku formed in his hand and fired at the Arrancar point blank. However, to his utmost surprise, she had vanished in what sounded like a buzzing noise, leaving his spell to crash into the ground, where it exploded in a mass of Riryoku. Before he could even blink though, he had been kicked in the side and flung through several trees. "Damn, she's strong too," he thought as he flipped in midair, landed on the side of a tree and shot off at Haribel at extreme speed. Coming at her, he went for another swing. Haribel sidestepped the swing and brought her fist down on the blade, making it stab into the ground, and jabbed Naruto into the stomach, making him gasp, and followed up with a roundhouse kick that sent him skidding along the grass. So that was Sonito, the equivalent of a Shinigami's Shunpo. He remembered what his inner hollow told him. Flipping off of the ground, he lifted his hand up to point at Haribel, flickers of lightning along his finger. Hado no Yan. Byakurai. Way of Destruction number 4. Pale lightning. A devastating beam of blue lighting fired from his fingertip, soaring across the terrain, tearing it apart until it finally reached Haribel, who held up her palm and blocked the technique as if it was just a bother to her. She couldn't help but notice the amount of power put into it as it sent jolts up her arm. Naruto, realizing he could do nothing in his current form, held his Zanpakuto so that it pointed at Haribel. "Looks like I've got no choice," he said with a sigh as his eyes glowed an ethereal blue and blue Ryotsu shimmered around his sword. Tengoku number Sokubaku kara jabun o kaiho shi. Isho ni watashi tachi wa hakai no michi o aroite mimashu. Zanjetsu. Free yourself from the heaven's bonds and together let us walk the path of destruction. Cutting moon. Blue Ryotsu exploded out of him like a tornado, blowing the wind around him ferociously until it all died down, revealing Naruto holding his large cleaver-like blade. A strange Zanpakuto, no Tsuba or hilt. Haribel commented while also noticing the rise in his Ryotsu levels. "I want to know something," Naruto said out of the blue. "You say you're a hollow who has gained Shinigami powers, similar to me. Then why do you play by the rules of a hollow? Why do you live among them?" Haribel seemed surprised by the question since she had never really asked herself it. "I could ask you the same thing, but I'm guessing no one knows about your hollow side. If they did, the Soul Society's laws would have you banished or executed. The last thing they would want is to have one of their Shinigami to have the powers of the very thing they hate. I stay with hollows because despite having powers of a Shinigami, the hollows are still my people." Naruto chuckled at the answer. Yes, he knew what would happen if Soul Society found out about him, but as long as his people were safe, he didn't care what would happen. "You're more like a Shinigami than you realize," he said, making her look at him oddly. "Hollows don't care for their people. If you went back there now, they would attack you for power. I suppose if you gain their trust or hell, even friendship, then yes, they may treat you as you think about them. But the fact you consider them as your people makes you more like us than you care to admit," he said, making her narrow her eyes. "Shinigami are the monsters. They butcher hollows and enjoy it. They treat us as if we are wild animals, as if we are the prey and they are the predator. Are we? Are we the monsters for protecting innocent lives and souls from wild hollows who run on instinct?" he asked, making her narrow her eyes more. "I'll admit, there are some Shinigami who enjoy it a little too much, but then again, I could say the same about you. You're different. I can tell you won't fight because you want to. You fight because you have to, because you have something to protect. You're different from the hollows who enjoy hunting harmless souls. But you're too afraid to admit it." Haribel's eyes narrowed dangerously at the blonde. On some level he was correct. She wanted to protect her subordinates, Apache, Mila Rose and Sunday to Sunday, from whatever Aizen-sama would do if she didn't follow his commands. Such as this one. "What are you getting at?" "That you're not here because you want to be. You're here because someone ordered you to, someone who can access Soul Society, someone who, if I had to guess, is a Shinigami. Meaning there is a traitor among us, and I will beat the answer out of you. I won't let some traitor harm my friends and the home I made here," he said as his Ryotsu skyrocketed. "Not again, never again." Haribel schooled her features despite how shocked she was that this blonde had figured everything out so easily. Yes, Aizen-sama had a reason to worry about this boy. Naruto bent down and shot into the sky and held Zanjetsu up as Riryoku started to form around it in a maelstrom of energy. Bringing it down slowly, he aligned the point of the blade at Haribel and said, "Jogetsu. First quarter moon." At once, all of the gather Riryoku was released in a large blast similar to Getsuga Tensho. Haribel went wide-eyed at the amount of power put into the attack as well as its speed and acted fast, racing her Ryotsu up. She brought her arms up in an X formation as the blast struck, exploding on impact. The result of the explosion was everything within distance of Haribel was literally ripped away as the explosion grew towards the trees, burning them to the ground. Naruto was about to go down and check to see the result of the damage since all he could see was smoke covering the point of origin. Before he could though, a yellow light seemed to glow from Haribel's position before he heard her soft voice. "Sero." At once a massive stream of yellow condensed Riryoku fired upon him, making his eyes widen at the size and power. Knowing he couldn't escape the blast radius, he quickly swung Zanjetsu down at the beam. Getsuga Tensho. The blue crescent fang struck the Sero and exploded in a brilliant shower of blue and yellow Riryoku, which ended up actually blowing him away. Shit. What kind of Sero was that? He thought as he righted himself by sliding along the air thanks to his reishi manipulation. Looking down, he could see Haribel looking up at him, Her clothes were slightly burnt, but apart from that she looked perfectly fine. Are all Arrancar like her? He asked himself with a frown. Gripping Zangetsu in his hand, he brought it down to point at Haribel when a small ball of Riryoku formed at the tip, strangely reminiscent of a Sero. Kagetsu. Waning moon. At once the sphere was fired from the blade, towards Haribel, who looked unconcerned about the attack. That was until it grew in size. Acting quickly, she put her arm back, put her finger in one of the holes of the guard of her blade and pulled it out, revealing her Zanpakuto. While not particularly long, it was unusually wide and had the distinction of being completely hollow in the middle, essentially consisting of nothing more than the edges of what would otherwise be a normal sword. Its handle was purple and its guard was as wide as its blade, with 3 small holes on either end. Bending her knees, she shot toward the sphere and swung her Zanpakuto down, cutting right through the middle, sending the 2 halves either side of her where they exploded, shaking the earth from the force. Getsuga Tensho. She heard a shout. Looking up, she saw a large blue condensed wave of Riryoku coming down at her with frightening speed. Utilizing her speed, she quickly moved out of the way, and in the direction of Naruto as he swung down at her. Blocking him with her own Zanpakuto, she gazed into Naruto's cerulean orbs, which against her own will, could actually get mesmerized in them. Naruto lifted his feet and kicked off of her Zanpakuto to land on air and kicked out at the dark-skinned female. Haribel blocked the kick with her forearms as she was unprepared for Naruto to place his other leg on the other side, grip her arm in between both legs, twist and throw her off balance. Just as Naruto was about to attack again, he found himself being blasted back as a yellow ball of Riryoku slammed into his stomach, forcing a gasp out from the back of his throat. Looking up, he saw Haribel with her fist pointing at him and yellow Riryoku flickering around it. What the hell was that? He asked with a snarl as his stomach healed, but his clothes now had a hole in them. Bala, a technique that we Arrancar use to harden our Ryotsu and release it like a swift blast of Riryoku. It may not be as strong as Sero, but it's 20 times faster to use. Haribel explained as she once again fired several more off at the blonde male who Shunpo ed out the way of them. Just as he materialized once again, Haribel appeared in front of him and kicked him down to the ground, creating a large crash as debris and smoke covered the expanse. Aiming her hands at the smoke, she fired off a barrage of ballas, creating more damage as the smoke seemed to multiply every second. Getsuga Tensho. She heard a shout and all of a sudden a wave of blue Riryoku was launched from the smoke straight at her. As it got closer, she held her Zanpakuto up and brought it down on the massive wave. As both forces pushed against each other, Haribel added some Riryoku into her blade, igniting it in yellow energy and cut through the large wave, causing it to fly past her and explode in the sky. Looking down, she noticed Naruto's haggard appearance and labored breathing as well as burnt clothes. Naruto, down below, closed his eyes as he focused his Ryotsu through his body to heal minor wounds, as well as getting ready for his next move. Use me, Naruto. He heard Zangetsu in his head. Use me to defeat your foe once and for all. No, Naruto thought back. We'll defeat her together, we're a team, we're partners. He thought back with determination. Very well then, let's show this Arrancar how strong we are when we fight as one. Gladly. He spoke aloud with a grin. What happened next shocked Haribel as a tower of blackish-red Ryotsu rose to the sky, parting any clouds, as well as destroying any trees close by to the blonde. She could also feel the Ryotsu coming from him in such density that it pushed her down slightly. He really is powerful, and yet all I feel from him is a strange warmth, no hate, no scorn. Simply the desire to protect and win. Naruto Namikaze, you intrigue me to no end. I hope we meet again after this battle. Bankai. Naruto exclaimed as he simply exploded in Ryotsu that blew Haribel back despite her being in the air. Looking down from her position, she watched as a black sword slid out of the smoke before it was all knocked away, revealing him in his new form. His Bankai had shrunk his sword down to a dado with a black blade instead. The crossguard had 4 prongs bent out to form the shape of the manji, which was the kanji for ban, meaning full, as in full release. Instead of the cloth, his shikai form had a short length of chain with a broken link at the end that dangled from the base of the hilt. Any clothing Naruto still had on had been replaced with a long-sleeved, ankle-length black coat with red lining that was closed at his chest, then left to flare out into ragged ends, much like that of Zangetsu's clothing himself. Tensa Zangetsu. Heaven chain slaying moon, he said softly. Seraiti, Nibantai. Taicho's office. Yoruichi and Soifon were stood on the balcony just outside of Yoruichi's office to see a tower of black Reiatsu rise up to the sky from what they knew was Naruto's position without a doubt. Yoruichi had filled Soifon in on Naruto's task to defeat the Vasto Lord. Once she had first heard, Soifon nearly had a heart attack learning that her sensei was in a life-or-death situation. Any other time, Yoruichi probably would have laughed at the stricken look on the smaller woman's face. "What is that?" Soifon asked in awe. "That is Naruto-kun's Bankai," Yoruichi said with a grin at seeing Soifon's wide-eyed look. "He's never shown me it before," Soifon said with a dejected look. Whether she wanted to admit it or not, she had grown attracted to the blonde male over time, despite their rocky start, but he had done so much for her in terms of her training and simply being a friend. Something she didn't have besides Yoruichi. Yoruichi chuckled and ruffled the younger girl's hair. "Because he doesn't want to hurt you. At the stage you're at now, his Reiatsu would be too harmful for you. Hell, it surprised me when I first seen it. Whether he likes to admit it or not, he is probably one of the most powerful Shinigami in Soul Society, or he has the potential for it." "Is that why you nominated him for the Jubentai captaincy, Yoruichi-sama?" Soifon asked. "Yes, he's only being held back being my Fukutaicho. He needs to spread his wings. Besides, it's not like he'll be gone from us. We'll still see him frequently no matter what," Yoruichi assured the younger girl. "Good, I don't want to lose, Naruto-sensei," Soifon said with a small smile. "He isn't going anywhere too far, but for now just have faith in the man. You'll learn he can surprise you in many ways," she said with a chuckle while Soifon blushed at the slight innuendo. She had caught her sensei and Yoruichi-sama in her office once, and the memory had never left her, which only fueled her fantasies about the man. But it was a double-edged sword because now she wanted those things and she was too afraid to do anything about it. "Hi, Yoruichi-sama. Edge of District 80 Forest." Naruto looked up at Haribel as his dark coat fluttered in the wind, showing more of the red lining within it. All of a sudden he simply just vanished, leaving no trace of being there. Haribel looked around, not feeling his presence, while also wondering how someone could move so fast and leave no trace. Sensing Reiatsu, she swung her Zanpakuto in an arc behind her just as Naruto came into view, swinging down with his new black blade. However, instead of actually hitting Haribel, he vanished before the blades could connect and reappeared behind her with blood dripping from his blade. "You said I couldn't cut you. All I needed to do was see how much strength I needed to use. Now I can cut you whenever I want," he said, glancing back at the woman. Haribel seemed shocked seeing blood on his blade and feeling nothing until she started to feel a stinging sensation on her arm. Looking at it, she noticed a cut in her clothing as well as skin showing he had indeed cut her. "How? I didn't even see you move. My Bankai increases my speed to the point that Shunpo is practically redundant. Of course when I use it, it's much faster, but it isn't needed," he said before vanishing again. She barely had time to block the strike, which inevitably sent her crashing to the ground. However, as she righted herself, she channeled her Riryoku into her blade, making the hollow part fill up with yellow Riryoku, which soon encased the entire blade. Swinging her blade up at Naruto, she said, "Ola Azul, blue wave." A large energy blade fired from her sword towards Naruto, who knew that the attack was no laughing matter. Holding Tensa Zangetsu up, blackish-red Riryoku wrapped around it like fire. Swinging it downwards, he called out, "Kuroi Getsuga. Black Moon Fang." The Riryoku fired in the shape of a large crescent fang that soon struck Haribel's own technique, creating a wide-scale explosion in the sky. The shockwave blew both fighters back monetarily before Naruto was flying down at the blonde woman. Haribel quickly channeled her Riryoku into her blade, resulting in it being swallowed up in the goldish-yellow energy to augment her strength. Swinging upwards, she made it just in time for Naruto's own swing, which soon resulted in an explosion from the two explosive forces as they continued to push against one another. Naruto had other ideas though. Placing his free hand on the top of his sword, he poured a Getsuga Tensho into the blade but didn't release it, only making it flare up. Getsuga Tensho. Shimetsu. Moon Fang Heaven Piercer. Extinction. Not a second later did a dome of Riryoku cover them both as his technique was unleashed, blowing everything away, creating utter destruction around him as the dome continued to get larger until the point where it exploded in a brilliant tower of Riryoku. It wasn't long before the debris and smoke cleared away, revealing a panting Haribel who was now stood a good distance from the blonde Shinigami who didn't have a mark on him. I can't release my resurrection here. It would draw too much attention and reveal more than I already have. Haribel thought as she felt her injuries healing. But to think that this Shinigami could hold me off, then again, I have yet to master my abilities yet and I'm still a young Arrancar. Why? Naruto asked from where he stood. Why do you follow the orders of whoever you work under? He asked out of genuine curiosity. He gave me power. Haribel said after a moment. He saved me from death and gave me the power to protect myself and my own subordinates' lives. That is why I will do as he says. Because he gave you power? Naruto asked incredulously. You have got to be kidding me. What will you do when this person finally achieves his goal, whatever it may be? Do you think he'll keep you around out of good faith? I've met people like him, and they only care about themselves. You have no idea what you're talking about, Haribel said in a stern voice. You're right, I don't know this person. But anyone who uses the fact that they gave you power in order to get you to do his bidding cares nothing for your well-being, he said while tightening his grip on his Zanpakuto. I will not listen to any more of your foolishness, she said with annoyance. Using her enhanced speed, she vanished from her spot with Naruto following the same example. They met in the center where they clashed blades, creating a large shockwave that blew the ground at their feet away. Vanishing once again, they started to fight with ferocious strikes, strikes that every time they made contact with one another, the very earth would shake under the pressure. After every strike, they would vanish in a burst of Shunpo and Sonido. After a couple minutes, Haribel appeared in the sky. Ola Azul, blue wave, Haribel shouted as she swung her sword, releasing a yellow energy blade at Naruto. Naruto held out his hand as it came closer. Unwilling mystic, seeking to embrace the earth, beckoned by the skies, rejected by the darkness. Gravity forces you to do its bidding. With a strong wall reject that which was created by man, he stopped the incantation as an energy barrier in the form of a rectangular wall appeared in front of him. Bakudo no Hachi Juichi. Danku. Way of binding number 81. Splitting void. Haribel's attack hit the wall, but instead of causing an explosion it seemed to get sucked into it until there was nothing left, allowing Naruto to drop the barrier. Sorry Haribel-san, but I can't lose here, I have my future depending on my return. He said as blackish-red Ryotsu exploded out of him like a cocoon wrapping around him. Around him, swords similar to Tensa Zanjetsu started to form from the same Riryoku that make up the Getsuga Tensho. Soon enough there were at least 20 surrounding him and Haribel as she looked on in confusion. Sukaken, Moon Shadow Blade. Naruto said softly. All Haribel knew next was that every blade flew at her, cutting her to pieces and stabbing her from all directions before she could so much as think of moving. A minute later and Haribel was seen almost bent over, breathing hard. Her clothing had been practically ripped to shreds, and blood was pouring out of her fast. Despite the tense situation, Naruto couldn't help but admire her body, against his own will of course. Boys will be boys after all. You're stronger than I thought you would be, Haribel said through pants of breath. But, I've tested you enough, she said, confusing Naruto. Tested me? He asked with a frown. I was sent here to see what you were capable of. I see now, you are much stronger than I thought you would be. As soon as she finished talking, she swiped her hand through the air, causing the very fabric of space to rip open, revealing a black void. Farewell, Naruto Namikaze. I hope in the future, we are able to finish this battle, she said before she stepped through it and vanishing with the void collapsing a moment later. So, there's a traitor in Soul Society, and whoever it is wants to know how strong I am. I can't tell anyone about this. I know for a fact there are some I can trust with my life. But this information is too dangerous. If whoever is after me finds out I leaked everything about today, then they may retaliate. I need proof, he thought to himself with a sigh as he started to walk back. I wonder if I'll become a Taicho even though she ran. It wasn't long after until he finally made it to the gates of the Seireiti when his fatigue, stress and injuries caught up to him. Especially since he had never had to fight so hard before. It was a change in what he was used to. He was just barely able to make out Jidenbu when he blacked out. Seireiti Yanbantai. Sogo Kyugo Sumesho, the coordinated relief station. Groggy eyes started to open before shutting again at the blinding white light that seemed to reflect off all the white walls. White walls. Damn it, I'm in the freaking hospital. Opening his eyes once more, he was able to see more clearly, and indeed he was in a hospital. Feeling a weight on his right hand, he turned to see Yoruichi gripping his hand while sleeping with her head on his arm. He couldn't help the small chuckle as he saw the drool coming out of her mouth. Moving around a bit, he accidentally woke up Yoruichi, who rubbed her eyes and stretched exactly like a cat before looking up to see Naruto with an amused expression on his face. "Naruto-kun," she exclaimed before glomping him in a hug and kissing him with so much passion he was almost knocked out again. "You keep doing that, and this bed will be used for something else," he said with a chuckle, making her blush. "You really think I care right now?" she asked with a raised eyebrow. Naruto chuckled and shook his head at his lover. "How long have I been out?" he asked with a sigh while sitting up. "A few days," Yoruichi said. "You weren't really injured, but you were definitely fatigued from the fighting." "I'm not really surprised, to be honest. We could feel the fighting from all the way over here. You're much stronger than I remember," she said with pride, making Naruto chuckle. "I've never had a reason to go all out before," Naruto admitted with a small sigh. "Well, you definitely meet the requirements for Taicho," Yoruichi told him with a smile. "Yes, he does," a voice said from the doorway. Both looked over to see Unohana stood there with her usual smile on her face. "Unohana Taicho." They both greeted with a smile. "I expected you to be out for a couple more days, Naruto-kun," she said as she came forward to check on him. After a moment she stepped back. "Well, everything is fine, and you're perfectly healthy. Get dressed. The Sotecho has called for a meeting. You're to attend as well," she said. "Understood," Naruto said with a nod. "I'll make sure he gets there," Yoruichi said with a smile. "Good," Unohana said as she walked back to the door and paused. "Oh, and if you plan on doing something, be quick," she said and left with a smirk on her face. "Do you think?" Naruto left the question hanging in the air. Yoruichi blinked before shaking her head. "Well, they do all know about us now," she also trailed before shrugging. "Well, I better get dressed anyway," Naruto said as he looked around before finding his clothes folded up in the corner and Zangetsu resting against the side. Getting out of bed, he went over to clothes and noticed he seemed more relaxed in his walking than he usually did. Shrugging that fact off, he quickly got changed, fully aware that Yoruichi had been watching the entire time. "Soifon was worried about you, by the way," she said while eyeing up his body as he got changed. "I can also tell she likes you as well. And not just as a friend," she said with a grin. "Oh," Naruto said with a grin. Yoruichi chuckled and shook her head. "She also knows about us now. So I was thinking," she paused as she walked behind Naruto and wrapped her arms around his waist. "Why don't we bring her into the fold? It could be fun," she suggested with a smirk. "Are you sure?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. "Of course, I know you have a big heart and you will end up loving more than just me." She paused to turn him around while she had a grin on her face. "But that's more fun for me. I love you and nothing will change. The fact that you may also love other women in the future doesn't bother me whatsoever, because I know you would treat us fairly," she said before bringing her arms around his neck to kiss him. "You're amazing, you know that," Naruto said with a chuckle. "I suppose we better get to that meeting then, huh?" he asked with a sigh. "Yup," she said before dragging him off. Ichibantai Meeting Hall. They soon arrived to the meeting to see all Taichos and Fukutechos stood at attention. Yamamoto banged his cane on the floor as soon as everyone was in place. "Now that everyone is here, we can start." Naruto Namikaze, Fukutaicho of the Nibantai, step in the center of the room. He ordered Naruto, who took a breath before walking to the center. "I didn't kill the Vasto Lord," Naruto told them honestly. "Before I had the chance, she escaped through a garganta." Shinji asked, surprised. "Yeah, the Vasto Lord was a female, a damn strong one at that," Naruto explained. "I didn't realize they had genders," Love commented. "Well, it was kind of hard not to notice that she was a female," Naruto said with a scratch of the back of his head. Several Taichos chuckled at that while Yoruichi smirked. "I understand you used your Bankai?" Jinrei asked with a curious look. Of course he knew he had. He had felt the heavy Ryotsu from his own division and he could also tell it was stronger than the first time he had seen it. "Yes, if I hadn't, I would be dead right now," Naruto admitted with a shrug. Before anyone else spoke, Yamamoto slammed his cane, getting everyone's attention. "Naruto Namikaze, congratulations on passing your test. He congratulated surprising most LF the Taichos and especially Naruto. But I didn't kill the Vasto Lord, she fled, Naruto said in confusion. That doesn't matter. The fact is that you forced it to flee and yet you sustained little injuries. You are fully qualified for being a Taicho. That's why as of now, you are the Taicho of the Jubentai, effective immediately, he exclaimed, making Naruto's eyes widen for a second before he saw Yoruichi walking over to him with a haori. Yoruichi walked behind him and placed the haori on him as he put his arms through the holes. Yoruichi patted his shoulders and smirked. Welcome to the club, Naruto-kun, she said before walking back to her spot. Naruto looked at his haori to admire it. It was sleeveless, allowing his arms to show off his biceps considering he wore arm sleeves. It was also ragged, looking similar to Zaraki's haori, and he found it suited him perfectly. I like it, Naruto said with a grin. Looking back at the Soteicho, he gave a small bow. I'll do my best to serve the Soul Society as the Taicho of the Jubentai. I have no doubt about it, Yamamoto said with a nod and small smile. Dismissed, he shouted, ending the meeting. Yoruichi walked up to Naruto and slung an arm around him. Well, let's go celebrate your promotion. Kazuki came up on the other side of Naruto with a grin. I agree with Yoruichi-san. Let's not waste such an opportunity, he said with a chuckle. Naruto chuckled and shook his head before looking at the other Taichos. You guys can come too if you like. Shinji grinned. Of course, as if I'd pass up an opportunity to get drunk. I'm with you there, Kiraku said with a chuckle before he was smacked by his Fukutaicho. Baka, you drink enough as it is, Lisa said with a groan as she palmed her face. Ah, come on Lisa-chan, drink, Naruto said as he appeared beside her and slung his arm over, making her blush slightly. If you come get a drink, I promise you'll have lots of fun, he said with a grin. Lisa smirked at Naruto while thinking of how to get him drunk. Fine, but you owe me, she said with a small glare over her glasses. Yes, ma'am, Naruto said with a small bow while smirking. And like that, Naruto's journey of being a Taicho started. 30 years later, it had been 30 years since Naruto became a Taicho, and things couldn't be better. After they had gone to get a drink after he had been named Taicho, he as well as every other person who went got drunk to the point that everything went hazy. So it was a major surprise when he woke up the next day in his bed with Yoruichi and Lisa Yadamaru, as naked as the day they were born. It seemed that she did get what she wanted after all. What came more of a surprise, however, was that when they both woke up they acted like nothing was strange. Well, it became clearer when Yoruichi told him it was her idea, since Lisa always wanted to have with the blonde. After that they had repeated the night's activities so that he could actually remember it. Ever since then they had repeat performances, either with both of them or with one of them. Neither actually minded. Sometime along the way Lisa had developed deeper feelings for the blonde, which surprised him since he hadn't seen her as the type at first. Either way he couldn't complain. He had two women who loved him and he loved them back. Not long after that he had confronted Soifon after a spar. He had told Yoruichi he would confront her after all, and she had agreed and told him, "Give me the details, she always strikes me as a kinky one." He couldn't deny that claim, as he too thought it sometimes. It always was he quite ones after all. So, he confronted her, and when she eventually told him the truth, he kissed her, making her pass out from shock, much to his amusement. After she had reawoken he had told her what Yoruichi said about sharing as well as the situation with Lisa. She had been so happy about being with Naruto that she jumped him right there and turned their sparring into a more vigorous form of exercise. Since then, Naruto, Yoruichi, Soifon and Lisa had created some sort of harem with each other. Naruto himself had become stronger in the years, creating techniques for his Bankai as well for his sealed form, so that he didn't always have to resort to going to Shikai and Bankai to actually do something. It also helped that he had learned many things from Yoruichi herself, especially her own personal techniques. In the past few years, however, he had gained an apprentice. Someone said to be the best prodigy in the academy, who had made short work of it and not long after entered the Gotei 13 as his Fukutaicho. At first he hadn't been too sure of assigning someone so young that position, but after seeing how strong he was and the maturity, he knew the young man would become great and he was going to help him. His name was Toshiro Hitsuguya. He was without a doubt a prodigy. He already knew his Shikai from finding it out in the academy, which helped him graduate earlier. He had been recruited by his third seat Rangaku Matsumoto, who at the time acted as more of a fukutaicho as well as a good friend who liked to drink a lot. Once again, he didn't mind. A drinking partner was nice to have. Even to this day, Rangaku would act as a secondary fukutaicho since she knew the division almost more than himself. Jubantai training ground, come on Shiro-chan. Naruto shouted to his apprentice with a grin on his face. Toshiro was 4 feet 4 inches with turquoise eyes and short, spiked, white hair which he found to suit the young man. He wore the standard shiakusho as well as having a green sash around his shoulders, held together by a round clip. The sash held his Zanpakuto's sheath in place on his back and was tied to it at either end. His Zanpakuto was like a normal katana with the exception of the guard, which was in the shape of a 4-pointed bronze-colored star. Its hilt was light blue and sheath dark blue. The sword was somewhat longer than most Zanpakuto, at about 1.4 meters long, making it taller than Hitsugaya, preventing him from wearing it at the hip. Toshiro was what one would call mature for his age, overly mature sometimes. He hated it when people were acting childish or being referred to as a child, as he always wanted to be seen as an adult. Naruto found it funny seeing as Toshiro was just over a century old and yet had the appearance of a child. He never let him forget it though. "Stop calling me that," Toshiro growled at his sensei with a tick mark above his head. "You know, you need to lighten up some more," Naruto said as he knocked a Kido spell to the side with his hand. "Maybe you should hang out with Rangaku-chan," he advised, making Toshiro grit his teeth. "As if I'd hang out with her. All she does is drink and joke about," Toshiro exclaimed. "Exactly, she has fun, and we have a lot of time for that now. Don't waste it by being serious all of the time," Naruto said with a sigh. Toshiro sighed before calming down slightly and holding his hand out towards Naruto. "Hado no Sanjuichi. Shakuho. Way of Destruction number 31. Red Fire Cannon." A less than medium-sized ball of red fire shot from his hand towards Naruto, who just stood there calmly before he also raised his hand. "Hado no Ichi. Sho. Way of Destruction number 1. Thrust. An invisible force shot from his hand and blasted the fireball into nothingness as if it was never there. "Damn it. Why can't I do it?" Toshiro growled out in frustration while clenching his fists. "Because you're not calm," Naruto said seriously. "You're trying to force it out of you and getting frustrated at the same time. Instead of trying to force it out of you, you need to be calm, focus and be one with the spell. Act as if the Riryoku is one with you and not a separate being," Naruto instructed. Holding out his hand, he aimed it at a dummy by a wall. "Hado no Sanjuichi. Shakuho. Way of Destruction number 31. Red Fire Cannon." The fireball that came out of his hand demolished the poor dummy and scorched the back of the wall. "Control how much Riryoku you use, make it so it's the right amount, not too much and not too less," he said and stepped forward. Toshiro sighed and did as his sensei instructed. Closing his eyes, he lifted his hand up and felt all of his muscles and bones relax. "Hado no Sanjuichi. Shakuho. Way of Destruction number 31. Red Fire Cannon." Opening his eyes, he witnessed the results, which were another demolished dummy and also a gaping hole in the wall behind it. Naruto grinned as he stepped beside his student. "Not bad, someday you'll be able to surpass me," he said, ruffling his hair. Toshiro, despite himself, couldn't help but smile slightly at the praise. "Now let's carry on." 2 hours later, both sensei and apprentice were lying down on the soft grass looking up at the sky as the clouds passed them by. They had just finished their training and were simply relaxing in the sun, enjoying the peaceful air. "Naruto-sensei," Toshiro said, getting his attention, "why do we fight hollows?" Naruto blinked at the question before chuckling. "What did the academy tell you?" "That hollows were souls that experienced pain after they had died until the point they became hollows and then hunted normal souls to satisfy their own hunger, and that we kill them to protect the human world," Toshiro said as he turned his head to look at his sensei. I suppose in a way that's right, but also wrong. Hollows are just like any creature, they get hungry, they hunt and they feed. We're no different, neither are humans. Humans will kill animals, innocent animals, because they want food. It's a natural thing for all animals to hunt for food. In my time as a Shinigami, I've met hollows who don't like to fight, either because they are afraid or because they simply don't like to fight. But other hollows, they have no choice but to fight, to feed and live," I suppose the reason we fight and kill hollows is because we mean to protect the human souls, although I know some Shinigami try not to think about whether or not it's the right thing to do because it can get you killed. He explained to his student. Did you know some hollows see us as the evil people? Because we kill their kind simply because they get hungry? They do? Toshiro asked in shock. Yup. It would be like killing a farmer, simply because he kills animals to eat. There are too many rights and wrongs in the world that in a way they don't make sense anymore. Why do you kill hollows? Toshiro asked with a curious glance. Naruto blinked at the question before sighing. Because, despite the fact that some aren't evil, there are those that are and they enjoy killing humans and eating souls. I do it, to protect the ones I love. Naruto told him. Just remember, they're no different from us and humans, just a different race of beings. Naruto further explained. I can relate after all. Toshiro thought it over in his head before giving a nod. Thank you, Naruto-sensei, he said sincerely. No problem, kid. I'm not a kid. That night Rukongai Forest. Screams of men and women were heard as they grabbed their throats as if they were being choked by some invisible force. Suddenly a white substance was forced out of their mouths, nose and even ears until there was nothing left of the body itself, leaving their clothes to drop to the floor. 3 figures viewed the proceedings with interest. I see. An ordinary soul can't contain the prototype, one of the figures said. What should we do? Another asked with a slick tone. Should we put a halt to the experiment? The last asked with a deep voice. No, the first said. Let's continue, a little longer. The next morning Seirei. Oh, morning Hiriko. Kazuki greeted Shinji as he walked with Hiyori and Mayuri, his third seat, who seemed too creepy for anyone likes. I keep telling you to call me Shinji. Shinji complained with a frown. You're such a pain. He sighed before turning to Mayuri, who just seemed depressed. Good morning, Mayuri. And I've told you to be formal and call me Kuretsuchi. You're so disagreeable. What a pain. Shinji muttered. He then turned to Kazuki with a serious face. Oh, did you hear? Hear what? Kazuki asked with a tilt of his head. Before Shinji could answer, he was kicked in the back by Hiyori, who had a pissed-off look. Ouch! What was that for Hiyori? Shinji exclaimed as he sat himself up from the ground. You didn't say hi to me, she complained with a frown. Why should I say hi to you? 'Cause it's polite. You can't just say hi to everyone else and not. I don't care, I'm a Taicho and you're a Fuku Taicho. You can't tell me what to do, Shinji shouted childishly. The next few minutes were of Shinji shouting out in pain as he was beaten to the ground. So you're a Hara Taicho, Aizen said, who had been with Shinji from the start. Have you heard? Heard what? Kazuki asked with a clueless look. About the series of strange deaths in Rukongai. That's what I was going to ask him, Shinji exclaimed from the ground. Nice follow, Sosuke. Strange deaths? Kazuki asked. Well, Shinji asked. About a month ago, residents of Rukongai started disappearing. No one's sure why, he said with a frown. Disappearing? Kazuki asked with a serious look. Going somewhere, you mean? Are you retarded or something? Idiot, if that's what I'd meant, that's what I would have said. If that's the case, why would we care about the reason? That's their prerogative, Shinji said with a bored look. This is a different case of disappearing. They disappear without leaving a trace, leaving only their clothes behind, he said, making Kazuki's eyes widen. If you die and become a spirit, your clothes disappear too. They didn't die. While still living, they were unable to maintain human form and were annihilated. That's the only possible explanation. Unable to maintain human form while still living, Kazuki asked with a quizzical look. Shinji shrugged. Sorry. I'm just repeating what Hana Taicho told me. I don't understand it. Anyway, it's under investigation right now, by the Kubantai, he explained. Naruto, who was relaxing on a building close by, frowned hearing what Shinji said. What the hell is happening? It sounds like hollowification. He paused in his thoughts and looked down at Aizen specifically, who was readjusting his glasses, though he could see something else when he looked at Aizen, as if there were 2 people instead of 1. What are you up to, Sosuke? Aizen? Sighing, he got up and vanished in a shunpo. Rukongai Kensai, Mashiro, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th seats. What do you mean unknown Kensai? Mashiro asked, whined to her Taicho. Shut up. Unknown means unknown. Quit complaining about it, Kensai shouted at his Fuku Taicho. But why? If the reason's unknown, how come you have to go? She whined with a pout. To try and find out what's going on. But the vanguard went, 10 of them. Why can't you just wait for their report? You just want to go. Just as Kensai went to attack her, his subordinates grabbed him before he could. Taicho. Calm down, Taicho. That's how she always is. When did I say you could come with me anyway? Kensai shouted at the green-haired girl. There's no need for you. Go home. Shit and go to bed, idiot. HMPH. I'm your Fuku Taicho, so I have to follow you. I'm not a dummy, Kensai. You're the dummy, she shouted, making Kensai twitch. Taicho. One of his men shouted as he saw Kensai move to hit the girl. Before they could, however, she dropped to the ground crying. I'm sick of this. I'm hungry. I want ohagi, the kind covered in soybean flour. What should I do, Taicho? One of his men asked as he looked at the crying girl. Leave her alone, he ordered before stopping when he heard a wail. A hollow's wail. Turning around, he saw a giant hollow chasing down several children. A hollow. It's huge. Holding his Zanpakuto out, wind started to spin around him, cutting the ground up before it honed in on his Zanpakuto. Futobase. Tachikaze. Blow it away. Earth-severing wind. Wind blew around him like a sharp blade, cutting up the ground as his sword transformed into a combat knife with a bronze guard. Light purple hilt wrapping in the center of the hilt. A gray leather grip, and a small ring on the guard's blunt side. Slashing his Zanpakuto forward, multiple blades of wind flew from it, cutting the ground up as it made its way to the hollow and slicing it to pieces in seconds. Sighing, he resealed his Zanpakuto and carried on walking, while a young boy with spiky black hair watched in awe as the man walked away. Kensai, Mashiro's shouted as she ran up to him. What now? He asked as he turned around to see her holding up a shiakusho. I found these over by the bushes, 10 of them, she shouted to him while holding the shiakusho up. Kensai went wide-eyed, hearing that before turning to one of his subordinates. Contact Central. We have our first Shinigami victims in the disappearing soul case. Yes, sir. Todo. There may be some sort of pathogen causing the souls to break down. Send a request to the Junabantai for a researcher. Yes, sir. Kasek. Have those on standby to get us a tent. We're camping here tonight. If they're after the Shinigami, eventually they'll head for Seirei. We have to stop them before they can reach it. Yes, sir. Get going, he ordered, making the 4-seated officers vanish. What about me? Mashiro asked. We're going to search the area, follow me. That night, Seirei, emergency meeting. Emergency meeting. All Taichos, please gather immediately in the ICHIBANTAI quarters. A booming voice rung out through all of Seirei, making the Taichos wonder what had happened. There has been an emergency with the Kubantai. We can't get a soul signal from Muguruma Taichoor Kuna Fuku Taicho of the Kubantai. This is an emergency. Junabantai Kazuki, with wide panicked eyes, ran into his main lab. Where's Hiyori? He asked frantically, since he knew Hiyori had been sent to where Kensai was. By his orders, no less. One of the female scientists looked up. She just left, she said, making Kazuki wide-eyed. Turning around, he ran out. I should have gone. It shouldn't have come to this. I should have gone instead. Ichibantai meeting hall. This is an emergency. Yamamoto's voice boomed out to all of the Taichos gathered. According to the reports from the Kubantai vanguard that were on standby, Muguruma Taicho and Kuna Fuku Taicho of the same division disappeared from their encampment along with 6 others. The reason is unknown. Until we have a better hypothesis, assume the worst. As of yesterday, this was nothing more than another incident in Rukongai, but now the pride of the Gotei 13 depends on getting to the bottom of it. For this reason, I will choose 5 Taichos to investigate the scene of the disappearance. He was unable to continue as Kazuki barged through the doors. You're late, Kazuki Urahara. Kazuki panted as he tried to get his breathing in order. Please, let me go, he begged, getting everyone attention. No, Yamamoto denied almost immediately. My Fuku Taicho is heading to the camp, Kazuki. Yoruichi shouted, getting his attention. You're pathetic. Get a hold of yourself, she shouted as she turned to look at him. You sent her yourself, didn't you? Don't you get that losing composure like this is insulting to her? She asked, making him wide-eyed. Naruto from his position sighed, knowing he was going to have to do something soon. Is this the traitor's work? There's something big going on and I don't like it. I hate to accuse my comrades, but I can't help but think this has something to do with whatever's happening with Sosuke Aizen, but he's just a Fukutaicho, isn't he? Then how could he get with everything? Or am I simply trying to make excuses just to have someone to blame? To continue, Sanbentai Taicho, Rojiro Itoribashi, Gobantai Taicho, Shinji Hiriko, Nanabantai Taicho, Love Akawa. You three head to the compound. Nibantai Taicho, Yoruichi Shiwan standby for further orders. Rokubantai Taicho, Jinrei Kuchiki. Hachibantai Taicho, Shunsui Kiraku. Jubantai Taicho Naruto Namikaze. Juichibantai Taicho, Zaraki Kenpachi and Jushanbantai Taicho, Jashiro Yukitaki, guard Seirei. Just as everyone was about to follow his orders, Naruto stepped forward. Sorry, but I'm going as well, he said with a serious face to let them know he wasn't joking. Yamamoto looked at the blonde with narrowed eyes. You will follow my orders. His voice boomed across the walls as everyone watched the interaction and flinched as both of their Ryotsu rose up as if challenging one another. No, I won't, Naruto said, stunning everyone, and I wasn't asking, I was telling you I'm going as well, he said with a firmer voice. Naruto, Yoruichi whispered in shock, never having seen him like this. Clearly there was more happening than even she understood, and Naruto was going alone, again. If she could slap him right now, she would. If you are disobeying my command, you will be arrested immediately, Yamamoto said as his Ryotsu started to build up. Naruto shook his head. I'm not going as a Taicho, he paused to take his Haori off, further shocking everyone. I'm going as a friend. Kensai and Mashiro may well be dead, or dying, and Hiyori-chan is on her way there right now. Even if I have to forfeit my position as a Taicho, I'm going, and not even your great power will stop me. Goodbye. And like that, he vanished in a crimson flash before anyone could do anything to stop him, while everyone's eyes followed his Haori as it floated to the ground. Yamamoto sighed, feeling his age getting to him. Yanbantai Taicho, Retsu Unohana, prepare the relief station for casualties. Wait a minute, sir, Retsu said. Wouldn't it be better for me to tend to the wounded there? I can't send healers out without knowing what the situation is like. I'll send others instead. Just then there was a knock on the large doors. Come in. Tessai Tsukabishi, Hashijin Yushoda. Jashiro commented as two people walked through the doorway. I haven't seen you two out and about in a long time. Tessai wore the standard Shinigami robes with an ornate dark blue robe with a large upturned collar and the symbol of the Kido Corps on it. He also carried a shakuho. His hairstyle was corn-rolled but was styled into little horns, while he had a mustache that was longer than normal. Hashijin wore a long purple mantle over standard Shinigami robes, and his hair was styled into two small horns with black tips, and he had the emblem of the Kido Corps in the center. It's an honor, good to see you, Shunsui said with a tip of his straw hat. I assume you two heard the news. I want you two to head to the camp, Yamamoto ordered. As you wish, Hashijin said with a nod. Yes sir, Tessai said. Before they could go, however, Shunsui spoke up. Yama-jii, excuse me, but don't you think it's a bad idea to send both out when we don't know what's happening? Then what do you suggest? Yamamoto asked. Send my Fukutaicho instead. Are you going to call her now? Jashiro asked in shock. Shunsui grinned and gave a nod. Yep, hey Lisa-chan. He shouted to one of the windows where Lisa Yadamaru popped up at. What? She asked, making the Taicho's sweat drop. There. Shunsui said with a smug grin before looking at the woman. I told you not to eavesdrop on Taicho meetings. What do you want me to do? It's human nature to be curious about secrets, she complained. Speaking about secrets, what the hell was with Naruto before? Did you hear? Shunsui asked. Yes, will you do it? Of course. Then get to it, Shunsui said while getting a nod as the woman vanished. Have it your way, Yamamoto said with a sigh. We don't see this sort of situation often. Shunsui while glancing at Tessai. I just want my Fukutaicho to get a bit of experience, have some sympathy. She may not look it, but she's strong. So can I trust you to step aside, Kido Taicho? He asked. I don't mind, I'll accept your offer and take a break, Tessai said as he left the room. Yamamoto slammed his cane on the ground. Rojiro Itoribashi, Shinji Hiriko, Love Aikawa, Hashijin Yushoda, Lisa Yadamaru and Naruto Namikaze. You six will form a special squad to investigate the soul disappearances, he ordered. Naruto, what the hell are you doing? Yoruichi thought to herself in worry. As Shunsui walked to the doors, he stopped by Kazuki and placed his hand on his shoulder. Don't worry about Hiyori, she's strong, not as strong as my Lisa, but don't worry. Besides, with Naruto-kun going after her, she'll be more than safe, he said as he carried on walking. Kazuki looked at his back with a frown. I have no doubt in Naruto's abilities, but he knows more about this than he's letting on. Could he know about holification? Shaking his head, he turned to look at Yoruichi, who looked just as worried as he was. Only she was worried about losing the person she loves. 10 minutes ago, Jubentai. I wish things weren't coming to this. Naruto muttered as he appeared in his office. Sighing, he walked to his desk and opened a drawer. Reaching in, he pulled out a letter that he had prepared for times of emergency when he wasn't sure if he was coming back. I'll give this to Soifon just in case. Walking from his desk, he walked over to a wall, pulled away a photo of the division, bit his thumb to make it bleed and wiped it across the wall where a glowing seal appeared. The wall lit up until it died down, revealing a safe. Opening the safe, he reached in to pull out multiple scrolls of jutsu, Kido and fighting styles he created. He couldn't let these fall into the wrong hands. I know for a fact, I won't be coming back here, not if I have to reveal my hollow abilities. Vanishing in a shunpo, he quickly made his way to Soifon's quarters. Nibantai. Soifon's quarters appearing just outside. A moment later, he slid the door open and walked in. Looking around, he found Soifon lying in her bed sleeping peacefully. Walking up to the bed, he leant down to stroke her hair. I'm sorry, Soifon-chan, but I doubt I'll see you again for a long time, he said as she unconsciously pushed her head into his hand. I love you, he said before kissing her lightly on the lips, and despite being asleep she seemed to reciprocate before he broke it off. Naruto, he heard her mumble as she rolled over in her sleep with a smile on her face. Walking over to her desk, he placed a scroll on it with a message to her. He didn't want to leave her abruptly without any notice. He knew the feeling of being abandoned and he couldn't do that to the girl. But seeing the situation, the least he could do is say goodbye. As soon as he placed it down, he quickly vanished, which caused the backdraft to roll the scroll open. Dear Soifon, when you read this, I'll most likely not be in Soul Society any longer. I can't go into the details because it's too dangerous right now. But I want you to be careful from now on. Not everything is as it seems within the Soul Society. There are things about me that I've been keeping a secret from everyone because I knew that if anyone knew I would be banished or worse, executed. I know you may feel abandoned by my leaving, and for that I am sorry, but I couldn't take you with me. You have a far greater destiny in the Godlike 13, and I know you'll make me proud as well as Yoruichi. Grow strong and live your life. Hopefully one day we may see each other again, but after tonight I don't know what will happen. Don't dwell on the what ifs in the future. Just simply live, grow stronger, and for my sakes, be happy. Love, Naruto Namikaze, Jubentai Taicho. However, what he didn't expect was for Yoruichi to find the message first. 6th District Forest of Western Fugai. Hiyori was running as fast as she could through the forest in hopes of getting to the camp as soon as she could. She had no idea about anything that had happened there other than the fact they needed a researcher. Just as she was about to get into an opening, a massive fist came down upon her. Her eyes widened in fear as it was close to killing her until she was suddenly lifted off of the ground, and a rush of wind later she had been moved elsewhere. Blinking to get a better bearing of where she was, she looked around before realizing she was being held by muscular arms. Looking up, she came face to face with Naruto Namikaze, who was looking ahead. Namikaze Taicho, she said in confusion. Naruto was the only Taicho she actually called Taicho. Why she did it, no one knew but her. What are you doing here? She asked in confusion. Naruto glanced down at the girl in his arms before looking back up. Kensai, he's turned, he said, confusing the girl until she looked up to see a monstrous sight. Kensai Mugaruma was hunched over with armored hands and skeletal feet, with a number of thick cylindrical protrusions on his back and forearms. A mask was on his face that resembled a flat hockey face guard with 6 slit eye holes arranged in 2 columns. It had 3 extensions on either side which covered the sides and back of his head. Just then, Shinji, Lisa, Love and Rose appeared to see Naruto, and what they could only guess was Kensai glaring at each other. Naruto, what's going on? Shinji asked in confusion. Naruto looked over at them before he used Shunpo to appear in front of them. Handing Hiyori to Shinji, he said, "We don't have a lot of time. Kensai is becoming like a hollow. I don't know how, but he's going under something called hollowification, a Shinigami gaining the abilities of a hollow. However, he seemed to be forced into it and his body is rejecting it," he said with a sigh as Kensai howled into the sky. "How can we reverse it?" Lisa asked with wide eyes. "Reversing it is impossible," Naruto said with a sad sigh as he lifted his hand to his face. "However, we can beat it out of him by knocking him unconscious." "How do we do that? And how do you know so much?" Rose asked with a raised eyebrow. Naruto sighed once more. "Because I've already gone through what he is when I was back in my realm. Well, I don't know what I am, but I have hollow powers. I kept it a secret because I knew I would be exiled or killed. But now, I have to do whatever I can to stop someone going through what I have." And just like that, he swiped his hand over his face, which summoned a mask as well as a hell of a lot of hollow Ryotsu. The mask looked like a menacing skull that had 4 thick black stripes that appeared to emerge outwards from the narrowed eyeholes of his mask and either disappeared into both sides of the lower jaw or traveled past the very top of the mask itself. Naruto's sclera turned completely black and his irises a liquid topaz. "Stay back," Naruto said in a voice that seemed like it was static imbued. "Naruto," Lisa whispered in shock at seeing Naruto's mask, but glad he had control. "I'm sorry you had to see me like this, but Kensai would kill us if I didn't." "Are you sure you can take him?" Love asked with a raised brow, willing to trust the blonde as he was now. Naruto chuckled. "I don't have much of a choice, do I?" Looking ahead, he was able to see as Kensai appeared in front of him with a punch. Lifting his hand, he caught the punch but was unprepared for the shockwave it caused as the ground behind them broke up, as well as under them. "You're a tough bastard, even before the mask," Naruto growled out. Using his own enhanced strength, he kicked Kensai in the stomach. "Hando, kick," he said as Kensai was sent flying across the ground. Running forward, he jumped up above Kensai and spun around extremely fast before bringing his leg down hard. Jakura, Sparrow Net. As his foot made contact with Kensai, the entire area exploded as rocks were sent flying from the point of impact. Naruto backflipped out of the smoke to view the damage done. "Damn," Shinji said with wide eyes at what just a kick could do. "That training with Yoruichi sure paid off, huh?" Lisa said with awe. "Guys, be careful, I don't see Mashiro anywhere," Naruto warned them, making them more alert. However, Naruto was unable to do anything else as he was struck in the face and blown through multiple trees and ending in a loud explosion. Kensai, seemingly satisfied with his attack, looked up and roared to the heavens. "Hado no Nanajuichi. Soren Shakuho. Way of Destruction 71. Twin shot of red fire." Naruto's voice echoed through the clearing. A second later, a barrage of small fireballs were launched from the tree line on Kensai's position, hitting him and the area around him. Naruto soon appeared in front of the group once more, eyeing the spot Kensai was stood at before, holding his hand in that direction. "Hado no Yanju-san. Awai Shugeki. Way of Destruction number 43. Light crash." Multiple balls of yellow Riryoku fired from his hand and struck Kensai's spot, or rather where he hoped he still was. However, as Naruto looked through the smoke, he could see a red light appearing, making him wide-eyed. Looking behind him, he could see everyone still there. "Shit. Acero of all things. The only thing I can do is block it, or fire my own. Then again, that might cause just as much damage." Sighing, he held his arms out ready while gathering Riryoku to reinforce his strength. "Shit. Is that Acero?" Hiyori asked, seeing the red light getting brighter. "Yeah, but what's Naruto doing?" Lisa asked with a frown. "He's going to block it," Shinji said with a grimace. "What?" Lisa asked in shock. "Is he insane?" She asked them before looking at Naruto. "Oi, Blondie, if that kills you, we're never having again," she shouted, making everyone else bug-eyed as well as making Naruto trip over his own feet while standing still. What went through the others' thoughts though had nothing to do with the battle. Yoruichi, and Lisa. He's freaking Kami. A moment later and a large beam of red Riryoku were fired upon the group, where Naruto caught it in his bare hands but was then pushed back slightly. Keeping his footing, he found the beam to be overpowering him slightly, making him wide-eyed as he saw the Sero pulse before there was an explosion that swallowed Naruto whole. To the entire group it looked like he was vaporized from the beam. Naruto. Shit. Is that a Sero? Hiyori asked, seeing the red light getting brighter. Yeah, but what's Naruto doing? Lisa asked with a frown.
He's going to block it, Shinji said with a grimace.
What? Lisa asked in shock. Is he insane? She asked them before looking at Naruto. Oi, Blondie, if that kills you, we're never having again. She shouted, making everyone else bug-eyed and sweat drop, as well as making Naruto trip over his own feet while standing still. What went through the others' thoughts though had nothing to do with the battle. Yoruichi, and Lisa. He's freaking Kami. A moment later and a large beam of red Riryoku were fired upon the group, where Naruto caught it in his bare hands but was then pushed back slightly. Keeping his footing, he found the beam to be overpowering him slightly, making him wide-eyed as he saw the Sero pulse before there was an explosion that swallowed him whole. To the entire group it looked like he was vaporized from the beam. Naruto. Now 6th District Forest of Western Fugai. Everyone placed their arms over their faces to shield themselves from the aftermath of the blast, as well as the smoke that had risen and washed over them like an ocean. Eventually the smoke died down so that they could look up at last. What they didn't expect to see, however, was a large crater where Naruto was. Only now inside the crater was no Naruto, only the top of his Shiakusho lay there, scorched. Naruto! Lisa screamed, her eyes wide in panic and horror as her mind kept telling her he was dead. Impossible. Shinji muttered. All of the others were equally shocked at the sight before them. Never in a million years would they have imagined Naruto dying to protect them, killed at the hands of their own comrade. It all seemed like some horror movie, or a very realistic nightmare. Lisa's sorrow quickly turned to anger as she quickly unsheathed her Zanpakuto, its edge glistening in the moonlight, and dove straight for Kensai, who stood there like a wild animal. Lisa! Stop! Rose shouted, seeing the brunette diving towards Kensai. As Lisa came close, Kensai swung at her with his large fists, only for the petite woman to slide under the arm and slice upwards along his chest, causing him to stumble back as a very thin cut appeared on his chest. I don't care if you are still Kensai, I'll kill you. She swore as she backflipped away before Kensai punched the ground, leaving a crater in his wake. Just as Lisa was about to charge again, Kensai appeared in front of her, ready to hit her with all he had. Lisa, using her extreme speed, brought her sword up to block just as Kensai's fist struck it, pushing her back along the ground with her feet digging the very floor up as she tried to stay put. Kensai, even in his wild state, could see Lisa was wide open and swung his free fist at her, intending to take her head off. He was stopped, however, as Love appeared in front of him with his own Zanpakuto drawn. Damn it, Lisa. You shouldn't have just blindly charged in, Love said as he glanced back at her. I'm sorry, it's just that, she trailed off as a few tears ran down her face, making Love sigh. Lisa shook her head and quickly jumped back to get some distance between her and the wild Kensai, while Love pushed back on the man and struck him on the arm, only to cause sparks as the blade slid the arm harmlessly. That only seemed to anger Kensai though, as his Ryatsu skyrocketed amongst his roars, destroying the land with its oppressive force. Love jumped up to the sky to avoid the blast but didn't expect for Kensai to follow as he appeared in front of him, punching him with all he had, blasting the afro-haired man to the ground in an explosion. Lisa flew up at Kensai in an attempt to stop him once again. Swinging at the man, he only dodged it easily. Lisa carried on swinging in the hopes of catching him, but it proved futile as Kensai dodged every single strike with ease. Rose flew up into the sky and dropped down on Kensai with a mighty swing of his Zanpakuto, only for the hollow-fied Kensai to block it with his bare arm like it was nothing. Lisa backflipped and held her arm out at Kensai. Hado no Sanjuichi. Shakuho. Way of Destruction number 31. Red Fire Cannon. A red ball of fire launched from her hand and struck Kensai in his chest, making roar in anger. Kensai knocked Rose to the side before he appeared in front of Lisa and kicked her in the stomach, sending her flying to the ground as blood flew from her mouth. However, before Kensai could do anything, a voice rung out through the open plains. Bakudo no Rokuju-san, Seijo Sabaku. Way of Binding number 63. Locking bondage stripes. A yellow chain materialized out of nowhere behind Kensai and started to twirl around the hollow-feed Taicho before tightening, keeping him bound with his arms behind his back. Everyone looked over to where they heard the voice, only to see Hashijin with his hands in a seal maintaining the spell. What is going on? He demanded in his soft-spoke voice while his eyes narrowed, looking around to see Lisa and Love getting up from their own craters, white minor wounds coating their bodies. Shinji sighed before explaining everything Naruto told him, the fight after it, Naruto's supposed death, and then the rest of the fight. To say Hachi was shocked was an understatement. The fact that something such as a holification could happen to a Shinigami seemed impossible. Before he could form a reply, they all heard Kensai roar, prompting them all to turn to the man as he started to pull himself from the hole his body had made. His arms tightened, veins popping out as he stretched the chains. Impossible, breaking the Bakudo with just pure strength, Hachi muttered in shock. Not a moment later and Kensai had broken through the restraints with a mighty roar before turning his blazing red eyes on the group. Rose flew up to face Kensai, but before he could reach him he heard Lisa shout, "Rose, above you!" Looking up, he was just able to see the heel of a foot as it smashed into his head, sending him spiraling down to the ground. Shinji winced hearing Rose connect with the ground but looked up to see the culprit and his eyes widened. "Mashiro!" he exclaimed, recognizing the green-haired Shinigami, only now she had gone through a similar transformation as Kensai. Her hollow mask had taken the form of a hornet or bee while her legs had gained an insect-like appearance. The usually bubbly girl suddenly flew at Shinji at speeds he didn't think she could be capable of using. Quickly unsheathing his sword, he blocked a kick from Mashiro which sent him skidding back along the ground from the force. Mashiro started kicking Shinji relentlessly, forcing the Gobantai Taicho to keep blocking with his right hand since he was holding Hiyori under his left arm. Each kick was even more powerful than the previous one, pushing him back constantly. Mashiro suddenly jumped back and went in for a stronger kick with Reiatsu wrapped around her foot, but before she could connect, Hachi had already started another spell. Walls of iron sand, a priestly pagoda, glowing ironclad fireflies. Standing upright, silent to the end. Bakudo no Nanajugo. Gochuteken. Way of binding number 75. Quintet of 1 con iron pillars. 5 large pillars fell from the sky and slammed on top of Mashiro. 2 pillars struck her arms, 2 struck her legs, and the last struck her back, smashing her into the ground, holding her down. "Damn, don't you think that was overkill?" Shinji muttered with a little wince. "Judging by Kensai-san's strength, I couldn't risk the same thing happening with Mashiro-san," Hachi explained. "Will she be okay?" Hiyori asked, who was still being held under Shinji's arm. "She shouldn't be too injured," Hachi assured. Suddenly Reiatsu poured out of Mashiro as she screamed, shaking the ground as she did so from the force. Shinji, Hiyori and Hachi watched as cracks started to run along the pillars. "That can't be good," Shinji muttered with a frown. "How?" Hachi asked himself in shock at seeing his spell being destroyed. This should not be, impossible. Suddenly the pillars exploded, sending the remnants everywhere. Mashiro stood up from her spot and faced the trio in a slouched position. Vanishing and reappearing in front of them, she kicked out at Shinji, but before she made contact, a hand had grabbed her ankle and threw her through into the forest, crashing through many trees. Shinji looked up the arm and came face to face Naruto Namikaze. "I thought you died," he said in shock. Naruto chuckled and shook his head. "When I die, it'll be so explosive that no one will ever forget it," he said. He was now topless due to the fact that his upper clothing of his Shihakusho was lying scorched where the Sero had struck. His mask was also gone from his face, leaving him to be his normal self. Naruto looked in the direction of where he threw Mashiro when she suddenly appeared in front of him. Blocking a strong kick from her, he ducked under the next and flipped over another kick while also kicking out and striking her face, which only succeeded in knocking her back slightly. "Damn it. How long is this gonna take? I don't want to draw my sword on you guys," he muttered to himself. In the meantime, Rose had risen from his crater and now he, Love and Lisa were facing Kensai, who just kept growling. How the hell was Naruto able to hold this guy off? Love muttered with a growl. Naruto was one of the strongest Taichos, even stronger than Kensai, Rose said with a chuckle. The guy only ever used Bankai once since coming to Soul Society, and that was only against the Vasto Lord. Suddenly Kensai appeared in front of them with green Riryoku swimming around his fist as he punched the ground, causing a large explosion that blew the 3 Shinigami away. Before the Shinigami could do anything, Kensai appeared in front of Love with a fist infused with Riryoku before punching forward. Love immediately blocked with his Zanpakudo but was sent flying back into a tree. Lisa gritted her teeth before turning to Rose. I'm gonna try and cut his tendons, you go for his right, I'll go for his left, she said. All right. Rose shouted as he charged at Kensai on his left, swinging his sword at Kensai's right. The man blocked it with his armored arm while Lisa attacked on the other side only to have Kensai swing his arm out in a block.
Kensai then grabbed them both and threw them away over to where Naruto and his group were. Just as Lisa was about to smack into a tree, she was picked out of the air by familiar strong arms. Wow, Lisa-chan, flying right into my arms. Looking up, she saw Naruto holding her in his arms with a grin.
"And Naruto?" she asked in shock since she had been too busy fighting Kensai. "The one and only." Naruto as he put Lisa down. Turning to where Kensai was, he saw him ready for anything. Looking around, he noticed everyone was together. "Hachi, do you have anything to restrain Kensai?" he asked large man. "Yes, but for it to work I need to be able to target him directly," Hachi said with a worried look. "So you need one of us to hold him tight?" Shinji asked with a raised eyebrow. "Yes, more or else," Hachi answered. "I'll do it," Naruto said, stepping forward to face Kensai. "You guys be ready just in case I fail." Lifting his hands to his face, he spoke one last time. "We only have one shot at this, don't mess up." And with that he summoned his mask once again, causing the air to be saturated with a stronger hollow Ryotsu. Vanishing from his spot, he appeared behind Kensai and grabbed him around the waist. Acting fast, he placed his hand in a seal. "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu," he said as two more clones appeared to grab Kensai's arms from moving. He found it difficult as Kensai was slowly overpowering him with his brute strength. "Now Hachi," his demonic voice shouted across the field. Bakudo no Kyuju, Part 1. Kin, Way of Binding number 99, Part 1. Seal, Hachi said as he clapped his hands together. Spiritual fabric appeared behind Kensai and wrapped around his arm, tied with iron shafts. Naruto jumped back just as more spiritual fabric latched onto the man and wrapped around his body before four different sections latched onto the ground with iron shafts pinned into them and dragged Kensai to the ground face first. Shinji whistled and looked at Hachi. "Damn. You did a level 90 Bakudo without incantation. That's badass," he said with awe. "It was a bit of a stretch," Hachi admitted as he panted from the level of the spell. "All right," Shinji started as everyone started walking over. Naruto had removed his mask once more to appear normal looking. "What do we do now?" "Can you use a Kido and fix this?" Rose asked Naruto. Naruto sighed and shook his head. "Once it's done, it can't be removed. I had already planned on leaving Soul Society if this ever happened. I guess it's sooner than I thought," he said with a sigh. "Leaving Soul Society?" Lisa asked in shock. "Yeah. A Shinigami gaining the powers of a hollow is against the highest law. If they ever found out about Kensai, Mashiro and we would be executed on the spot," he said with another sigh, feeling like he had just gotten older. "If I take them to the human world, I can help train them to control these new powers." Before anything else could be said, Hiyori started to cough madly as if choking from under Shinji's arm. Shinji looked down at her. "Hey Hiyori, you alright?" No answer came and she kept coughing. Turning to Hachi, he said, "Hachi, take care of healing her for now." Shinji, Hiyori gasped out. "Let go of me," she shouted as white substance exploded from her mouth and started to wrap around the left side of her face. Before they knew what had happened, Shinji had been struck on his left side as blood spurted out while the man started to fall backwards from the shock and agony of the injury. Everyone had shocked looks as they saw Hiyori holding a bloodied Zanpakuto while stood in a slouched position. Naruto looked up to see Hiyori with a full mask covering her face, making him grimace at another person's life screwed up. Her hollow mask was skeletal in appearance and sported a prominent horn centered on the forehead with a row of diamond-shaped markings over the eyebrows. The sclera of her eyes had turned black, though her irises remained brown. "Shit!" he shouted in alarm. Just as she was about to move forward, Mashiro had appeared in front of him and used her superb strength to kick him back through the forest and through plenty of trees. As he struck the last tree, he grabbed at his ribcage, feeling a few broken ribs as blood dribbled out of his mouth, rolling down to his chin. Hiyori looked up to the sky and roared, racing her Ryotsu. In doing so, caused the air to become distorted as the earth shook from the intense force. "Hiyori, Lisa exclaimed as she rushed at her. Hiyori looked down at last and faced Lisa. What just happened? Love asked, also running at her. Before anything else could happen though, an empty blackness surrounded them in an instant, causing their eyesight to give out on them completely. Wah? Hachi muttered as he tried to look around. Huh? Lisa questioned as she slowed her running down. What's this? Love asked as he tried to look around. Lisa, Rose, Hachi, Naruto, Shin. He failed to carry on, however, as he was suddenly struck down on the spot as blood flew from his back. He only had a moment to blink before his body dropped to the ground. Shinji, who wasn't trapped in the blackness, watched as it faded from view to reveal Lisa, Rose, Love, Hachi, Hiyori and Mashiro cut down, blood pooling around them with Kensai still in his restraints. Looking up, he noticed the attacker as one of Kensai's seated officer. You're Tosen, he acknowledged in shock. Why? You betrayed Kensai, your own Taicho, he said, still in shock. He glanced around discreetly for Naruto since he had been blown into the forest. He must be waiting, or he was knocked out. Please God, please be the first, the guys are going to die at this rate. He didn't betray anyone. An all too familiar voice said. He's quite loyal, in fact. Shinji glanced back at the pause in speech to see his Fukutaicho, Sosuke Aizen, and his third seat Jin Ichimaru. He obeyed every order I gave him. Aizen finished as he unsheathed his blade. Please don't get angry with him, Hiriko Taicho. Aizen, I knew it. Shinji growled from where he lay on the ground. So you started all of this? He asked with narrowed eyes. Then you noticed? I'm not surprised, Aizen said with nonchalance. Course I did, Shinji said as if it was obvious. Since when? Aizen asked with curiosity. Since you were kicking around in your mama's womb, Shinji retorted. I see. Aizen replied with a chuckle. I always knew ya were dangerous. I always knew ya were a man who couldn't be trusted, Shinji said with a growl and shake of his head. That's why I chose you to be my Fukutaicho. It was so I could watch you, Aizen. Yes, and I'm most grateful, Hiriko Taicho, Aizen said, confusing Shinji. Thanks to your constantly doubting me, you never realized. I just said I did, Shinji retorted. No, you didn't see a thing, Aizen said almost mockingly. For this whole month I wasn't the one walking behind you, he said, making the blonde's eyes to widen in shock. I can make my enemies believe anything I want them to. That's my Zanpakuto Kyoka Suigetsu's true ability. I refer to its power as Kanzen Seiman. Complete hypnosis. Kanzen Seiman? Shinji asked in confusion. You're a clever man, Hiriko Taicho, Aizen admitted with sincerity. If you had treated me the same way the other Taichos treat their Fukutaicho, you might have seen through it. But you never tried. Since you never trusted me, you always kept me at arm's length. You never opened up your heart to me, never shared any information. You never tried to know me. Pausing in his speech, he sheathed his Zanpakuto. And that's why you never noticed when I had someone else take my place. I had my substitute memorize my behavioral patterns and the way I interacted with you and the other Taichos. If you had truly formed a relationship with me, you would have noticed slight differences in our tics and mannerisms. The reason you're down on the ground right now is all because you never bothered to get to know me. He stopped as Shinji started to pick himself off of the ground. Did you understand all of that, Hiriko Taicho? Aizen, Shinji growled with growing hate. He had expected some sort of betrayal or something of the like, but he had never imagined it would manifest such hatred. So this is how Naruto has felt most of the time. And one more thing, you said that you selected me as your Fukutaicho so you could keep an eye on me. At this point the brown-haired Shinigami shook his head. But that's incorrect. What? Just as Taichos have to appoint their own Fukutaichos, the candidate has the right to reject the offer. Of course that's hardly ever happened, but nevertheless, I had the option of not becoming your Fukutaicho. So why did I take it? He asked rhetorically as he looked down at Shinji with an arrogant smirk. Because you were perfect. Your suspicious nature and caution around me created the ideal environment for my plans. Now do you understand? You didn't choose me, I chose you, Hiriko Taicho. You should take the chance to apologize to your friends. They're on the ground, bleeding and unconscious because I chose you. Shinji went wide-eyed as he looked behind him to see white substance explode from every person's face and forming around their heads. Aizen, Shinji shouted as he shot up, Zanpakuto in hand. However, before he could take a step, the same white substance shot out of his mouth and enveloped the left side of his face in a form akin to a pharaoh's helmet.
Thank you for allowing my little taunts to anger you, Aizen said with a pleased smile.
Damn it. Me too. Shinji asked himself as he went through antagonizing pain. All around him, his fellow Taichos and Fukuteichos had been partially covered in the substance, making him blink in shock. Aizen. What's going on? Shinji demanded, only for his mask to grow, making him scream in agony, feeling his control slip more and more. It seems that hollowification proceeds quicker if the subject is agitated, Aizen observed. So, Naruto was right, Shinji said with realization. Ah, yes, Naruto-kun, Aizen said with a smile. A truly magnificent being, a hybrid of human, Shinigami and hollow. The first of his kind. Aizen then saw Hiyori pick herself up and stare at Shinji. Shin-ji, she whispered. Konami, Aizen said to Tosen. Yes, sir, the man said as if understanding his orders. Before Shinji could intercept, Tosen was already in front of Hiyori, slashing down. Blood was seen flowing into the air from the slash. However, when they all saw where the blood was coming from, they were shocked. Naruto? Shinji asked in shock. There stood in front of Hiyori was Naruto with his arms outstretched in a protective action, with a large gash from his left shoulder to his right hip, a deep cut that wasn't stopping to bleed. Damn, I should have used my hollow powers, I was too careless. Naruto thought as he coughed up blood. Lowering his arms, he spun around to face Hiyori and punched her in the stomach, making her gasp for air before she slumped forward on his arm. Placing her to the ground, he quickly turned around once more with blood dripping down his body. I always suspected you, Aizen. Ever since you sent that Arankar after me to test me. Granted, I had no idea it was by you, but for the past 20 years I've known there was a traitor amongst us. I guess I was too late in figuring it out, Naruto said as he gripped his Zanpakuto. Unsheathing Zangetsu, he looked at Tosen. Swinging upward lightly, Tosen stepped back to avoid it but was confused why Naruto hadn't put effort into it. He got his answer as Naruto channeled a thin layer of Riryoku onto his blade as he called out. Kensu no Hachi. Kujira Shogeki. Number 8. Whale Crash. Bringing his blade down fast, he struck down on Tosen, who blocked quickly, but it wasn't good enough because as soon as the blades met, a crater formed under their feet. Cracks ran outwards from the point of impact before the surrounding area was blown away in the explosion that occurred. Tosen quickly jumped back from the smoke cloud, with minor injuries, to stand by Aizen with blood running down his face from his hairline. Meanwhile, Shinji looked on in awe and shock at what his friend's single strike had accomplished. It reminded him of when Kensai had used his Bankai to kill Amanos simply because he was annoyed and left a giant crater in his wake. If he can do that in his sealed form, I really wanted a real fight with him for a long time. I guess on some level one always knew he was strong, but can he really beat Aizen? And his injury, he's breathing heavily. Not bad, Naruto-kun, Aizen said as the smoke cleared, revealing Naruto leaning on his sword with blood running freely. But you should have blocked Tosen's first strike. Then again, that's what you do, isn't it? You sacrifice yourself in a heartbeat, if it meant that you would save a comrade, Aizen said with a smirk. Fuck you, you piece of shit, Naruto muttered. What should I do? Tosen asked Aizen. Proceed. Tosen gave a nod before dashing forward at Naruto, who was quick to defend. Before he could, however, Shinji appeared in front of Tosen and blocked him. I won't let you sacrifice yourself, Naruto, Shinji said as he pushed Tosen back. Dashing after him, he kept on swinging at the blind man, who was quick to block, but after a while he could feel himself sweat under the strikes. It looks like he's holding it back, ain't he? Jin asked Aizen with a sick smile on face. Yes, he seems to be, Aizen said with a neutral look. Shinji gave Tosen one last attack that sent him skidding back while he started to pant from fatigue. What the hell is this? This doesn't even make sense. I can't tell if I'm hurting or not. It's kinda like I'm fighting in someone else's body. He stopped his train of thought as he saw Tosen getting up. Tosen quickly ran at him and swung downwards, which resulted in a minor explosion as he struck the ground. Shinji jumped up into the sky and was soon followed by Tosen, who started to stab at him, which was dodged at every strike. Shinji twisted in midair and brought his Zanpakuto down on Tosen with some strikes before a final slash with all of his strength sent Tosen into the ground and formed a new crater with the blind Shinigami in the center of it. Shinji dropped to the ground, now heavily panting. No wonder Kensai wiped the floor with us, he thought about his newfound strength. Looking up, he spotted Aizen looking at him. I might be able to pull this off. Tosen rose from the rocks that were on top of him and started to breathe through the sweat forming on his forehead. My greatest apologies, he said to Aizen. I will kill him shortly. No worries, Konami, Aizen said. I had already anticipated this. Besides, the duration of the holofication varies from person to person, he said, and watched as Shinji's mask started to grow down the left side of the man, over the shoulder and past his chest. You were most fascinating to watch. But I'm done with you now. As soon as those words were uttered, Naruto was on alert despite the aching pain in his torso. Let's put an end to this, Hiriko Taicho. Aizen then unsheathed his sword halfway before speaking once more. Here's one last thing for you to learn. There is no fear when one expects to be betrayed. What's truly terrifying is when betrayal is unexpected, Hiriko Taicho. Farewell. And with that he brought his blade down on Shinji. He was stopped, however, as Naruto appeared in front of Shinji. But he wasn't the one to stop the blade. Kazuki Urahara had appeared in the last second with Benihime outstretched and only managed to cut Aizen on the arm since the man had sensed Kazuki at the last second to dodge out of the way. I see. We have more interesting guests, Aizen said with a smirk. Kazuki looked around at the situation and couldn't believe what had happened, especially the extensive cut on Naruto's torso that didn't seem to be healing. Naruto, Yoruichi-san is going to be pissed at you, he said with a light chuckle while Tessai behind him looked emotionless. Naruto chuckled, also knowing he would indeed be killed by the Nibantai Taicho. I'll make it up to her, but for now we have bigger problems, he said, indicating to the three traitors. Kazuki gave a nod and turned back to Aizen. Ah yes, now what is going on here? He asked in a somewhat carefree tone. As you can see, I just so happened to have stumbled upon the investigation teams, which were apparently injured in battle. I was going to try to heal their wounds, Aizen said smoothly. You two-faced sack of shit, Shinji started coughing. Why are you lying to me? Kazuki asked with a serious tone. Lying? Aizen asked with a confused look. Naruto sneered at the way Aizen could change his facial expression to be so believable. He could be a fucking reincarnation of Madara, for crying out loud. He thought to himself, but the scary thing was that Aizen seemed to scream, Madara Uchiha. Is there something wrong with a Fuku Taicho attempting to help save his Taicho's life? Aizen asked smoothly. No, that's not what I meant, Kazuki said calmly. They were injured in battle. You call that injured? There's no lying your way out of this. They've been hollowified, Kazuki said, making Naruto's eyes widen as well as Shinji for the fact Kazuki knew about it. Even Tessai seemed surprised by what he had said. The case of the vanishing souls. Several of our subordinates vanished one after the next, all leading up to this. The only possible cause of this is hollowification research. So you did know about hollowification all along? Naruto muttered loud enough for Kazuki to hear, making the man sigh. Someone was conducting experiments, but considering our current situation, there's no longer any doubt as to whom that someone was. Kazuki furthered his deduction. Impressive. I wouldn't expect any better from a man such as you, Kazuki Urahara, Aizen said with a smirk. However, it's Namikaze Taicho who has been on to me for the last 30 years, he said, shocking Kazuki somewhat. Naruto growled at the man. Ever since the day I met you, you set my senses off. Sending that Arankar after me to test me just made you stand out more. Especially your pitiful illusions. Did you really think, after all these years, I wouldn't have found a way around them? Naruto said with a smirk at seeing Aizen tense slightly. I once had the greatest demon sealed inside of me since the day I was born. The Kyuubi no Yoko, a Kitsune demon, master of all illusions they're known as. I absorbed its power for myself, making me able to see through your illusions. All it took was for me to figure out how you created them. At this his eyes had narrowed. Before, you told me you used your Zanpakuto for them, now they no longer affect me. Aizen chuckled as he shook his head at the, in his opinion, young man. Naruto-kun, you don't understand at all, do you? He asked with a smile. A smile that went larger when Naruto looked at him confused. The day you came to Soul Society was also the day you fought with Sasuke Uchiha, am I correct? Naruto looked wide-eyed for a moment before narrowing them. How could you know about that? Aizen didn't answer him but pressed on. Don't you find it strange, that with everything you said about killing Sasuke-kun in the end, you just didn't? He asked, making Naruto's eyes widen in realization as well as Kazuki he had been there at the time. What is he talking about? Shinji gasped out, looking confused. Despite him having been there, he wasn't a genius to figure it out like Kazuki and Naruto. That night I was going to. Naruto grunted as he grabbed his head, images flying about in his mind of the night he fought Sasuke, the same words he had spoken repeating in his mind over and over. To kill the man I once thought of as a brother, everything I loved, cared for, cherished, and lived for is gone. Forever, I have nothing left to live for. Except for killing the man who caused all of this. A taint such as him should never walk free. This isn't revenge, it's justice. What would any of you do, huh? If the person who destroyed your entire life, ripped everything you ever loved away, would you simply let him go, to walk through, cause more chaos wherever he goes? If so, then the Spirit King should never have sent you people. I'll end it here. No one will suffer ever again, I promise. I will finish this here and now. You won't live to hurt anyone else. Naruto gripped his head tighter as the words kept repeating until all of a sudden he understood. The words stopped as if realizing what they were trying to get to happen had worked. Naruto locked eyes with Aizen with nothing but pure anger in them. However, in his weakened state, he couldn't do anything without risking everyone else. Aizen smirked as he saw the fury. You understand now, don't you? On that night I was there, watching Sasuke-kun and you fight to the death. Two people who had lost everything, fighting for nothing but each other's death. A story such as the two of yours would make a great novel, wouldn't you say? Aizen asked with that damnable smirk on his face. You defeated Sasuke-kun with your Bankai, an impressive feat I must admit. But, then you was about to stab him through the head with your Zanpakuto. And yet, at the last second, you suddenly shifted the angle and stabbed the ground beside him and walked off with an excuse of why you didn't kill him. Naruto glared at Aizen with gritted teeth. You used your Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suigetsu's ability to what? Control me? Make me a puppet? What did you do to me? He shouted out in anger and frustration. I did nothing of the sort. In fact, all I did was plant a little suggestion here and there and gave you that little push. And 5 minutes later you and the rest of the Taichos walked through the Senkaimon as if nothing was wrong. But, it would seem that my suggestions have cleared from your mind now, haven't they? It would also seem you are immune to my Zanpakuto's effect now. Aizen sighed as he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. That night went just I planned it. It's such a shame we have to say goodbye on such bad terms. Don't fuck with me, Aizen. Naruto shouted, startling Kazuki, Shinji and Tessai. I don't understand. You said your Zanpakuto Kyoka Suigetsu had the ability of Kanzen Seimin, but isn't that just controlling someone's 5 senses? With that ability, you shouldn't have been able to make me let Sasuke live. It doesn't add up. You're right. Aizen nodded as he tapped his Zanpakuto. Kanzen Seimin can only be used if the people see the release of my Shikai. Something you never actually saw since I never revealed myself to you. But, you've forgotten my Zanpakuto focuses solely on the hypnotizing of a being. Hypnotizing is also another way of convincing someone to do something they wouldn't do, by merely placing a suggestion within their minds. I call it, Konran o Mando. Mind disruption. He smirked at Naruto. I rarely have to use that ability, and when I do it is usually on a weak mind. Thankfully at that time, your mind was in such turmoil and despair, that you never noticed my prickling in the back of your mind, placing a suggestion of leaving Sasuke Uchiha alive because it wouldn't bring the women you loved back to life by killing him. All these years you planted those suggestions inside of me to keep Sasuke alive for a reason. Why? Why would you want him to survive? I don't get it. What could he, a shinobi, help a Shinigami with? Aizen chuckled at the blonde's anger, but instead of answering him, he carried on with his prodding at the blonde's anger. Oh Naruto-kun, you just don't get it, do you? Out of everyone I have ever met, there have only ever been a few people I have felt respect for, either for their intelligence, power or determination. It didn't matter. In the end, respect was just that, respect. You Naruto-kun. I respected most out of everyone. You had those 3 qualities since the day you was born. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. Since the day I was born? What the hell are you getting at? I thinks that's a story for another time, don't you believe? Aizen asked, inwardly smirking. Naruto-kun, you and Sasuke-kun are 2 of a kind, the only 2 of your race, and yet you don't realize yet that it's thanks to you I was able to grant Sasuke the same abilities that you have at your disposal. One day Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun and you will meet for the last time. Naruto, unaware of Aizen's thoughts, trembled with anger, confusion, frustration and so many more pent-up emotions that he didn't know what to do with them. Tell me now, he shouted as his Ryotsu exploded out of like a typhoon of energy. Aizen went slightly wide-eyed at the pressure of his Ryotsu, while Jin's slit eyes opened slightly. Tosen was the most affected, however, with being blind and more spiritually sensitive, it made him feel it twofold. Before Naruto could do anything though, Jin aimed his Zanpakuto at him, which looked like an ordinary wakizashi. The hilt was light blue with a tsuba made of 2 slim swirls of metal looping around the blade to make an open oval, resembling an S. Ikoro's Shinso, shoot to kill, God Spear. Before Naruto could do anything in his weakened state, Jin's sword lengthened to an impossible length in a bright white blur and impaled him in the stomach, making the blonde cough up blood. Kazuki, seeing him get stabbed, went wide-eyed and was about to intervene when Naruto glanced at him and shook his head. Hesitating in his action with not being sure whether or not to help him, he reluctantly stepped down. Shinji, however, was the more shocked one at seeing someone as fast as Naruto get stabbed. How disappointing, an error, I thought you could dodge it, Jin said. He was about to retract his blade back when Naruto grabbed it in his hand and winced as the exceedingly sharp blade sliced his hand, causing that to bleed as well.
Did you really think that I didn't see it coming? He asked as he looked up at the trio. Hado no Juichi, Suzuri Raiden. Way of Destruction number 11. Bound lightning poured out of the hand that he held the blade, which streamed down the entire blade until it reached Jin's own hand, making him grit his teeth as the electricity coursed through him like 100 burning hot knives stabbing him.
Naruto had to quickly let go of the blade and jump back as he heard Tosen shout, Hado no Sanju-san. Sokatsui. Way of Destruction number 33. Blue fire. Crashed down. A large blue blast of Riryoku exploded on the spot he was just on. A column of smoke rose up a second later. Just as he was about to charge forward once more, his chest tore open more, causing him to fall to his knees as he coughed up blood. I'm happy that you came here this evening. Naruto-kun, I'll see you another time. I hope I can entertain you with an interesting story when such a time appears. Aizen spoke as Tosen and Jin joined him at his side. Jin, Konami, we've accomplished enough for now. Let's go, he said as he started to walk away. Don't move anywhere, you bastard, Naruto shouted as he went to stand up.
Before he could move, however, Aizen pointed a finger in his direction.
Hado no Yan. Byakurai. Way of Destruction number 4. Pale lightning. A condensed beam of lightning was released from his fingers and struck Naruto through his right shoulder before he could do anything. All Naruto could do with his multiple injuries were to drop down to the ground, flat on his face. Damn it, I should have been serious from the beginning. Now my carelessness has gotten me into trouble, I guess. No matter where I am, things never change.
Naruto, whispered Shinji in shock before a flash of pain took over.
Kazuki, seeing his friend practically dead, charged towards Aizen. Wait, Aizen, I'm not done yet. Please move, Urahara Dono, Tessai shouted as he started a spell. Kazuki looked behind him and went wide-eyed. Using his advanced speed over years of training, he quickly dove to the side as Tessai called out.
Hado no Hachi Ju Hachi, Hiryu Gekizoku Shintenraiho.
Way of Destruction number 88. Flying Dragon Striking Heaven Shaking Thunder Cannon. An enormous amount of electricity fired from Tessai's hands, roaring just over Urahara's back, sending it towards Aizen, who smirked. Bakudo no Hachi Juichi. Danku. Way of Binding number 81. Splitting Void. A tall rectangular transparent wall appeared behind Aizen, Jin and Tosen, causing Tessai's spell to strike it, sparking a giant explosion that turned into a firestorm. As the fire and smoke died down, they watched as the transparent wall shattered, revealing that Aizen and his 2 allies had escaped. Impossible, Tessai said in a whisper. A Fukutaicho, Skipped the incantation for Danku and still stopped my spell? Kazuki also looked in shock, knowing how strong Tessai was when it came to Kido. My greatest apologies, but it would appear he got away, Tessai said with his head in a bow. Don't beat yourself up, old man, Naruto said from his position on the ground, now lying on his back with blood all over him. You're not the only one who underestimated the bastard, he said before coughing. Sasuke, what does Aizen want you for? Naruto, are you okay? Kazuki said as he went to the blonde. Not the first time I've had a hole pierced through me or been cut up. Check on Shinji and the others, Naruto told him. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shinji started to scream in agony before falling to his knees.
Kazuki and Tessai rushed over as the Taicho fell on his back while holding his head. As they got there, Shinji suddenly went limp like the other infected Shinigami. It's no good, the holification process has advanced too far for me to help them here, Kazuki said in frustration.
Urahara Dono, it seems that you understand what's going on here, Tessai said, getting the sandy blonde's attention. I haven't so much as heard of holification, yet you seem to know all about it. As such, you must know how to reverse the process. Kazuki looked down at Shinji's limp form for a moment and was about to speak when Naruto did. Reversing it is impossible. Once a person has been through holification, there is no turning back. How do you know Namikaze Dono? Tessai asked. Naruto was now stood up, leaning against his Zanpakuto close by. Because I've already earned my mask, he said, holding his hand out. A mask appeared in the form of blackish-red Riryoku. I was going to take these guys to the human world to train them to beat their inner hollow, but I know now that you, Kazuki, have been working on holofying Shinigami. I won't ask why right now, but if I know you, you have something that can help even out their Shinigami and hollow powers, he said with a serious tone. I know a way that may help them, Kazuki admitted with a bit of shame in his voice for having created something to grant Shinigami extra powers. But it's a gamble, it may actually reverse the process, it has a 20% chance of working. Okay. It's better than nothing, Tessai suddenly said. Standing up, he faced all of the Taichos and Fukutechos down on the ground. I'm going to carry all 8 of them just as they're to the Junabantai barracks. We'll save them with whatever equipment you have there. Just as they are? Kazuki asked with a confused look. How can you do that? I'll have to freeze time and teleport us, Tessai answered. What? Kazuki asked in shock. Naruto was also in shock, never having heard of such a thing. Both of these are forbidden techniques, Tessai said. Those who use them are severely punished. I insist that you close your eyes and plug your eyes, Tessai said as he placed the palm of his hands together where a green light appeared. Pulling his hands apart, a green cylinder of Riryoku appeared. Suddenly the area around them started to shine as well as their friends in a bright green light. At once the light took over their eyes, forcing them to shield them. Junabantai barracks, the large group appeared in a display of bright green light. Opening their eyes, they found themselves within Kazuki's main lab in his division. Looking around, they could see their friends in the same position that they had left them. Whoa! Naruto muttered at such a technique. Now that could come in handy, he said with a chuckle. Turning to Kazuki, who had the same expression on his face, he said, So where's this thing you created? Kazuki sighed as he started to walk over to a safe. Holification was one of the answers I stumbled upon while researching how to strengthen Shinigami souls. Getting to the safe, he started to type in the password. During the course of my research, I created something that can temporarily break the barrier between Hollow and Shinigami to create a new being, Kazuki said as the safe opened. Idiot! Naruto muttered with a shake of his head. That's what I'll use to treat Hiriko-san and the others. What is this object? Tessai asked with curiosity. I call it the Hogyoku, Kazuki said as he pulled a cloth away from something he took out of the safe. It revealed a hexagonal object that held a unique substance in the form of a small, light purplish spherical stone. Whoa, Naruto muttered as he felt the power rushing from it. Hogyoku? Tessai questioned. Why is it so overpowering? Is it Ryotsu? No, that's not it. It has a presence, he thought in shock. This stone's presence feels like it's trying to stifle my very existence. What in the world is this thing? What has Urahara Dono created? Can we save them with this? Naruto asked while feeling a weird flutter in his stomach from the Hogyoku. No, remember what I said. There is only a 20% chance of this actually working. If Aizen Fukutaicho was really behind the vanishing souls, then I highly doubt he predicted a way of reversal. Well then let's get to work. Naruto said with a chuckle despite the situation. The issue about Sasuke possibly being alive could wait till later. Right now he had more important things to worry about. In the morning Kazuki was slouched over his desk having fallen asleep after using the Hogyoku on Shinji and the others. Tessai was sat back against a wall and had been awake the entire time to make sure nothing went wrong. Naruto was laid down on a spare bed with bandages wrapped around his chest and stomach from Tosen's and Jin's attacks on his body. They had finally gotten the bleeding to stop. Kazuki's eyes suddenly snapped open from his sleep and he spun around in his seat to look at Shinji, but instead of finding him as he normally was, the Taicho had a fully formed mask on his face. Seeing the mask could only get him depressed, causing him to look down before standing up. "Urahara Dono?" Tessai asked, wondering where the man went. "I'm sorry Tessai-san, we failed," Kazuki said with his head lowered. "No," Naruto said, sitting up on the bed while holding his bandages since he still felt pain there. "I'll go to the human world with them and teach them how to control their newfound abilities," he said with a sigh. "What about Soul Society?" Kazuki asked in shock. Naruto chuckled a bitter chuckle. "I've never been just a simply Shinigami. I've always been so other being with hollow abilities, and now I can't abandon my people," he said as he looked at them all. "What about Yoruichi-san and the others?" the sandy blonde asked. "We have to sacrifice the things we love the most to do good in the world," Naruto said with a resigned sigh. Before they could do anything, there were suddenly a lot of Ryotsu signatures outside showing signs of multiple Shinigami. They were about to walk outside when they heard one shout. "Naruto Namikaze Taicho from the Jubantai, Kazuki Urahara Taicho from the Junabantai and Tessai Tsukabishi from the Kidoshu. Central Room 46 has ordered that you be placed under compulsory detainment." "Damn it," Naruto said through gritted teeth while Kazuki and Tessai looked shocked. The next thing they knew they were being escorted down to the Central 46. Central 46 Chambers. Assembly Hall. Kazuki, Naruto and Tessai were all stood before the main government of the Seireitei with Ryotsu sealing cuffs tied around their wrists like found criminals. Of course Naruto could get out of it by accessing his chakra, but he needed to see where this was going. "What exactly is going on here?" Kazuki asked around the dark room. "Did we give you permission to speak?" one of the members asked. "You're here to be interrogated. You are not permitted to speak unless it is to answer our questions. Now consider the situation you're in." Taicho of the Junabantai. "Interrogated?" Kazuki whispered to himself. "Are we under suspicion for something?" Looking back at all of the members who faced a wall to hide who they were, Kazuki spoke. "My apologies. Where were you around midnight last night?" "In the 6th District Forest of Western Fugai," Kazuki answered. "Was it for your holification research?" a voice asked, shocking the three that they knew of such a thing. "Whoa, hold on a second," Kazuki shouted in shock. "Who told you that I?" "You went to Fugai to see the results of your evil holification experiments on 8 people of Taicho level strength, starting with the Gobantai's Taicho. Naruto Namikaze, Taicho of the Jubantai, has also had these hollow powers ever since he came here. It is inexcusable." Naruto looked up at all of the people. "Don't blame me if I can't change my own fucking biology," he said with a sneer, since these people reminded him of his old council in Konoha. Discriminating against something they don't understand. "Silence. We will not listen to your blatant lies." Naruto groaned and rolled his eyes at how familiar it all felt to Konoha when he was younger. Kazuki could feel his friend's frustration and couldn't blame him. Clenching his fists behind his back, he looked up. "Who was it?" "You have no right to ask any questions." "Was it Aizen Fukutaicho?" Kazuki asked with his head lowered. "This is your second warning. Junabantai Taicho. Do it again and we'll add it to your list of crimes." "But he's the one who did all of this. We went there to save Hiriko-san and the others." Kazuki shouted up to them, showing his frustration. "Your lies are so outlandish that they're almost funny," a voice said almost mockingly. "The Gobantai's Fukutaicho never left Seireitei last night." "What?" Kazuki asked in shock. "We have 124 normal witnesses plus 1 Taicho who will attest to that. There's no way you can place the blame on him." "That's impossible." Kazuki exclaimed. Naruto shook his head at the people in front and around him. You people are being played like pawns in a chess game and you can't even see it. Will you really let your arrogance and political power go to your head and ignore everything else? Silence. We will not listen to something like you. Something? Naruto asked with narrowed eyes as he looked around. Just because I have something in me that you morons can't explain, I'm not even someone. Boy, I hope when the shit hits the fan, you people are right in the middle of it. I've had it with people who are like you. Naruto shouted in anger, which worried Kazuki and Tessai since they had never heard him angry before. Well before Aizen had revealed what he had earlier. Watch your tongue, boy. You have no right to speak to us like that. I have every fucking right. I've seen things you people would have nightmares about. Hell, I've done things that would make you piss and shit yourself at the same time. I'll speak however I like because you don't deserve a speck of respect from me. Before they could say anything else, a messenger appeared behind them. I'm here to report in. The man said with his head bowed. We've found evidence that indicates that he was conducting holofication experiments in the Junabantai's research facilities. He said, making the three Shinigami's eyes to widen at how that was possible. It's decided then, I shall declare your sentences. A voice said from the center of everyone. What they could only guess was the judge, or the closest thing to one. Taicho of the Kidoshu, Tessai Tsukabishi. For using forbidden techniques, you shall be jailed in the level 3 underground prison for high felons. Taicho of the Junabantai, Kazuki Urahara. For researching forbidden material and carrying out experiments on it, deceiving your comrades, and seriously injuring them, you will have your spiritual powers drained from you and be banished to the real world for all eternity. And finally, Taicho of the Jubantai, Naruto Namikaze, you as well as the poor 8 victims of Kazuki Urahara's heinous research, shall be exterminated as if you were hollow, immediately. The man said, making their eyes widen while Naruto grit his teeth in nothing but pure fury. No way, Kazuki whispered in shock. Never in a million years would he have ever guessed he would one day be in this position. Just let me explain. Before any more could be said, the front doors were kicked open, revealing a bright light from outside, as well as a figure stood in the entranceway. The figure had a tight black outfit on, clearly displaying it was a female, as well as a brown cloth wrapped her shoulders and face, only showing her golden eyes and purple hair. Yoruichi? Naruto thought as he glanced back. Who gave you permission to enter the assembly building during an interrogation? Leave right this minute, you low life. Yoruichi narrowed her eyes before stepping forward and vanishing. As she appeared by the 3 Shinigami, the messenger from before attempted to stop her but was swiftly defeated with just a few punches and kicks. Moving behind Kazuki and Tessai, she kicked the restraints, breaking them apart. As she moved to Naruto's, however, she watched as he broke it apart with his hands. Turning his head to her, he gave a nod which she returned and vanished with Kazuki and Tessai. Naruto chuckled before looking around the building with loathing. What no one noticed was that his eyes had turned to what his hollow eyes looked like from his anger at the people. Sighing, he vanished in a crimson flash. See, catch him. It's a bandit, a frantic voice shouted. Anyone? Is anyone there? Get him, another shouted equally as frantic. Sokyoku Hill's secret underground area. Damn it. Naruto shouted as he swung his arm and fired off a very large beam of red Riryoku in a rock formation. It was vaporized instantly. Was that a Sero? Yoruichi asked in slight shock at seeing her lover do such a thing. They had arrived moments earlier and Naruto's eyes had been completely different to how they usually were, with anger rolling off of him in waves. Naruto sighed as he placed his hand on his face to calm down from his anger at the Central 46. Sorry, I'll explain everything later, but right now, Kazuki, Tessai and I need escape to the human world. Naruto said as he leant against a rock. Looking down, he noticed some blood leaking out of the bandages. Yoruichi was about to speak when Kazuki spoke to her. Thank you for saving us, Yoruichi-san. No need for thanks, she said, waving him off. I'll smack you later for not coming to get me last night, especially you, Naruto, she said with narrowed eyes. I found the letter to Soifon, she said, making him wide-eyed before he closed them with a sigh. I'm sorry, I didn't want you to get involved with this entire thing, and it got out of hand along the way, he said as he looked around and noticed Shinji and the others. I brought all 8 down there, as well as all of the new faux bodies you've been working on, Kazuki, Yoruichi said as she indicated to a large box. Now start talking, she ordered. Yoruichi, you can't come with us. Naruto said as he stood up completely. And why the hell not? Yoruichi growled. Because you have too much here to just give up. All I have here that I care about is you, she exclaimed in frustration. Kazuki and Tessai had backed away, sensing they shouldn't get involved. And what about Soifon, huh? She looks up to you. If you abandon her, it will destroy her, he argued. It's for her best. How else will she grow if she stays in my shadow? I'm holding her back from being great. Yoruichi sighed before walking up to him. I love you. I won't let you go through whatever the hell this is alone, so I'm coming with you, whether you like it or not, she said as she placed her hand on his shoulders. Naruto sighed and actually felt more relaxed that he wasn't in it alone. Fine, you're a real pain in the ass, you know that? He asked with a chuckle. That's why y'all love me, she said with a grin. She then turned to face everyone. Now, I want whatever strategy you thought up for the worst case scenario back when you first heard about this whole incident from Hiriko, she said, making Kazuki look up at her for a moment before chuckling. So you've seen completely through me. What a sneaky woman, he said with a chuckle. Like you're one to talk, she said with a smirk. Tessai-san, could you please freeze time for Hiriko-san and the others? Kazuki asked the large man. And then put level 2 and 3 barriers around the area. Within the next 20 hours, I'll make Gigais for the 2 of us and the 8 of them. 10 Gigai bodies that will completely cut off our Ryotsu. Yoruichi dono. Naruto dono. Tessai asked the two, wondering why they didn't need a Gigai. Don't worry about us, Naruto said with a grin. We're 2 of the fastest people in Soul Society, we'll be out before they know it. We'll hide in the real world and take our time as we solve this problem, Kazuki said after a moment. I'll train Shinji and the others on how to tame their inner hollow and then how to fully utilize their abilities. It'll be hard to do, but it's the only way to keep them safe and alive, Naruto said with a sigh. You still need to explain what the hell that was before, Yoruichi reminded him. I know, and I will, but only when we're safe and sound with the others. The quicker we are the better. Okay, let's get started then, Kazuki said with a grin. The next day, Ichibantai Assembly Hall, the Soteicho, the remaining Taichos and the Fukuteichos were all in the usual meeting place for the Taichos meetings. However, the atmosphere was very tense as they had all heard of Taichos vanishing from the Soul Society the day before, as well as there being traitors amongst them. Soifon was one of the most devastated as she had found Naruto's letter that morning. As she woke up, she had cried as she read it, realizing it was a goodbye for an indefinite time. After reading it, she had gone straight to Yoruichi-sama for an explanation, only to find out she couldn't be found. It wasn't long after that a meeting had been called. As of this day, Kazuki Urahara, Yoruichi Shiwan and Naruto Namikaze are declared traitors of the Soul Society. Should they ever be found, alert Soul Society at once. They have broken the worst law possible. They will not get away with this. Yamamoto's voice boomed through the hall. I'm sorry, Naruto, but it's out of my hands now. Toshiro, with being the Fukutaicho of the Jubentai, was also there and had his eyes widen at hearing his sensei being a traitor of the very thing he swore to protect. He may have been young, but he wasn't a child genius for nothing. He knew there was more behind the situation than they were being told, or rather than anyone knew. So, despite what he heard, he was positive his sensei wasn't the traitor he had been declared, not with his history of traitors. Without another word, he walked out of the room, leaving everyone to look after him, knowing it wouldn't be easy for the young man.
Soifon herself didn't know what to feel. Should she be angered he had left without her? No. Should she be angered Naruto and Yoruichi had left, leaving her behind?
Should she be sad she's all alone and her 2 lovers were declared traitors? Should she feel betrayed at the fact that they had been declared traitors for breaking the law, the worst law, the very laws she had been trained to uphold all her life? Or she should feel guilt for even accusing them of being guilty. Whatever emotion she would one day settle on, all she knew right now was that she had to get powerful. She had to know her Bankai and make her Shikai more efficient, and one day she will find the truth of what had happened, even if it means fighting the people she loves to the death. It shouldn't have come to this, Shunsui muttered while tipping his straw hat forward to hide his sad eyes. All we can do is hope for a better future, Hana said with sad smile. And find out who are the real traitors. She had known the 3 Shinigami for a good while and knew they were never capable of betraying those they cared for, which left only one option. They were framed. Human world abandoned warehouse. They had arrived to the human world after Kazuki had created the Gigais for the new Vizard and himself as well as Tessai. They had been there for 3 days now in an old abandoned warehouse where they knew they wouldn't be disturbed or found, especially with Tessai creating a barrier around the place to keep anyone out. Shinji and the others had awoken after a day but were still slightly injured, but nevertheless conscious enough to know what had happened. They also now knew that Naruto had hollow powers the entire time but hadn't gotten around to explaining it yet. What they did know for definite though was that they were never going back to Soul Society again. At the moment, Naruto, Yoruichi, Kazuki, Tessai and the newly formed Vizard were sitting in the warehouse. Yoruichi had forced Naruto to explain about how he got hollow powers at last. "So how do you get them?" Hiyori asked with a frown, still not used to having to live in the human world. Naruto sighed as he sat down on a crate. "Technically I've had them my whole life, since the day I was born, but they were locked away, I guess you could say," he said with a shrug. "Anyway, you all know about how I had the Kyuubi no Yoko sealed inside of me, right?" he asked them and got nods in return. "When I was 15 years old, I had to fight the Kyuubi in order to take control of its powers. If I didn't, well, eventually I would have hurt or even worse killed my friends." "Why?" Love asked since he didn't know much about the Kyuubi. "The Kyuubi was nothing but a beast of destruction and chaos. When I got angry, it would start to influence me to the point it took control of me. When I reached 4 tails, my skin would rip off of me and use the Kyuubi's chakra as skin. The higher the tails, the more I lost myself. I would become insane to the point that I wanted more power." Naruto sighed as he looked up in reminiscent. "One time when my village was destroyed, I reached the 8th tail. I caused so much destruction it leveled everything close by. If it wasn't for my father appearing in my mind, I would have given myself up to the 9th tail." "What would have happened then?" Rose asked. "I would have become the new Kyuubi, and there was no one in my realm that would have been able to stop me," Naruto said before shaking his head. "Anyway, when I finally defeated it, I learnt that the Kyuubi was made up of hollow genetics. I don't understand the full story of how he came to be, but I absorbed the Kyuubi's power and soul, which then created a second soul inside me apart from Zangetsu. Sometime later I was forced to fight my inner hollow to a standstill where he made me an offer." "I don't like where this is going," Yoruichi muttered. Naruto chuckled before carrying on. "We decided we would become one with each other, a single entity where I could use his powers as freely as I want. I gained a hollow mask and one day a hollow form." "A hollow form?" Yoruichi asked as her eyebrows shot into her hairline.
"Yes, I've never used it though. I don't know what it could look like, the abilities it grants me, nothing. Hell, I don't even know the release command for it yet. So, that is kind of locked away from me right now," he told them. "But, with the way events have unfolded, I won't have a choice anymore. We need all we can use to beat Aizen."
"So, will the same happen to us?" Love asked. "No, I was able to join with mine because I had already had the Kyuubi sealed within me. I could protect myself from being influenced by the inner hollow. You guys will have to fight for dominion over your powers and hone them like you would with your Zanpakuto. I'll also be using the Hogyoku to help your process along," Kazuki put in as well. Naruto gave a nod at that. "Right now we are enemies of Soul Society. Some of you may not like it, but they will follow their orders whether they like it or not. If they find us, we will be targeted for the rest of our lives." "Man, that sucks," Shinji said with a sigh, making Naruto chuckle. "Believe me, I know, Shiro-kun probably believes I'm a traitor by now," Naruto said with a sad chuckle. "Then again, he's probably the Taicho now." "He knows Bankai?" Lisa asked, shocked. Over the years of sleeping with Naruto, she had met the young prodigy and even she could feel his potential to be someone great. Although, those meetings sometimes involved being caught half-naked, much to the young man's embarrassment. "Yeah, he was gonna show me it in our next training session," he said with a sad sigh. "So you're going to train us to be able to take on our inner hollows?" Kensai asked curiously. Naruto gave a nod as he eyed the 8. "Yes, but I need to warn you, you don't just have to train in your physical abilities, but in your mind as well. You will end up fighting your inner hollow in your mindscape for dominance. It will use every trick in the book that it believes will get you angry or sloppy and push your buttons. You need to work against that. Figure out your own weaknesses, what makes you angry, and fight it. Don't let it take over you, because if it does, I won't hesitate to kill you." He aided shocking them all. What? Love asked shocked. Don't get me wrong, it's the last thing I want to do, but it is better than having a hollow capable of wielding a Zanpakuto. He said, which they gave hesitant nods to while promising themselves they wouldn't let themselves fail. All right, we're in, Shinji said with determination while everyone else also gave their agreement. By the way, Lisa said as she eyed Naruto, why didn't you ever tell anyone about your hollow abilities? Naruto sighed. Because of this exact reason, if I had been found out, then anyone who'd known about me would be considered a threat and a traitor as well for keeping the identity of such a potential threat in Soul Society. I thought that if I was ever found out that I could just escape from Soul Society without anyone get mixed in with trouble. Clearly that plan went to shit 30 years ago. 30 years ago? Yoruichi questioned before her eyes widened. That was when you fought that Vasto Lord, she said in realization, making everyone wide-eyed. I don't understand. I thought you defeated that Vasto Lord, Hachi said with confusion. No, I held her off, and it was no Vasto Lord, it was something greater, he said, making them more wide-eyed. What the hell can be greater than a Vasto Lord? Hiyori asked with a frown. An Arankar, a Vasto Lord or any level of hollow, that's removed its mask and gained Shinigami powers. They are very strong. This one, Tia Haribel, was sent to test me by her lord, who I'm now guessing is Aizen, to see what I was capable of. As soon as she told me that, I knew I couldn't go all out. As far as I know, Aizen has had his eye on me the entire time, figuring out exactly what I am. What you are? Kazuki asked confused. As far as he knew, Naruto was a Shinigami. As you know, I never died, he said, getting nods. I'm a human who was granted Shinigami powers and hollow powers since the day I was born by the Spirit King because he sealed the Kyuubi in me. I'm some weird hybrid of all three races. I don't know what will happen if I die. Will I pass on to reincarnation? Or go to Soul Society? Or become a hollow? Right now I'm the most fucked up being in existence. And with someone like Aizen, I believe he's interested to see what makes me tick. Naruto said with a loud sigh. Everyone was silent for a moment to absorb what they had been told about their friend. So Aizen will come after you? Rose asked. I doubt it. He seems to want to keep hidden in the shadows for a while. If he makes contact with me, Soul Society will be alerted to my Ryotsu and also revealing him. Aizen won't come after any of us. He is simply too confident in himself to complete his plans, and he has every right to be. What do you mean? Hiyori asked with a raised brow. Aizen was able to conduct hollowification experiments on the Soul Society's front yard for God only knows how long. Even now Soul Society is blind to his experiments, his deceit. Only we know the truth about everything. Right now, Aizen has everything how he wants it. No one in Soul Society will ever suspect him of incidents. As far as they're concerned, Kazuki, Tessai and I are the ones who did the hollowification. That's why we will train. We will do everything in our power to become stronger than we ever were. I won't sugarcoat the situation and say, everything will be fine, or, there's no need to worry, because frankly we are at war with Aizen. So we train to get revenge on Aizen? Hiyori asked with a smirk. No, Naruto said with a shake of his head, making them confused. Revenge will lead us nowhere. Revenge will only lead us on a path of self-destruction, pain, loss and even more grief. Revenge is never the answer. We will train to make things right, to make sure no one will have to suffer the same fate as the 8 of you, he said as he indicated to the 8 new Vizards. We will protect everyone from Aizen himself and make sure the world, or rather worlds, don't have to be subject to whatever goals he has. Naruto sighed as he looked at them all, Kazuki, Yoruichi and Tessai included. I don't know what will happen in the future, but one thing we have to do is to look out for each other. Don't trust anyone. I hate to say it, but Aizen most likely knows we're in the human world. Wow, Shinji said, actually seeing why Naruto was the leader of his village. Despite the situation, he actually felt like his shoulders didn't carry much baggage anymore and he felt more calmed down.
Whoa, Lisa said while biting her lip. She would sometimes see Naruto ordering his squad around with his leader voice, and no matter what it would always turn her on seeing the usually happy and joking man so serious and strong. I don't care what happens tonight, but that blonde hunk of meat will be between my legs for the rest of the night. She thought to herself with a slight blush.
Right now, we all need to get some sleep. The lot of you go get some rest while me, Kazuki, Yoruichi and Tessai speak. Naruto said to them. Sure thing, boss. Shinji said with a grin as the 8 stood up to lead.
As Lisa walked past him, she groped him while making him gulp at the intense lust in her eyes. Tonight, no exceptions, she said with a grin before walking with a little sway in her hips, making Naruto's eyes focus on her backside before shaking his head.
Once they all went, Naruto collapsed against a crate and sat down against it. Damn, I thought when I left Konoha, none of this would ever happen. I guess no matter where you live, there's always some fucked up creep who wants to rule the world or has some crazy ideas. You know, I now see why your home village chose you as their leader, Kazuki said with a grin. Thanks, but honestly, Naruto paused as he clenched his fists. Everything I said was the truth. They're gonna need to train to be stronger than ever. I don't even know what Aizen has up his sleeve, but I do now. He has sided with the Hollows. So he could have an entire army and no one even knows, Yoruichi said with a frown. Yes, a powerful army. Naruto concluded. The only problem now is that we're not allies with Soul Society, we're their enemies. The others most likely feel betrayed by them, and to be honest, I can't honestly blame them for it. Until this entire situation is sorted out, we can never go back there. We will be cut off from the situation over there, Naruto said with another sigh. No, we won't, Yoruichi said with a grin. I can still transform into my cat form, remember. Soul Society will never know I was even there, and besides, if they do, they wouldn't be able to catch me. Naruto chuckled and shook his head. I dunno, little Byakuya may one day surpass you from all of the games you forced him into, he said with a smirk while Kazuki chuckled also. Yoruichi scoffed at that, but a glint was in her eyes. As if, he needs centuries before he can catch up to me. It's Soifon I'd be more worried about in terms of speed, she said with a sigh. Ah yes, now she will certainly be a strong Taicho when she's older, Naruto said with a nod. I wonder if she'll be alright. Hearing we're traitors may make her angry at us, Yoruichi said with closed eyes. Yar. Soifon-san is a strong young woman. Despite the unfortunate circumstances, she will train harder to surpass you too. I have no doubt in my mind she will become a strong Taicho of the Nibantai, Kazuki said with a chuckle. Yeah, you're right, Naruto said with a chuckle. I feel sorry for Shiro-kun, Naruto said with a chuckle. Why? Because now he's stuck with Rangaku-chan. Boy, does she annoy him with her happy personality. They're polar opposites. Kazuki and Yoruichi chuckled at that, knowing how annoyed Toshiro got with Rangaku. Anyway, we should probably get some rest. God knows the next few decades will be busy as hell. I could get some rest myself, Yoruichi said with a yawn and a stretch. Against his will, Naruto's eyes locked onto her as they pushed out from her stretching. Then, just to mess with him, she looked him in the eye and winked, making him shake his head at her teasing. Yep, today's been one tiring day, all right, Kazuki agreed as they gave nods as they followed Naruto to their temporary beds. Don't forget about Lisa, Naruto-kun. I doubt she'd be happy if she missed her Naruto time, Yoruichi said with a chuckle while Naruto groaned, knowing he wasn't going to get any sleep. It was now the year 1955, 58 years since they had arrived in 1897. Much had happened in the 58 years of their new life in the human world. After a few days of their arrival and getting fitted in the human world, Naruto had quickly started the hollow training, knowing that taming one's inner hollow wouldn't be easy for normal Shinigami who had no experience in the field. Luckily, it hadn't been as hard as he thought. They had all grasped the idea of how to tame their inner hollows in their own ways, and with them being experienced fighters and Taichos and Fukuteichos, it was all the better when they had to deal with tough situations of intimidation. Mashiro was a large surprise, as she needed no training in mastering her hollowification, as she could easily summon her mask with no problem. And what was more mind-blowing was that she could hold it for 15 hours, even greater than himself. He had chalked it up to her bubbly and positive personality. Seriously, how could someone that nice have an evil inner hollow? The only problem was Hiyori, who already had her own anger problems. It didn't help when her inner hollow was just like her but was able to taunt her more, driving Hiyori in a rage and not being able to fully master the hollowification until a few more attempts after he had a word with her about controlling her anger. Eventually they were all able to use their hollow masks, where he then moved on to teaching them techniques such as Sero and the like, although they were unable to use special techniques such as his Hiero, as that was only possible for him since he was fused with his inner hollow. At least that's why he thought he could use it. Maybe there's another reason, but he didn't know what else it could be. All this, however, took a full 58 years to complete. Granted, he didn't train them non-stop, they had their own fun in the human world and exploring it to their heart's content. With being in the Gotei 13, none of them had ever been able to see much of the human world except for the parts they were situated in, which was always dull and boring. So, they had all traveled over the world just to explore, himself included. They may have needed to train to become even stronger, but he wasn't going to make them into living weapons and had agreed some time away from the big stuff would help them relax. There was one problem, however, over the years, or rather it wasn't so much as a problem but a slight worry. His chakra capacity had shrunk, making it harder to use a lot of jutsu in a row, while his ryotsu had increased twofold, giving him a great advantage when it came to using his zanpakuto and kido. The problem with it though was the fact he was constantly releasing ryotsu around him despite his control over his energies. He had decided he would only really use his personal jutsu and the odd couple if he had to, just so he wouldn't waste his chakra. Though when it came to his ryotsu abilities, it didn't matter what he used, he practically had a limitless supply, so he wasn't going to run out any time. He supposed that since he mostly used his Shinigami powers, which they had took over the majority of his soul. In a sense anyway. Naruto had thought over the Sasuke problem though. He had told Kazuki and Shinji to not mention anything to anyone, and when they'd looked at him like he was stupid when he had explained his reasons. He didn't want to worry them for no reason. They had all known who he was, and if he was working with Aizen they might freak even more. They should live life and enjoy it while they could. Someday he'll tell them, but the time wasn't ready. Maybe he was just living off some old fear or something about losing everything again, but he couldn't take any risks when it came to Sasuke. He had also told them that Sasuke may not even be alive, just a hoax from Aizen to try and implant fear within his mind. But, when he thought back to how he had been controlled, in a sense, to not kill Sasuke and even make a lame excuse up despite everything he had said, he had to admit that there was a high possibility of Sasuke being alive and getting stronger by the minute. At the moment, however, he was having a spar with Hiyori in the underground landscape under the Vizard's warehouse that Kazuki had built, making it almost like a replica of the one in Soul Society. Abandoned Warehouse, Karakura Town, Japan, Friday the 17th of June 1955, 3:23 p.m. Underground Training Field. Arg! Hiyori screamed as she jumped in the air to swing her sword down on Naruto, who simply blocked with his own blade. Hiyori pushed down on Zangetsu, causing sparks to come to life from the friction of the blades grinding against each other. Naruto grinned as he pushed back on the opposing blade. "You'll have to try harder than that," he taunted as he threw her off of him and struck at her with his own swing. Quickly blocking, she found herself on the defensive as she blocked each strike while moving backwards, despite the fact that they were using their sealed blades. With each swing she blocked, she could feel her muscles straining under the pressure. Glancing back, she noticed a wall behind her and smirked slightly. On her next block, she was pushed towards the wall, which she planted her foot on and flipped off of it and over Naruto and held her hand down at him. Hado no Sanju-san. Sokatsui. Way of Destruction number 33. Blue Fire. Crashed down. A large amount of blue Riryoku fired from her hand and smashed into Naruto, creating a large explosion. Landing on the ground softly a good distance away, she held her sword in a defensive stance. Known something like that wouldn't take the former Taicho down. She was proven correct when she heard Getsuga Tensho. The usual blue crescent fang exploded from the dust cloud and soared towards her while destroying the ground ion the process. Knowing she couldn't block the technique without being seriously injured, she quickly jumped out of the way, barely missing the attack and allowing it to race past her and explode on impact with a large rock. Looking at Naruto, she saw him with a grin on his face and blue Riryoku flickering around his blade from the residue. "You can use that without going into Shikai?" she asked, shocked. "Yup," Naruto said with a grin. "Wasn't so hard to do, to be honest. It wasn't so much needing to be in Shikai but rather understanding the way the technique is actually produced. Shikai only makes it stronger than normal and Bankai makes it its strongest form," he said with a smirk. "You should give up now." Hiyori grew a tick mark on her forehead at that. "I never give up," she shouted before flying at him. "Oh boy," Shinji said with a chuckle as he sat with everyone else off to the side as they watched the match. "He sure knows how to tick her off, doesn't he?" One of Naruto's specialities is to taunt his opponent and make them lose control of their emotions. So far he's doing a pretty decent job. Kensai said with a grin as he watched Naruto effortlessly block all of Hiyori's strikes. When do you think Hiyori will give up? Love asked with a chuckle. Either when she passes out or Naruto ends the spar, Rose said with a shrug. You do realize why he's taunting her, don't you? Kazuki asked from behind them. Kazuki. What are you doing here? Shinji asked with a raised eyebrow. Naruto-kun said he needed to speak with us, Yoruichi said as she walked up to the group with her usual grin. Oh. Shinji said before shrugging. And to answer your question, yes I know. He's preparing her for Aizen. Yup. Aizen will taunt her into attacking him in a blind rage, where he'll take her out easily, Kazuki said with a sigh. Before they could say anything else, a blur shot over their heads and crashed into the rock behind them. Looking ahead, they saw Naruto stood there. His sword was sheathed, showing he had used his physical strength to throw Hiyori over them. Son of a... Hiyori shouted as she shot out of the rubble and appeared in front of Naruto, swinging her sword to strike him. Unfortunately for her, he simply held his hand up and caught the blade as if it was nothing. You're dead, Naruto said seriously as he kept his hold on the blade. If I can taunt you so easily where you attack blindly, how will you ever fare against someone like Aizen? He will manipulate you, he will taunt you, he will use every trick in the book, and when you snap, you're dead, he said as he released the blade. If you can't contain your anger, then when the fighting starts, you're staying out of it. The last thing we need is a liability out there, he said with a sigh as he started to walk past her. I want to kill him for what he did to us all, Hiyori said through gritted teeth. And if you keep getting angry, it will be you that gets them killed. He said to her more roughly. Now, I understand the want for revenge. I doubt there's a person who has never felt it. I wanted revenge against my ex-teammate and ex-best friend for killing the loves of my life, for destroying everything I ever lived for. I wanted revenge against the man that was the reason for my father's and mother's death. I wanted revenge against the demon that I held for robbing me of a childhood, robbing me of a normal life, of parents, friends. I never once had a birthday party because of the demon, he told her while everyone listened solemnly as he spoke about his painful past. I almost killed my best friend because of what he did, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't kill the man who took everything away from me. Because I would be just like him, a murderer. Yes, I've killed for money, but back then it was a mission for the village. I had no choice. But to kill Sasuke would have made me no different than him. Standing beside her, he grasped her shoulder. Don't let your anger control you. Instead, channel that anger into the will and desire to protect those you love and care for, and it will make you stronger. He released his hold on her and walked to everyone else who stepped off of the rock to stand before him, with Hiyori following suit with her sword sheathed and a thoughtful look on her face. What did you call us here for? Yoruichi asked with a serious face. Naruto sighed and closed his eyes, knowing what was going to happen. I'm leaving here for a while, he said, making them look at him shocked. What? Yoruichi shouted in shock, not sure if she heard him right. Why? Shinji asked with a puzzled look. I taught you guys all I can. There's nothing more left for me to teach you anymore. All that's left is for you guys to carry on training. Enjoy the peace while it lasts and enjoy life, or in your case death. Kazuki is going to be opening a shop soon anyway. For what reason I'll never know, and Yoruichi, you will be switching from Soul Society and the human world, constantly busy, he pointed out. Right now, I need to find my own purpose in this life, my own path. And I know just where it is. So you're leaving because you need to find your purpose here? Kensai asked with a raised eyebrow. I thought it was to deal with Aizen. I'm not going to sit and wait for Aizen to make his move, which could be God knows when. I want to take a new chance at a life, forget about my past and do something to help in this world. I can still contact you all. You all have a Hiraishin tag and Kunai, so it's not like I'm going too far away. Nothing will change between any of us. He said the last part while glancing at Yoruichi and Lisa, who gave almost unnoticeable nods to understand. Where will you go? Hachi asked. Naruto chuckled. There's this place in California, America. It's tainted with a great evil there. I don't understand what it really is, but I intend to find out. I also found out that demons frequent the place. Demons? Kazuki asked with a surprised tone. Yep, demons. Not like the Biju. But evil demons nonetheless, and so many different kinds. I never thought such things would exist here, but I suppose that's how this world works, huh? I intend to go there and find out what's happening because I know for a fact it can't be natural. What's this place called? Mashiro asked in childlike curiosity. Sunnydale, he said with a chuckle. Sunnydale, CA. He had finally arrived to the town after a couple days of saying goodbyes to his friends and the girls he loved. Of course Lisa and Yoruichi made sure he'd never forget them, something he knew he could never do. He had promised them all he would see them regularly since it didn't exactly take him long to travel from America to Japan. It was still weird for him to get used to all of these different countries, continents and the lot ever since his own realm only had 5 major countries. While in Sunnydale he had learnt that the evil he had felt was from something called a Helmuth that was placed underneath the town itself. After doing some digging around he found out that the Helmuth was exactly that, a mouth to hell, something he never thought was possible. He had learnt in Soul Society about the gates of hell that appear before very bad souls who had been deemed unworthy of entering Soul Society. Though those that were sent to hell were mostly rapists, serial killers or even hollows who just killed for fun and the like. But the fact that there was a gateway to the place, unguarded where anyone could find it, made him realize he had to stay. He then informed his friends of his findings and told them he may be there longer than he suspected he would be. Now he realized that there would always be demons in the place. All he had to do now was make sure no one opened the gate. He also needed to find information on all of this demons and hell stuff. If he was going to involve himself in this world, he had to be prepared. One question that kept nagging at the back of his mind was, why the hell, no pun intended, weren't Soul Society guarding something so potentially dangerous? 52 years later, 2007. Ever since his arrival in Sunnydale he had turned into a demon hunter, so to speak. With his own abilities he was able to pick off most demons no problem, especially vampires, which was an honest surprise. He had expected those to give him some trouble. From old books he had expected them to be incredibly strong, but it turned out that those were all myths, or those vampires no longer existed and simply replaced by the weaker ones. If he could survive against some of the strongest hollows, then demons were no problem. That was another surprising fact. Hollows seemed to be rare occurrence in Sunnydale. He didn't know if it was the fact that hollows could sense the raw evil from the Helmuth, and even he knew hollows wouldn't dare go near a gateway to hell, but he had to admit he was glad hollows rarely appeared. In his research of demons and the like he had come across an interesting subject called the Slayer, a woman who would be called upon in each generation from some higher beings to fight the forces of evil to save mankind. It seemed a little strange to him, he had to admit. The only way one could be activated was for the current one to die. It sounded ridiculous, placing one woman against the world's evil, basically against hell. It was almost suicidal. He had learnt about the very first Slayer and how she was brought about. In ancient Africa, a group of tribal elders known as the Shadow Men used powerful magic to infuse a captive native girl with the heart, soul and essence of a demon. This process granted the girl great strength, speed, agility, endurance and healing powers. She became the first Slayer, called to fight the vampires, demons and other forces of evil, which populated the earth and threatened the innocent. Unfortunately, being infused with the essence of a demon, the first Slayer, or the primitive, became little more than an animal, separated from civilization, determined to slay. It was said that the first Slayer killed the last pure demon or old one, which walked the earth. It sounded vaguely similar to how he was bestowed with a demon for many years that actually made him nothing more than an animal. With that knowledge he promised himself that he would also protect the Helmuth. It wasn't easy since he knew he had responsibilities with Kazuki, Yoruichi and the Vizards. But for some reason it felt like fate was pulling him to Sunnydale, and even with his own doubt in fate controlling people, he couldn't argue against the fact that it seemed fate simply wanted and needed him there, as if something major was going to happen. And it did. On the year 2004, Sunnydale received its own Slayer. Buffy Ann Summers. A teenage girl. A petite, blonde-haired 16-year-old that looked too young to be doing any sort of slaying. At first he thought the gods must have been laughing because the young woman looked nothing like a Slayer, but more of a simple teenager. Over time though he learnt that she wasn't alone in the slaying. She had her watcher, Rupert Giles, and friends, Alexander Harris and Willow Rosenberg. He was glad she had friends, and amazed at how she continued a normal life despite the fact she had her own destiny to save the world from evil. It wasn't nice to be alone whilst fighting the evil of the world on your own. Over time he stayed in the background and watched her as she grew older and stronger, meeting the Master and finally fighting him, to which she actually died. If it wasn't for Xander, her best friend, She would have been dead since he had been able to see her soul slipping through her body. The only thing that left him with a sick stomach was her apparent love for the souled vampire. It was like being in love with a corpse. It didn't help that the next year she actually had with the vampire, where he turned evil from achieving true happiness, turning into the monster known as Angelus. From his research he read many things to do with Angelus, how he was a true monster. He would kill anyone without hesitance and torture anyone without a care in the world. He knew he should have stopped it all from happening, but the hard truth came at him. He knew it needed to happen. Somehow and some way he knew that he shouldn't stop it, as if it was meant to happen to help Buffy grow as a person. However, all it happened to do was cause Angelus to kill Rupert's girlfriend, Jenny Calendar, the only person who could put Angelus's soul back, and then the next Slayer appeared. He had thought it was a joke at first when the Slayer Kendra appeared, but after hearing the explanation of how Buffy did die for a short moment, that the torch would have been passed on to create another Slayer, creating a loophole in the system, something he had never thought of himself. However, her time as a Slayer was cut short as she was killed by Drusilla, another powerful and crazed master vampire. It also seemed to be the last straw for Buffy, as she couldn't take the loss of a fellow Slayer being killed by those working with the man she once loved. This all lead up to the point of Angelus attempting to open up something called Akathla. Akathla was a demon that was once sent to bring about the end of the world. Unfortunately for it, a knight had pierced its heart before it could suck the world into oblivion, and therefore left it to turn into stone. Angelus tried to awaken it so it would consume the world into hell. The ritual was successful, opening a vortex, but at the last moment as Buffy went to kill him, Angelus's soul was restored, bringing him back to being Angel. It appeared that her friend Willow had performed the spell right, only in the wrong time. Naruto had then watched as Buffy cried for him and told him she loved him before plunging the sword into him and sending him to some unknown hell dimension. He had to admit, he didn't know if he could ever do that to someone he loved or let the world burn. Some may call it selfish, but to him he couldn't lose another loved one. After that event, Buffy had left Sunnydale to help deal with the pain in her heart of killing the one she loved and the fact her mother basically told her if she left, she could never come back to her home. So that left the blonde with only one choice: go to LA, where she actually came from. Seeing how he had appointed himself as a guardian of the Slayer, he followed her there, knowing in her vulnerability, she would be prone to attacks. This led to his first meeting with the woman in question. Back alley of a diner, Los Angeles, California, Friday, October 12, 2007, 10 p.m. Buffy Summers was tired, exhausted and sore from her day's work in the diner that she had decided to work at as a waitress. Despite the easy job, it was the customers who were the problem, the touchy, feely kind of men who couldn't keep their hands to themselves, either from being deprived of real woman and not being able to touch them often, or the simple fact that most were just pigs trying to cop a feel. Sometimes they would do it behind their wives' or girlfriends' backs, and it made Buffy realize that despite having faced demons, nothing could make her shiver more in disgust than pigs like them. Sometimes she'd felt like using her strength and breaking their hands, anything to keep the pigs away. This also led her to taking a shortcut to her small apartment she had rented by taking the back alleys. Any normal girl would have either took a cab or a bus because of the darkness, but not a Slayer, or ex-Slayer depending on how you look at it. She didn't know what she was anymore. After basically abandoning her friends and family, she didn't even know if she had them anymore. Hearing a scream from down the alleyway, she immediately sprinted down it and turned a corner to see what she could only guess was a vampire holding a teenage girl by the throat, ready to bite her. What was worse at this point was the fact she didn't have a stake with her in her hopes of giving the entire thing up. Luckily, before the vampire could do anything, a blur appeared behind it, grabbed it by the back of its shirt and flung it back against the wall, where it grunted as the wall cracked. Squinting her eyes, she was able to get a good look at the young woman's savior thanks to the lamps in the alleyway. The man was at least 6'3", taller than even Xander was, which was crazy. He had dirty blonde hair that was spiked up and framed around his face. At first she thought he'd used gel to keep his hair like that, but noticed there was no gel as the wind blew his hair across his face. He had striking blue eyes that seemed never-ending, but the surprising part that made her tense was the slits in both eyes, just like a vampire when it had its game face on. His skin was tanned, but that was no surprising with living in LA. The man wore black denim jeans, a black shirt that was buttoned up except for the top two, which revealed a bluish-green gem on a chain around his neck. What she found weird, however, was how a katana was placed inside his belt, secured tight. She could tell he worked out quite a bit from his muscles showing in his shirt as well as throwing the vampire like it was nothing. The man then looked at the terrified young woman and stepped closer, making Buffy tense to be prepared to stop him. "Go. Get out of here, it's not safe in alleyways," he said in a surprisingly deep but soft voice. What is that?" the young woman asked instead, making the man sigh. "Something you should never have seen. Now go home. I'm sure your parents are worried about you," he said, making the girl nod quickly before quickly thanking him and running off. "Oi! Who the hell do you think you are getting in the way of my meal?" the vampire shouted, growling at the man before him. The man glanced back to the enraged vampire and chuckled. "My name is Naruto Namikaze," Naruto said before turning around to face the vampire. "And you're dead," he said simply. "Is that Japanese?" Buffy thought to herself when she heard the name. He doesn't look Japanese. The vampire seemed to get enraged with what the blonde said and charged forward. Getting close, he punched at the man only for Naruto to easily catch the punch. "No matter how many of you I kill, you're all about as brain dead as a freaking zombie," he said before throwing the vampire against the wall. Before the creature of the night could do anything, Naruto appeared in front of it with unnatural speed and punched the vampire's head. His fist seemed to phase through the head as it turned to dust, immediately followed by his body, which exploded in a shower of dust, allowing his fist to impact with the wall, causing cracks to flow up it from the impact, making Buffy wide-eyed. "What the fuck? Damn stupid exploding vamp," Naruto muttered to himself as he wiped himself down from the dust. As she watched him shaking his head to get rid of dust in his hair, Buffy felt captivated as she eyed the man before he looked her way, his blue eyes finding her own blue-green eyes. "So you're the Slayer? I always figured you would be taller, to be honest," Naruto said with a smirk. Buffy rolled her eyes at the height joke, despite the fact she had to look up at him from her own height of 5 feet 4 inches. "I'm not the Slayer anymore, so if you're from the Watchers Council then just give up," she said with a scowl. "A scowl doesn't suit you," Naruto pointed out, actually seeing her up close. For once he could see how beautiful she was. "And I don't work for some old geezers. If I ever had to listen to them people, I'd kill myself, which wouldn't be an easy thing to do." He muttered the last part, but she still heard it. "Either way, I'm not the Slayer anymore," she said as she went to walk away. "Oh, I didn't realize you could quit. Does it make you sleep better at night? While you wallow in self-pity, there are people out there suffering and dying, whereas you could save them," Naruto said before shaking his head and turning around from the blonde who had narrowed her eyes. "If what you say is true, then the next time you hear someone scream, carry on walking, because frankly," his voice turned cold as he glanced back, "you'll just get in the way." Before Buffy could respond, the man had vanished from his spot in a burst of speed. Buffy grit her teeth and clenched her fist as a couple tears fell from her eyes from being called a liability. She had never been called that before. She had always been the one ahead of people doing what was right, and yet somehow a stranger took down a vampire with a single punch while she could only stand there helpless. What the hell have I become? What Buffy didn't realize yet was that Naruto had said those things just to make her think over everything. Even he knew that a woman like her was born to be a leader, and doing what she was doing now would only cause her more pain and anguish further down the road. Over the next few days, Buffy had tried to ignore all the evil around her and carried on with this normal life, she liked to call it. But along the way she realized she hated to be normal. She wanted to be different from the usual people. She wanted to help people from that darkness that threatened the world. She had seen that Naruto man a couple more times since their meeting. Each time he was killing vampires and demons like they were nothing, making her wonder what he was. What was strange though was that she had seen him breathe, so being undead was out of the question. She could also feel no evil from him. Well, a darkness inside of him, but if anything it seemed to be in control, almost like a part of him. It was one night, however, when she walking through a park, that she saw the Naruto person looking up at the sky with his eyes closed. She could also feel some sort of energy around him. What it was she had no idea, but she could feel the calmness from it. However, before she could say anything, Naruto's eyes had snapped open in the direction of the sky. Looking up, she watched as the sky itself seemed to rip apart, making her eyes widen. "Hollow," Naruto said loud enough for Buffy to hear, making her frown in confusion. Buffy looked to see the sky rip further as a white hand gripped the edges as if it was a doorway before a giant white mask poked its head through. Its nose pointed out and its eyes red. The next thing that came was a giant body of what looked like a black cloak. The creature, whatever it was like the size of a skyscraper. What the hell is a Manos Grande doing here? Naruto asked himself with a frown. Buffy then watched in fascination as Naruto lifted his right hand up to the creature's white face, gripping his arm with his left hand. The man started to go through, in her opinion, a freaky incantation. Sprinkled on the bones of the beast, sharp tower, red crystal, steel ring. Move and become the wind, stop and become the calm. The sound of warring spears fills the empty castle. Naruto paused as yellow lightning energy flickered around his palm. Hado no Rokuju-san. Raikoho. Way of Destruction number 63. Thunder Roar Seer. Before Buffy's very eyes, the spell's energy fired from his hand in a large beam of energy that resembled lightning and struck the giant white mask, causing the creature to howl in pain as the spell ripped through the mask, making the creature disintegrate as if it was never there while the sky seemed to close up. Okay. Either I'm hallucinating or some weird thing tore the sky open, came through and the hot BL no. The annoying blonde said some freaky stuff, shot some weirdo magic at it and it died. I'm really losing it. What the hell was that? Buffy asked in shock. Naruto glanced at her and sighed. That was what we call a hollow, a soul that has died in grief, pain or some other negative emotion. There are things out there that make demons pale in comparison to them, which is why you're here. We each have our own tasks to complete, our own objectives in life. I understand you want a normal life. I can't argue with that. In fact, I've been watching you over the years and so far you've been able to maintain a school life, keep friends and still be a slayer. Buffy smiled slightly at the praise from the man before something clicked. You've been watching me? She asked with a mixture of shock and confusion. She wasn't sure if she should be creeped out or glad someone strong was watching her back. Naruto chuckled and sighed. I've been in Sunnydale for many years. When you appeared several years ago I decided to look out for you, make sure you were safe. That's why I shown myself to you now. If you was looking out for me then why did you never help? Why did you let me go through so much pain on my own? Buffy shouted as some tears fell from her eyes. The fact that someone could have helped her made her angry and sad at the same time. Because you had to grow as a person by yourself, you had to know what pain was like. You had to fight everything by yourself and the help of her friends. I never shown myself to help you knowing you would come to rely on me, expecting me there when you find yourself in pain. There has been times where I wanted to help you, I won't deny it, but I knew if you was to grow into a strong woman you had to face your fears, pain and loss yourself. Naruto said as he walked over to the blonde. I show myself now, because I know what it's like to lose the person you love. He said before wrapping his arms around the blonde who rested her head against his chest, letting tears fall from her eyes. I don't know what to do anymore, Buffy said into his chest as she sniffed. I know. That's why I'm here now, Naruto said as he stroked her hair making her relax. I'm here to help move you through the pain, help you when you're in trouble. The only times when I won't help you is when I know when you need to do stuff by yourself. I won't always be there physically, but I won't abandon you. He told her as she pulled back slightly to look up at this stranger that wanted to help her. Why? Naruto chuckled sadly. It was a good question, he had to hand it to her. The fact that she let him get this close was a sign that she wasn't cautious though. Because we all have our own pain and we all need someone to help us through it no matter what we think is best for us. Will you eventually tell me what you are? She asked with a slight giggle. One day, but at least I'm breathing, huh? So no undead here, he said with a chuckle. Buffy also chuckled as she wiped her eyes. I'm not ready to see my friends, she told him. I know, and up until then I'll be here to help, he promised as he started to guide Buffy out of the park. Thank you, Buffy said with a small smile. Naruto's secret training ground, Los Angeles, California. Saturday, October 20th, 2007. 9:30 p.m. You're too slow, Naruto said as he sidestepped a kick from Buffy. They were both in a warehouse that Naruto had made into a sort of home for himself since he didn't really have anywhere else to stay. Ever since they had the talk in the park, Naruto had decided to train Buffy to get her stronger and back in shape from not training for a while. He had also felt energy coming from her similar to Ryotsu. He didn't know if it was the essence of the Slayer or because she was around him, but he was going to make sure she was able to use it. Damn it. You're too fast for me, Buffy growled out as she panted. She was currently wearing black slacks and a white tank top which unfortunately for Naruto was clung to her skin. Thankfully she wore a bra. If she hadn't, Naruto would be in major trouble. Buffy looked up at Naruto to see he just smiled gently at her. He didn't know it, but somehow he had wormed his way into her heart from everything he had said and done. No one had gone out of their way to help her before. Yes, Giles would be there for her, Willow and Xander wouldn't abandon her and would stick with her, but they were her friends. However, this man in front of her had no reason to help her. He had watched over her for the past couple years and she was actually thankful she had someone looking out for her. The funny thing was, ever since he started to train her, she had started to enjoy his company more and more. They would go out to eat, spend time talking. Naruto couldn't tell her much about his own life because he wasn't sure how to tell her what he was without freaking her out. But Buffy didn't care what he was, just because he was different, wouldn't make her feelings for the man go away. Naruto had also told her that when she does go back to Sunnydale he wouldn't be able to return with her in person, but he would be looking out for her. That had made her sad knowing he wouldn't be by her side, but had been happy he would be watching over her like a guardian angel. The more they had fought, the more she learned about him. He was strong, stronger than anything she thought possible. He could vanish and reappear somewhere else in a second. He could also do weird magic with an incantation. All of it had made her want to know more about her fellow blonde. Buffy, I'll always be faster than everyone, it's what I am that does it, but just because of that fact doesn't mean you can't get faster than you already are. Remember, you're the Slayer, but you're not meant to be invincible. Hell, you're probably one of the longest living up till now. You're special, Buffy, you have people there for you to help, and none of the other Slayers had that. There will always be someone better than you and stronger, but you need to find that weakness in them and exploit it. Naruto lectured the young woman. Buffy took a deep breath before she charged forward at Naruto. As she got close, she slid along the floor as he jumped up to avoid her. However, instead of carrying on along the floor, Buffy somehow grabbed his ankle and brought him down onto the ground, surprising him from the strength she seemed to have gained. Ow! Naruto said from his position on the floor as rubbed his back. Where the hell did you get that strength from? He asked with a chuckle. Buffy stared down at her hands as she knelt in front of him. I don't know, I felt a sudden rush of adrenaline and I acted before I knew what happened, she said in awe of her own strength. Naruto grinned up at her. See, I told you, now focus on that feeling you had when you grabbed me, and use the power within you, he said as he got up to stand with her. Buffy gave a nod before shooting forward at faster speeds, punching out with her right hand. Naruto tilted his head and was surprised by the strength as the wind that brushed past him had a lot of force behind it. Buffy brought her leg up to kick him across the face, but Naruto grabbed it in time and spun her around before throwing her away. Buffy flipped in midair and landed on the ground easily but skidded back a few steps. Good, you're getting better, Naruto said with a smile and a nod before getting in a stance. Her speed and strength reminds me of an Arankar. Could her Slayer essence be affecting her because of my Ryatsu's touched her? He questioned himself. Buffy grinned and back flipped to grab a weapon that Naruto had laid about all over the place and along the walls. Grabbing a staff with a blade on the end, she threw it at Naruto at great speed. Naruto brought his hands up and caught the bladed part in between them as it touched his nose. That was definitely super strength. Before he could ponder that thought anymore, Buffy had appeared in front of him with a sword in a downward swing. Swiftly bringing the staff around, he blocked the strike with the pole, but it was sliced in half, leaving it as two separate weapons now. However, Naruto was now at a slight disadvantage as both arms were spread apart and Buffy had a sword in perfect line-up for stabbing his chest. Grinning at Buffy, she went wide-eyed as Naruto simply vanished from his spot and behind Buffy with his arm around her shoulder and his face by her ear, making her tingle from feeling his breath on her neck. You're ready, he said with a chuckle, bringing a shiver down her spine. And I think it's time you learned what I am, he said with a sigh. She needed to know in order for her to comprehend how she suddenly got stronger and faster. Really? Buffy asked with an excited look on her face. Yup, now sit down, he said as they both sat on the ground cross-legged, and so he told her everything, his life in Konoha, the Kyuubi, what he did for a living, killing humans or rather shinobi as missions. He explained about Jinchuriki and Akatsuki, then the Fourth Shinobi War. He explained how his once best friend killed everyone he loved including the women he loved, and then his final confrontation with Sasuke and where he went from there. He explained everything about a Shinigami, their abilities, Zanpakuto and Soul Society. He told her everything that had happened there, how he was a Taicho until he was declared to be executed because of Aizen. He then explained what he had been doing ever since he and his friends escaped from Soul Society. He also explained about hollows and what it was that she saw in the park that day. He went on to explain why he was originally in Sunnydale, overlooking the Helmuth, and then when she appeared he decided to be a sort of guardian for her. Buffy listened in rapt attention at everything being told to her. She couldn't believe it. Everything sounded like a comic book that she knew Xander read. Everything sounded out of this world, which technically it was, considering he was from a different realm and soul society. What was a scary thought, however, was the fact he used to do missions where he had to kill humans with no remorse, and that someone so young was faced with war. In a weird way, he was the only person who could relate with her. "So, what exactly are you?" Buffy asked with a raised eyebrow. Naruto sighed and bit his lip. "I'm not sure myself," he said as he shrugged to himself. "I'm part human, Shinigami, and hollow. I'm the result of a mix of all three, and yet I have no proper name for what my race is. I'm unique, I guess. But no matter how I put it, there will never be someone out there like me. I have so much power in me that sometimes I feel like I'll explode. That's why I hunt demons as well, to get rid of any excess power," he said with a shrug. "So you're like the only type of you?" Buffy asked, not sure how to word it right. Naruto chuckled and gave a nod. "Yeah, I guess you could say that," he said with a sigh. "That all depends on how Sasuke gained a Zanpakuto." "So what was your war like?" she asked, interested in what a war was like in a different realm. "My war?" Naruto questioned with a sad chuckle. "Bloody is one word. Unlike here where they have weapons and the like, where they kill from distances. We had to fight bare-handed, using our techniques, killing each other without remorse. Do you know what the worst part was?" he asked her. "What?" she asked, wondering how horrible a war like that was against fellow humans. It was different for her since she was fighting against pure evil. How he could still remain sane she'd never know. "I was the reason of the war," he told her, making her wide-eyed. "Someone wanted the demon, Kyuubi, inside of me, and he declared war for it. I couldn't believe it. Countries were fighting for me, to protect me. Granted, it was for their benefit as well, because if the Akatsuki actually got me, well, it would be the end for all of us. Many people died, until I got sick of it. I entered the war and I finished it by killing Madara Uchiha. Gotta say, it was one of the hardest battles I've ever been through. There were a few times I came close to dying, until he eventually did kill me," he said with a sigh. "Wait a minute," Buffy said, shocked. "You've died?" "Yup. It was the first time I've ever lost control of my power. My inner hollow decided it was too soon to die," he said as he thought back to that day. Flashback Valley of the End. Naruto and Madara had been going at it for hours. Luckily, no one else was able to witness the battle since he had snuck off from the main headquarters that had been set up for the war. Madara had secretly invited Naruto for one final battle but told him to come alone. If he was honest with himself, Naruto preferred it that way. With the way his jutsu were so destructive, he would prefer it if no one was with him. Naruto was extremely tired from fighting such a legend that was over 100 years old. Madara himself was no better. Naruto had used his skill in the Hiraishin to bypass Madara's own Jikukan technique by turning his body incorporeal, which allowed jutsu and physical attacks to pass through him. Another pain in the ass was the fact that Madara had taken a Rinnegan eye from Nagato's body and used it as his own, making the man more formidable. "Is this your strongest namikaze?" Madara questioned the blonde, who grit his teeth. The funny thing was that Naruto wasn't even using Bankai, knowing that it would make no difference against this man who was basically a god in his own right. His Bankai's speed would have no chance against a man with both Ein no Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan. The man would be able to actually see it before it happened and then turn himself incorporeal before he had a chance. Any of his Zanpakuto's techniques were simply too noticeable. It would be like catching an incorporeal fly before it has a chance to fly away. Naruto grinned back at Madara. "If you think that's all I have, you're sorely mistaken, Madara." Flashing away in a crimson flash, he appeared in front of Madara with two Rasengan in his hands. Jikukan. Rasenrangan. Spacetime. Rasengan Barrage. Thrusting his hands forward, he was just about to strike Madara when he seemed to distort. Genjutsu. He thought in alarm before he felt a searing pain in his back. Glancing back, he saw Madara with a katana in hand and blood dripping from it. He dropped to his knees a moment later as blood sprouted out of his back from a large gash across it. "Did you really think I wouldn't be prepared for you, Naruto-kun? I'll admit, forcing me and actually using Izanagi to actually get you, but it was well worth it," Madara said as he looked back at Naruto. Oh, and I have to thank you for fully absorbing the Kyuubi. Normally we would need the host alive to extract the Biju, but now, you actually hold its chakra within you, meaning we don't need you alive. He exclaimed as he swung back and stabbed his katana forward through Naruto's chest, directly in his heart, making Naruto cough up blood as he looked down at the blade stabbed through him. Madara yanked the blade free from Naruto's body, allowing his body to drop to the floor as blood pooled around him. Foolish boy, you never stood a chance, Madara said with a smirk. A second later Zetsu appeared from the ground. Is it done? His black side asked. Yes, now all we need to do is extract his chakra before it dies with his body, Madara said as he faced Zetsu. He was a strong one. Yeah, he almost kicked your ass, both sides of the strange man said. Before Madara could reply, he was blown away by a powerful explosion from Naruto's body that literally shook the earth as bright red Ryotsu shot into the sky, blowing all clouds away. Not far away, the 5 cages, which consisted of Tsunade Senju of Konohagakure, Gaara of Sanagakure, Meitarumi of Kirigakure, Ei of Kumogakure and Onoki of Iwagakure along with their top shinobi were running through the trees towards the Valley of the End. They had found out about Naruto leaving their watch and sensed him at the valley. They could only guess why he would be there. That stupid baka, does he have any idea what he's doing? Tsunade said through gritted teeth. To be honest, I can't believe he lasted this long, Kakashi said with a sigh. What do you mean, Kakashi-san? Mei asked with a raised eyebrow. Naruto's been getting angrier every second. He's angry we were hiding him, and he's angry that this war is because of him and Killer B-san. Kakashi explained with a frown. He should have understood we were doing it for him, Onoki said with a scowl. Really? How would you feel if everyone you trusted kept you out of the loop because it was for your own good? I don't know about you, but I'd be pretty pissed, Ei said with a frown as well. They had been able to sense the battle for a while now, the high-use chakra and large explosions. Everyone froze when they suddenly felt Naruto's chakra signature vanish. Tsunade-sama? Sakura asked while trying to swallow the bile rising up her throat. I know, come on, Tsunade exclaimed as they started to jump again. However, once more they were stopped, or rather thrown away, as an explosion occurred not far from them. What the hell was that? Kiba exclaimed as they clung onto the trees. I don't know, but it's coming from Naruto's position, Neji said with his Byakugan active. Then we best hurry, Gaara said while worrying about his friend. Valley of the End. Madara and Zetsu watched in morbid fascination as Naruto's right hand started to claw at the ground while energy exploded out of him, making them cover their eyes from the force. Slowly, the recently dead Naruto started to stand up, only he looked robotic in his movements. Sluggishly he started to stand up as the bright red energy wrapped around him like a tornado. The energy started to stick to him like a second skin as he stood to full height. Raw rghhhhh. A scream ripped through the maelstrom of energy before it died down, revealing a new monstrous Naruto. He now had long straight blonde hair, reaching down to his waist. He was also decorated with crimson markings stretching from the newly formed hollow hole in the center of his chest, reaching across his chest and shoulders. He also had retractable claws on his fingertips and toes, small furry silver tufts, 2 starting from his collarbone and stretching around his neck, and 1 each on his wrists and ankles, as well as whitish silver skin. In this new form, he had a hollow mask on his face which was shaped the same as his normal hollow mask. It covered Naruto's entire head, and its markings were different as it had 4 spike-shaped marks stretched, 2 of them stopping by the forehead, and the other 2 stretching past the eyes and teeth, going past his chin and joining with the marks on his chest, also crimson in color. There were also small marks resembling a heart, but with the top and bottom open, extending from the inner corners of his eyes, which were a bright yellow filling the eye holes. The mask featured 2 long forward-pointing horns with crimson strips extending from their center towards the tips. In the process of the transformation, the top of his clothes were torn off, leaving him topless. What on earth? Madara asked in shock at seeing the monstrosity that had once been Naruto Namikaze. He looks like the freaking devil. Maybe we show. Zetsu was unable to say more as the hollowified Naruto appeared in front of him with his clawed hands wrapped around his face. Madara locked on in complete shock at the speed that Naruto had moved from his spot. 1 minute he was across from them, and then next he heard a static buzz before the man had appeared in front of Zetsu. A speed that was no doubt as fast as the Hiraishin. What is he? He thought in horror. A red light flashed around Naruto's right hand which gripped Zetsu, causing the strange shinobi to scream from the raw power burning him. Before anything could be done, a large red beam erupted from his hand, completely covering the area and blowing Madara away. Madara looked up from where he was blown away to see Zetsu disintegrating amongst his screams as the terrible power ripped him apart, molecule from molecule. Hollow-eyed Naruto let his hand drop, leaving only scorch marks on the floor of where Zetsu previously stood. He killed him so easily. Madara thought in shock. Slowly hollow-eyed Naruto turned his head towards Madara with his eerie yellow eyes staring right through his soul. Without delay, hollow-eyed Naruto vanished from his spot and appeared in front of Madara with his fist pulled back. As he punched forward, his fist went through Madara, which instead became distorted, making the newly formed creature to growl in frustration. Hollow-eyed Naruto looked back to see that Madara had moved to the other side of the valley. Holding his hand out, his Zanpakuto was ripped from the ground and flew at his right hand. Grasping it tightly, he swung it back, which, because of the force of the swing, the wall behind him exploded, practically destroying the valley on his side. "What are you?" Madara asked while preparing himself for any attack. His only answer though was a growl from the hollow-eyed Naruto. Naruto flashed away and appeared behind Madara, surprising the man as he spun around just in time for a sword to swing down on him. Using his enhanced speed, he vanished from his spot and reappeared above Naruto. Kaden. Gokakyu no Jutsu. Fire release. Great fireball technique. An enormous fireball exploded from his mouth once he put his finger and thumb to his mouth. It exploded on impact with the still figure of Naruto, allowing Madara the time to appear on the statue of himself. Madara, from his spot on the statue, looked down at the smoke that had risen from the impact. It put him at a disadvantage now that he couldn't see the hollow-eyed Naruto. He narrowed his eyes as he saw a red light within the smoke. Going wide-eyed, he flashed to a good few feet away as another beam of red energy shot straight at the statue, reducing it to ash as well as the surrounding area as the resulting explosion tore everything apart. Naruto's masked head moved to look up at Madara as his eyes flashed for a second, lifting up his blade. Blackish red energy wrapped around it which put pressure onto the ground from the very force of it, causing the ground to crack. Swinging his sword down at Madara, it unleashed a massive wave of energy at the immortal. Just as the wave was about to strike Madara, the man held his hands out. Shinra Tensai. The wave of energy started to wash around the man, but because of the incredible force of the technique, it broke through the invisible force of Madara's technique and blew the man away. Gradually Naruto started to float upwards until he was level with the higher ground of the valley. It was also at this point that everyone part of the war resistance appeared to witness Naruto's monstrous form. "And Naruto?" Tsunade asked with wide eyes. "Are you kidding me? That's Naruto?" Kankuro asked with shock. Sakura slowly stepped forward while everyone looked on at the damage that had been caused around the valley. "Naruto-kun?" she asked carefully but with no fear present. Hollow-eyed Naruto glanced back at the assembled shinobi and vanished in a static boom. Not a second later, he appeared in front of Sakura, looking down at her. Unknown to Naruto, all of the shinobi had gotten into a defensive position, not sure how to deal with this new development. Ra, Naruto growled out in a distorted voice as if he wasn't really awake. Sakura looked Naruto in his now yellow eyes without a fear and gave a nod. "Yes," she said as she lifted a hand to touch his cheek, getting a soft growl from him. "Naruto?" she asked, wondering how much of him was still in there. Her hand trailed down to his chest where a hole allowed her to see right through him, where his heart should be. Her heart ached for the man she loved, wondering what had happened to make him become this and lose his heart. "Stay here," he trailed off as he whipped around to look at Madara. "Must kill," he exclaimed as he vanished again. Flashback end. I eventually killed Madara by turning his body and soul to dust. The power I had at the time was too wild and uncontrolled. I was a ticking time bomb waiting to explode. Despite dying and becoming that thing, I was in a sort of void space where I could see everything happening in a third-person view. I could have taken over at any time, but I knew keeping that form was the best way to protect everyone. Once Madara was dead, I took back over my body, relinquishing the hollow form, and passed out. Naruto said with a chuckle. "Dying takes its toll on a person." "You're telling me?" Buffy said with a small smile. She felt like she had become much closer to her fellow blonde knowing the man had died and also being told of his past life, despite how bizarre it sounded. The reason I told you everything now was because you needed to know in order for you to understand the changes that are going on with you, Naruto said with a serious look. Changes? She asked with a confused look, which to him, made her actually look cute. Yes, your sudden growth in strength, speed and resilience is very similar to my own. So I could become as strong as you? Buffy asked with wide eyes and a wide smile. Naruto chuckled and placed both hands on her shoulders to keep her from bouncing. At the moment I have no idea. My best hypothesis is that when you died, your soul became stranded in a sort of void. Do you remember anything from that time? Buffy thought back to the time before she gave a small nod. I remember, the master biting me and then I woke up in some sort of black space with loads of voices speaking at once, and then I woke up, with Xander and Angel above me. Good, that was the void. Some people go to that are like you and me, people who aren't alive or dead but in between. When you came back, you held a piece of that void in your soul, almost like you lost a piece of your soul so to speak. Up until I first introduced myself, that void stayed empty. I don't understand, how can you fill that void in my soul? She asked with a raised eyebrow while trying to work everything out. It all sounded so strange. My body simply produces too much Ryotsu for all of it to stay contained inside me. He paused for a second for a better analogy of explaining what it would be like. It would be like keeping a cup underneath a tap and keeping it running. The water will fill the cup and pour over the edges until either there is nothing left of the water. Which in my case, I would either have to use all of my Ryotsu in a fight or just expel it out forcibly, which could damage the world, or the other way for it to stop is for me to die. He said, making the Slayer's eyes widen. You have that much? She asked in awe. Yes. Naruto said with a chuckle. With me constantly releasing Ryotsu, it has slowly leaked into you, filling the void with Ryotsu and giving you greater strength, etc. He paused a moment to let it sink in. The true extent of these abilities are new to me, so I don't know what to expect. For now I can only speculate that they will focus on enhancing your Slayer powers. So, what does this all mean? Buffy asked while eager to test her new powers. It means that I'll need to teach you to control them correctly so you don't accidentally injure someone. I will also need to create something that will suppress the enhanced abilities. What? Why? Buffy asked in shock. Naruto gently grasped Buffy's hands and started to run the back of her hands with his thumbs to calm her down. Because the forces I have to deal with might sense you, meaning you and your friends will become in danger and I won't always be there in case they do attempt something. He explained. Don't worry, you'll be able to use them whenever you want and be able to seal them away whenever. You will still always have your natural Slayer powers. How will you suppress them then? The best way would be to use jewelry, a ring, necklaces, anything of your choosing, to be honest, and then I'll enchant it. Whenever you disable it, it will unleash your powerful self. Enable it and you're all sealed up, Naruto said with a nod. Anything of my choosing? Buffy asked with wide excited eyes, making Naruto's widen in horror, remembering that look on Ino whenever he offered to buy something. Mizrahi Diamonds, Jewelry Store, Los Angeles, California. Sunday, October 21, 2007, 11:45 a.m. So I can get anything? Buffy asked as he and Naruto stepped through the door in what people would call women's paradise. She was wearing simple blue tight jeans that hugged her ass, a teal shirt and a beige leather jacket with her hair down to reach her shoulders. Naruto sighed and he noticed some of the people in the store looking at him with sorrow at his misfortune. Ironically, they were male. Yes, Buffy, what is it you want exactly? He asked while looking around as she went straight to the jewelry cases. He was currently wearing black Armani jeans, a gray shirt and an Armani jeans field jacket buttoned up. Despite being old, he loved to wear fashionable clothes. A necklace. Buffy replied with a grin. I need to replace the one Angel got me. His just brings back bad memories. Naruto shrugged and walked over to Buffy with a smile. You can pick out any you like, prices don't matter, he told her with a grin. How are you paying for it? She asked with curiosity. Naruto put his hand into his pocket and pulled out a credit card. I do have real money, you know? So just lookin'? I found it. Buffy's excited voice reached him. Naruto blinked and looked at the item she was looking at over her shoulder. He had to admit, it was beautiful. A beautiful cross pendant crafted in 10K white gold featuring 0.25 quart TW of white diamonds. Included was an 18 inches box chain with a spring lock clasp. "Are you sure that's the one you want?" he asked. Buffy hastily gave a nod before glancing back. "If it's not too much anyway," she said with a pout and puppy dog eyes. Naruto chuckled. "Buffy, you deserve it and you know it. Besides, you'll look beautiful with it on," he said with a chuckle as he called over the clerk to buy the necklace. "Thank you," Buffy said with a soft smile at Naruto. Naruto's Secret Training Ground, Los Angeles, California, Sunday, October 21, 2007, 4:15 p.m. "It's so beautiful," Buffy said as Naruto passed it over to her. They had returned to Naruto's secret training ground not long ago once he had bought the necklace from the store. While out they had gotten something to eat and enjoyed their time together for once. However, just to torture the poor girl, he had told her she couldn't have it until he had enchanted it, making her give him the silent treatment on the way back. "Now remember, you'll just have to say the release command, Strenus Signum, activate seal, in order to seal your extra powers away, and say, Liberatio, release, to release your powers," Naruto said with a chuckle. "What language is that?" she asked while memorizing the words. "Latin. It's the common language for the magic of this world," he explained while she admired the necklace. "Thank you," Buffy said as she stepped closer to Naruto. "I told you." He was cut off when Buffy's lips suddenly claimed his in a soft but passionate kiss. Naruto, after getting his mind working, quickly reciprocated the kiss and wrapped his arms around her waist and brought her closer to his body. After a minute they broke the kiss and just stared into each other's eyes. "I have wanted to do that for so long," Buffy declared with a grin, making Naruto chuckle. "You do know about my other girlfriends, right? Are you sure about this?" Naruto asked seriously. Buffy sighed and closed her eyes. Placing her head on his chest, she sighed. I want to have something with you. I know you said once I go back to Sunnydale that I'll have to move on with my life and you won't be able to stay with me a lot, but I don't want to go home and think, what if? You know?" she asked as she looked up. "Besides, I've never been against girls," she said with a wise smile. Naruto chuckled and leant down, kissing her head. "You girls will be the death of me," he said with a sigh. "Here, let me put this on," he said, grabbing the necklace. Buffy smiled and turned away so her back pressed against his chest and pulled her hair out of the way. Naruto placed her necklace chain around her neck and clicked it together securely. Buffy looked down at the cross that was now on her chest and grasped it tightly. He would never understand how important he was to her, the man that lifted her from the darkness and helped her in ways no one else could understand. Naruto smiled down at her and wrapped his arms around her waist, making her sigh in content. Bending down, he placed a few kisses on the nape of her neck, making her moan in pleasure from simple kisses. Buffy reached her arm back and grasped the back of Naruto's head. Twisting her head around, she brought his face down and reached up to give him a full-blown kiss on the lips. "I gotta warn you, I have over 200 years of experience," Naruto said with a grin. Buffy looked up at him with a smirk. "Prove it." A naughty smirk appeared on her face. The next thing she knew, Naruto had lifted her up and vanished in a flash. Only her squeal was an indication that she had been there. Buffy's apartment, Los Angeles, California, Monday, October 22, 8:30 a.m. Buffy lay awake staring up at the ceiling of her bedroom in her apartment. She still couldn't believe everything that had happened the night before. After Naruto had flashed away with her, he had appeared in her bedroom, thrown her on the bed and simply ravished her on the spot. They had made love all night, for hours on end. Never before had she felt more cherished and cared for than before Naruto. He had treated her like the most important person in the world, making sure she received more pleasure. Granted, she did do her fair share of giving, especially when she found out how much he liked blowjobs. Never mind how much she loved how he tasted. Sighing, she looked over to her left to see Naruto sleeping with a smile on his face while lying on his back. His right arm was stretched out around her neck. Smiling happily, she rolled over towards him, wrapped her arm around his waist, placed her head on his chest and entwined her legs with his. Her naked body pressed up against his, making her feel more at peace than she ever had before. Her necklace was also tied around her neck. Despite their entire lovemaking, she hadn't wanted to take it off. For what reasons, Naruto didn't know. Buffy glanced up at Naruto's calm face and closed eyes while his blonde hair almost shadowed his entire eyes. Grinning mischievously, she lowered her hand beneath the quilt and found her object of desire, semi-hard and long, just how she likes it. Buffy started to slowly stroke him while laying kisses on his muscled stomach. Slowly she started to kiss up his body to his chest while continuing to stroke him to full length. Now this is one hell of a wake-up call, Naruto said groggily while glancing down at Buffy, who grinned up at him without stopping her ministrations. Sorry, it was obvious by the look on her face she was anything but. I couldn't wait for you to wake up, so I got started, so to speak. She moved her body so she was straddling him, sitting on his hips, and looked down on him with a grin. Her long blonde hair fell down, framing her face, making her look more beautiful. Lifting a hand up, Naruto brushed her hair back behind an ear to get a better look at her. You look more beautiful than you did last night, he said with a smile as he palmed her cheek while she blushed at the compliment and memories. I was concentrating too much on staying conscious as you fucked me to know what I looked like, but I'll take your word for it, she said with a naughty grin. Lowering her head, her lips made contact with his pulse on his neck, gently biting him there before she rose over him. Gazing at another woman who had left a mark on his heart, she looked so beautiful just sat atop him. Without warning, her mouth descended on his, capturing him in a deep tongue caress that saw their bodies grinding as his hands extended over her small back before grasping the firm cheeks of her backside, causing her to moan against his lips. The sound of which reignited the fire she'd created as he began to harden again. Buffy lifted her mouth as her tongue ran over her kiss-swollen lips, hovering a fraction of an inch above his. You have no idea how much you affect me. She smiled down at him before reaching between them to stroke his erection. She watched his throat constrict while pumping his. Let me show you how much you mean to me. Buffy sauntered her hips backward until the head of his shaft pressed against her moist entrance, the very same one he had spent so much time in the night before. She gently sank him inside of her, the thick column of flesh spreading her apart as she settled back on his lap after a couple of careful down thrusts. Fiery spasms rocked her slim body as she held him so deep inside of her. She smiled down at him, loving how hard and thick he felt inside her. How complete she felt for the first time in her life. God, you're so tight, Naruto whispered as he held onto her hips as she began to rock back and forth, riding him at an agonizingly slow pace that made her part her own lips, flashing her white teeth. Ducking her head, she went in for one more kiss, which Naruto eagerly returned. The only downside to this morning session was he just knew there would be no training that day. Buffy's apartment, Los Angeles, California, Friday, November 2, 2007, 7:45 p.m. So you're all packed? Naruto acknowledged to Buffy. Ever since he had enchanted her necklace, he had trained her in how to properly control her newfound abilities. Over those days he had noticed she'd gotten stronger, faster and more resilient to damage, to the point that she could give him a challenge, in his sealed form. With the necklace activated, her Slayer abilities had also increased slightly, which was good considering the many strong demons that can overpower a Slayer. However, today was the day that she was going back home, and he could tell she was terrified of facing her family and friends. Yeah, Buffy said with a sigh as she zipped her suitcase up. She smiled when she felt Naruto's arm wrap around her waist. Everything's going to be fine, he told her with a smile. You won't be there though. Naruto sighed at that and turned her around. No, I won't, and I need you to move on with your life when you get back. I know it sounds like I'm being an ass, but I'm doing it to protect you. I'll always be there for you no matter what. If you ever have any trouble, just call me and I'll be there, he promised. I know it's just, I've gotten used to how things are around here, ya know, she said with a sigh as her head dropped onto his chest with a sigh. You have a long life ahead of you. The sooner you get back to Sunnydale, the better, he said as he pulled her back. I'm sure your mother and friends are worried sick about you. Granted, they may be a little pissed, but it will work out in the end. He kissed her on the forehead for reassurance. Can I tell anybody about you? She asked with a raised brow. Just Giles for now. He'll most likely understand it better, or rather believe you, he told her seriously. They will all eventually know who I am and what I am, he said with a smile which was returned. Okay, Buffy said with a nod and picked up her luggage. Well, you walking me to the bus station? She asked with a smile. Naruto grinned and stepped towards her. Actually, I thought we'd go my way, he said as he lifted her and her luggage up before flashing away. Hueco Mundo, unknown time and location. Aizen Sosuke grinned as he watched a monitor screen with Naruto Namikaze and Buffy Summers in bed together. So, he has taken an interest in the Vampire Slayer, him? He mused. Vampire Slayer? Jin's voice echoed from behind him. The guardian of the helmet that is located under Sunnydale. Aizen explained. And Naruto-kun has turned himself into a guardian of that place. He must understand the threat that it can possess to the human world and spirit world. The Soul Society is none the wiser either. Tosen said from the other side of Aizen. Only the Sotecho understands the helmet, but nothing has been done to secure it from being unsealed. That, my dear friends, is why the human world and Soul Society will soon fall, especially the Namikaze boy. Now, I just have to contact an old friend in Sunnydale. Aizen smirked sinisterly as he thought of killing the Namikaze. Joyce Summers was in kitchen trying to get a stuck utensil out of the dishwasher. Just as she was about to pull it out, there was a knock at the door, making her look up startled and yank the item out. She frowned at the fork she pulled out and put it down. Getting up, she grabbed a towel and headed for the front door, wiping her hands. In the dining room, she paused and looked toward the door, suddenly wondering who might be there. She draped the towel over a chair and slowly went to the door. When she opened it, there stood Buffy, looking sad, tired and disheveled. For a long moment they just looked at each other. Without saying a word, they stepped toward each other and held each other close for a long, tight embrace. "I'm home," Buffy whispered. She glanced back to a tree where Naruto was stood in the shadows, giving her a nod and a smile before he vanished. Buffy smiled and hugged her mother tighter. 1630 Revello Drive, Sunnydale, California, Friday, November 2, 2007, 8:49 p.m. Buffy's bedroom. Buffy finished taking the last of her things out of her bag, walked over to her closet and dumped them in carelessly. Looking down at the mess, she shrugged and turned around and looked at the room that she'd missed so much for the last few months. It all seemed so familiar, and yet not. Certainly it's too neat and clean. Reaching up to her neckline, she grasped the necklace. "I hope you're right about this," she whispered to herself. Turning back, she reached into her closet for a sweater and headed over to her mother's room. 1630 Revello Drive, Sunnydale, California, Friday, November 2, 2007, 8:53 p.m. Joyce's bedroom. Joyce was stood at the wall by the window, banging a nail into it so that she could hang an ancient tribal mask on the wall that she had received from the gallery. Just as she went to hit the nail with her hammer, Buffy stepped in. "Mom," startled by her daughter's voice, she jumped, accidentally slamming the hammer through the dry wall. "Oh, Buffy," Joyce said with slight surprise. Buffy cringed at the sight of the hole in the wall. Her mother then pulled the hammer out with a yank and turned to face her with a smile while holding the hammer and the mask in the other hand. Sorry," Buffy said with a sheepish smile. No. Don't worry about it. I guess I just got used to all the quiet while you were gone," Joyce said with a smile. "But it's no problem." She looked down at the mask in her hand and turned around to place it on the wall over the hole. The mask was carved from a reddish wood with cutouts for eyes which were slanted inward to appear very evil. There were a series of long, pointed teeth with extra long fangs for incisors set into the upper lip but with no lower portion. Look," she said as she finished hanging up and turned to face Buffy. "It's Nigerian. We got a very exciting shipment in at the gallery. I thought I'd hang a few pieces up here to cheer up the room." Buffy looked at the mask with a raised eyebrow. "It's angry at the room, Mom. It wants the room to suffer," she deadpanned. Joyce nodded at what her daughter said. "You have no appreciation of primitive art." Looking down, she noticed the sweater in Buffy's hands. "You going out?" Buffy, startled, looked down at the sweater. "Oh, well, if it's okay. I'd like to find Willow and Xander," she said, looking back up at her mother with nervousness. "Will you be slaying?" Joyce asked seriously yet nervously. "Only if they give me lip," she quipped with a weak smile. Can I make you a sandwich or something before you go? You must be starving," Joyce offered with a smile. Buffy smiled slightly and shook her head. "I was until that 4-course snack you served me after dinner." "Well, then, Joyce paused as she went over to her dresser. Why don't I drive you?" she asks, grabbing her car keys. "I mean, they could be anywhere." Buffy sighed and looked her mother in the eye. "Mom, if you don't want me to go, just say so." No, I just want to put this whole thing behind us, get back to normal." Joyce paused in her small rant and inhaled deeply. "You go. Have a good time." "Okay." Buffy smiled and gave her mom a little wave, then left the room. Random alley, Sunnydale, CA Friday, November 2, 2007, 10:15 p.m. A truck drove by down the alley while behind it Buffy walked along looking around for anything unusual. She then heard something fall to the ground and break down an alley and stopped to look in the direction of the sound. Slowly she started to walk in that direction. Buffy came around a corner and looked down the adjoining way. There she saw a man dressed in black, walking suspiciously as though looking for something. Quickly thinking he was a vampire, she began to follow silently but didn't notice an empty aluminium can on the pavement, and stepped on it. The man reacted instantly to the noise, span around and swung at her with a stake. Buffy threw up her arms and cross-blocked the swing, then deftly took the stake from the man's hands and raised it to counter-attack. He stepped back and the white cross hanging from his neck swung around, standing out in marked contrast to the rest of his attire. Buffy was then able to make out the man's face, immediately noticing that it was Xander, and stayed her attack. Xander was taken completely by surprise and just stared back at her. Buffy lowered the stake and smiled slightly. "Didn't anyone ever warn you about playing with pointy sticks?" She shook the stake at him like a mother would to a child with a toy. "It's all fun and games until somebody loses an eye. You shouldn't sneak up on people like that," was all Xander could say, still in a bit of shock at seeing the blonde once more. He breathed hard, trying to catch his breath. He looked at her, trying to convince himself that it was really her, and finally managed a weak smile. "Geez, Buff."
Suddenly a vampire smashed his way out of a crate leaning against a wall. He lunged at Xander and Buffy, knocking them and himself to the pavement. Xander quickly tried to grab the vampire as he got up, but the demon grabbed Xander instead and pulled him up. He drew his fist back for a punch, but Buffy jumped in and struck the vampire in the stomach with a powerful side kick, making him fall backwards into a pile of trash cans and bags. Cordelia's voice then came over the walkie-talkie at Xander's belt. "Come in, Nighthawk, everything okay?"
Buffy looked taken aback and glanced at Xander. "Nighthawk?" she asked in confusion. Before Xander could reply to either woman, the vampire had jumped back on his feet and came at them. "Oh!" Buffy exclaimed as he tackled Xander and sent him reeling backwards into a chain-link fence. Buffy tried to stake him, but he sidestepped her and shoved her into the fence as well. Xander tried to come up behind him, but the vampire swung out with a backhand fist to Xander's face, knocking him to the ground. Buffy got to her feet and sweep blocked 2 punches from the demon. She high-clocked his third punch and got a hand under his chin to hold him at bay. He pushed her back into the fence as the two struggled for control. At the same moment Willow, Cordelia and Oz came running over. The 2 girls grabbed the vampire by the arms and dragged him off of Buffy and across the alley, slamming him hard into a steel roll-up door. Buffy caught her breath as she looked on in astonishment. The vampire growled at the girls as Oz tried to move in with a stake, but the vamp roundhouse kicked Oz, sending him to the pavement next to Xander. He then shoved Cordelia away, and Buffy quickly moved to catch her so she wouldn't get hurt. The vampire then threw Willow aside, and she fell onto Xander and Oz. Cordelia looked to see the person who caught her and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh hey, Buffy." Buffy pushed her aside and wielded back her stake when she saw the vampire come after them. Cordelia lost her balance and fell to the pavement next to Willow. Buffy plunged her stake cleanly into the vampire, and a second later he burst into ashes. As the dust settled down, she looked over at her friends staring up at her from the ground, all breathing hard from what she could see. Buffy gave them a little wave and a weak smile. "Hey, guys," she said, hoping they would say something. Instead they just keep staring back as Xander let his head drop back to the pavement. Rupert Giles' apartment, Sunnydale, CA Friday, November 2, 2007, 10:45 p.m. "You know, maybe it's too late. Maybe we should just come back tomorrow," Buffy tried to reason as they all stood outside of Giles' apartment door. No one made a move to go or even say anything, making Buffy look at the door, then back at the others. "What if he's mad?" she asked with a worried look. "Mad?" Xander asked with sarcasm. "Just because you ran away and abandoned your post and your friends and your mom and made him lay awake every night worrying about you?" he questioned with pure sarcasm and slight anger. Looking back at Oz and Willow he said, "Maybe we should wait out here?" Buffy gave him a look, knowing he or the others would have been angry at her. She turned around to face the door, reached for the knocker and tapped it a few times. After a few seconds, to which felt like an eternity, Giles opened the door and saw Buffy standing there flanked by the others. His face remained expressionless for a long moment. "Check it out," Xander said with a grin, trying to lighten the mood. "The Watcher is back on the clock. And just when you were thinking career change, maybe becoming a looker or a seer." "Thank you, Xander," Giles said with an eye roll. He then looked down at his slayer with a small smile. "Welcome home, Buffy." Buffy smiled up at him. Stepping back, he pulled the door open further and stepped back so they could all enter. Once they all made it in, they situated themselves around the room. Oz, Willow, Buffy and Xander were all on the couch. Cordelia was sitting in a facing chair and Giles was leaning on the backrest of another chair. "I got in a few hours ago, but I wanted to go see my mom first." Buffy started off after a few moments of silence. Yes, of course. How did you find her?" Giles asked with his natural stammering. Buffy looked at him funny and grinned. "Well, I pretty much remembered the address." Giles went red in embarrassment and started to wipe his glasses out of habit. The tea kettle in his kitchen began to whistle. "How are things between you?" Noticing the whistle, he quickly stood to walk into the kitchen. Excuse me." Oz, usually the silent one, spoke up first. "Hey, so you're not wanted for murder anymore." Buffy sighed in relief. "Good. That was such a drag," she said with a chuckle. "So where were you? Did you go to Belgium?" Xander asked, making them look at him strangely. Buffy gave him an odd look. "Why would I go to Belgium?" "I think the relevant question is why wouldn't you?" Xander said with a huge smile and giggled. "Belgium?" Buffy and Xander both started giggling, making her feel more relaxed to be around her friends. In the kitchen, Giles had gotten the cups out of his cupboard. He smiled as he listened to the conversation in the living room, pleased that they were getting along so well again so quickly. "What about you, Xander? What's up with you?" Buffy asks with a smile. Xander shrugged with a chuckle. "Oh, same old, same old." Giles removed his glasses and leaned with his arm against the cupboard, enjoying the sound of his slayer's voice again after so many months of searching. Though he knew she had gone away in pain, hurt and anger, he could see it in her eyes when he opened the door that something had happened to her that had made her grow. In what ways he didn't know, but he was grateful. Cordelia snorted unladylike. "Hardly. Okay. I lied. A whole lot is new," Xander said while scratching the back of his head. "Well, that's good, isn't it?" "New is good," Buffy said with an enthusiastic nod. Giles shook himself out of his reverie and placed his glasses back on. Xander gave a short nod back and smiled slightly. "Oh, yeah, absolutely, except for the obvious. It's not too much," he mumbled towards the end, making it hard for anyone to understand. "Yeah, 'cause you weren't at the hotel," Cordelia said with a huff. Giles lifted up the serving tray and took it into the living room. "Cordelia's parents dragged her onto a luxury vacation," Xander said with a chuckle. "I feel for you," Buffy said sympathetically. Giles then entered the room. "Here we are then." He settled the tray on the coffee table in front of everybody. "Cheer us up." He sat down in his chair and took the teapot as Buffy and Xander each took a cookie from the tray. "So were you, living in a box, or what?" Cordelia asked straight away. "Well, it's a long story." Buffy hesitated. "How the hell would I tell them I trained and had with a man over 200 years old for the entire time? Never mind the fact he's a Shinigami and whatever. So skip the heartwarming stuff about kindly old people and saving the farm and get right to the dirt," Xander said with a grin. Giles poured several cups of tea as he spoke. "Perhaps Buffy could use a little time to adjust before we grill her on her summer activities." "What he said," Buffy said with a weak grin. "Fair enough," Xander said with a nod. "In fact, you can leave the slaying to us while you settle in. We got you covered." Buffy chuckled and have a nod. "I noticed. You guys seem down with the slayage, all tricked out with your walkies and everything." "Yeah, but the outfits suck," Cordelia complained with a sigh. "This whole Rambo thing is so over. I'm thinking more sporty, like Hilfiger maybe." "Still, we were getting good. We dusted 9 out of 10, Willow said enthusiastically with a small nod to assure her statement. Oz leant over to Willow and whispered, 6 out of 10. 6 out of 10. She corrected with a sheepish look. "Whatever, we were kicking a little undead booty," Xander said with a shrug. "Well, thank you for the offer," but I think I just want to get back to my normal routine. You know, school, slaying, kids stuff. In fact, I'm jonesing for a little brainless fun. Buffy said before looking at Xander. What are you doing tomorrow? Oh, I would, but, he reached his hands around Cordelia's arm and smiled. I'm kind of tied up. You wish. Cordelia snorted as she pushed him away, causing Xander to sit back into the couch, embarrassed. Will? Buffy asked hopefully. Tomorrow Willow stammered, making herself blush. Buffy groaned with a pout. Oh, come on. Friends don't let friends browse alone. Willow sighed in defeat. Okay. I had some schoolwork, but I can change my plans. Giles raised his cup to drink. As for school, Buffy, you know you'll have to talk to Principal Snyder before. Buffy gave a nod with a smile. On it. Mom is making an appointment with his ugliness. I know she can break him, she said with a chuckle. Giles looked up from his tea and gave her an unsure little grin. He doubted anyone could break the little bastard. All right then, he said. Everyone started to stand up to leave but Buffy. Actually guys, need to speak with Giles about something. See you tomorrow? She asked with a weak smile. Sure thing, Buff. Xander said with a nod as he led everyone out. So what did you need to talk about? Giles asked as he moved to sit across from her. Buffy took a deep breath before going on to explain everything that had in the Los Angeles, as well as Naruto Namikaze, what he was, what he could do in his life as a Jinchuriki. She then went on to explain Soul Society, Hueco Mundo as well as Hollows. My god. Giles muttered as he took his glasses off to rub them. I know I probably sound crazy as hell going on about Shinigami and Hollows and everything that's happened, but... No, Giles interrupted her mid-rant. I believe you, it's just a lot to take in. Are you sure he can be trusted? He asked and almost regretted it when Buffy glared at him. He's the only reason I'm back insane, Giles. He made me realize that there are bigger things out there than my petty problems. He opened my eyes to a bigger world, giving me a better perspective of the world. He trained me to be a better fighter, and he pulled me from my depression. Her head dropped to her hands as she sighed. Giles moved over to sit beside her and sighed. Are you in love with him? He asked seriously. Buffy looked up at the man who was more like her father than anything. I don't know. She shrugged. I have these intense feelings for him. I feel happier when I'm with him, and he made me a better person, you know. Well then, I hope to one day meet this Naruto, Giles said with a smile. Buffy looked up with a smile on her face. He said he'd be busy for a while. He has so much on his plate, I don't understand how he can do everything and stay sane. Buffy said with a sigh. But he did mention he would introduce himself to everyone one day. He's been looking over the helmet for over 50 years. Amazing. There has always been suspicion about death gods, or rather there has only ever been theories of there only ever being just the one. Giles said, still in awe of everything. Giles, you can't let anyone on the council know. If they knew he existed, he would become a hunted animal. Buffy pleaded with him. I understand, Buffy. Giles said with a smile. I'd better get going. My mom will be worrying about me. Buffy said, standing up. All right. Giles stuttered, standing up with her. Be safe walking home, he said as he opened the door. Bye, Giles, she said with a wave as she left the apartment. Giles sighed as he shut the door. Turning around, he went over to his couch and sat down. Looking over in a darkened corner, he spoke up. How long do you plan on hiding? The dark space started to shimmer before it revealed Naruto. I guess I was right when I thought you could sense me by using your own magic, Naruto said with a small smile. So you're Naruto? Giles acknowledged with a nod as he looked the man over. Why didn't you show yourself before? Naruto sighed as he leant against the wall. Buffy's still hurting from sending Angel to the Hell Dimension. I only helped in healing her. If I show myself now, she'll just rely on me, and I don't want to do that to her. Walking from the wall, he walked over to the window to stare out. She needs to be back here to fully heal, to have a chance of a life. No matter what her feelings are for me, she has not moved on from Angel. I will appear to help her when I can, but I won't always be there to help her. That's why I'm here now. Naruto turned around to face Giles. I need you to be there for her as much as possible. Right now she needs her friends as much as possible, and I can tell her friends hold some resentment and anger over her leaving. Why do you care so much? Giles asked Naruto seriously while taking in everything he heard. Because, I do have feelings for her, but I understand how she feels every day. Being a slayer is no different from what I really am, to be honest, dealing with pain, despair, sacrifice. Unlike me, she has friends to help her through it. Naruto said with another sigh. You mean, when you were this, human sacrifice? Giles asked. Jinchuriki. Naruto said with a nod. I was the pariah of my village, wherever I went. I received looks that made me want to just die on the spot. I had no parents, no friends. I grew up alone. I had to endure everything by myself. I know what I was and what a slayer is are different in that perspective, but the feelings are the same. The feeling of no one understanding your pain. Loneliness that no one will help you, but Buffy's not had to endure that. Okay, she will have her downsides, but that's just her teenage life. I'd never wish for her to go through the pain of being alone in the world. Naruto explained while remembering his dreadful past. Giles closed his eyes, trying to understand how a child could have gone through the pain of what he had just heard, from both Naruto and Buffy. I promise, I'll never let that happen to her. She's like a daughter to me. Thank you. Naruto said gratefully with a nod. Where will you go now, and when will you reveal yourself completely? Giles asked, standing up, sensing the man was going to leave. I have some business to take care of. The Helmuth is an important part to some grander plan, and I want to know what it is. When Buffy needs me, I'll be there, but until then, goodbye. And with that, Naruto disappeared in a crimson flash that lit up Giles' living room and almost blinded the man. Good luck. Giles whispered. Espresso Pump, Sunnydale, CA. Saturday, November 3, 2007, 9:30 p.m. Buffy and the gang had had a stressful day. Throughout the day, Buffy had constantly felt rejected as everyone had seemingly moved on. Willow and Oz would always be together. Xander and Cordelia would constantly be kissing whenever she tried to talk to one of them. In the end, she had tried to pack her bags to leave again, realizing that the only place she felt happy was with Naruto in LA. Her plan failed, however, when Willow found her and told her she was disappointed. It escalated from there when everyone else gathered in her room, soon creating a full-blown argument against Buffy. She had been about to break down when zombies, of all things, had crashed through the house. The true cause of the zombies was because of Joyce's mask that she had hung up on her wall, which held the powers to bring back the dead, the same powers that once belonged to the zombie demon Ovu Mobani, which meant, evil eye. Giles was eventually able to explain that whichever zombie put it on became the demon incarnate, and Pat, a friend of Joyce, does just that. Other zombies were cowered while Buffy eventually realized that its gaze hypnotized the recipient when its eyes flash in the person's direction. Buffy had pushed Pat out of the window when it was about to kill Willow. Oz had tried to tell Buffy about how to kill it, but he was hypnotized. Buffy had eventually took the opening to plunge a shovel into its eyes, making it vanish along with all the other zombies. The good that came out of the day, however, was that Buffy, Joyce and her friends made up, which was why now, Buffy and Willow were seated at the espresso pump with their beverages. I mean, I'm not a full-fledged witch. That takes years. I just did a couple pagan blessings and a teeny glamour to hide a zit. Willow said with pride of her own accomplishments. Does it scare you? Buffy asked while leaning on her hands. It has. I tried to communicate with the spirit world, and I so wasn't ready for that. It's like being pulled apart inside. Plus I blew the power for our whole block. Big scare, Willow said with a shudder. I wish I could have been there with you, the Slayer said with sympathy for not being there for her friend. Willow smiled at her friend and gave a small shrug. Me too. I really freaked out. I'm sorry. Buffy apologized with a downcast look. Willow sighed and grasped one of Buffy's hands. It's okay. I understand you having to bail. I can forgive that. I have to make allowances for what you're going through, and be a grown-up about it, she said, giving Buffy a smug look. Buffy smiled at her Wiccan friend. You're really enjoying this whole moral superiority thing, aren't you? It's like a drug, Willow said with a grin. Buffy huffed with a mock glare. Fine, okay. I'm the bad. I can take my lumps. For a while. Willow nodded with acceptance. All right. I'll stop giving you a hard time, she paused with a grin. Run away. Buffy gave the redhead a surprised look. Willow just smiled and giggled. I'm sorry, quitter. Buffy widened her eyes at her. Whiner. Bailer. Harpy. Delinquent. Tramp. Willow took mock offense. Bad seed. Witch. Freak. Sunnydale High, Sunnydale. CA Monday, November 5, 2007, 12 p.m. It was finally lunch hour at Sunnydale High School the new year. However, this year, it was the Scooby Gang's last year of high school. Willow and Oz were stood by the gates waiting for Xander and Cordelia so they could go have lunch. Oz was characteristically calm, but Willow was swaying around, almost nervously borderline excited. "I'm giddy," Willow said with a big smile. Oz chuckled and smiled at his girlfriend. "Oh, I like you giddy, always have. It's the freedom, as seniors, we can go off campus now for lunch. It's no longer cutting. It's legal. Heck, it's expected. Wow, it's, also a big step forward, a senior moment, one that has to be savored," Willow babbled on with excitement in her voice. Oz looked back and saw Xander and Cordelia walking towards them. "You can't just rush into this, you know," Willow carried on, unaware of Xander and Cordelia. Xander from behind them headed for Willow's side opposite Oz, and as if it was planned, the two boys each grabbed an arm and started to pull her across the street, much to her surprise and Cordelia's amusement. "Oh!" Willow exclaimed in shock. She started to resist, leaning backward with all of her weight. "No, I can't." Oz and Xander just lifted her by the arms and pulled harder while Cordelia smiled at the spectacle. "You can," Xander said with conviction. "See, you are," Ox said almost sarcastically as they take her over the line. "Oh, but, no, what if they change the rule without telling? What if they're lying in wait to arrest me and throw me in detention and mar my unblemished record?" Willow babbled in worry as she started to struggle. They reached the other side of the street, and Oz and Xander steady her on the sidewalk. "Breathe. Breathe," Xander instructed as if he was giving birth. Willow took a breath and let it out, calming herself. "Okay. Oz took Willow by the hand and Xander put his arm around Cordelia. They began walking into the small park in front of the school. "This is good. This is. Hey, we're seniors," she then put on a serious face as people walked past. "Hey, I'm walking here." Seeing people look at her strangely, she giggled. They saw Buffy just inside the park where the blonde had laid out a blanket in the shade of a palm tree by a bench, and was setting out serving plates of food and bottles of drinks. "Oh. Buffy and food," Xander says dreamily with a grin. Cordelia beside him sighed and smacked his head. "Maybe we shouldn't be too couple-y around Buffy," Willow said with a hesitant look, still not sure on the whole angel thing. Cordelia, being her tactless self, spoke up. "Oh, you mean 'cause of how the only guy that ever liked her turned into a vicious killer and had to be put down like a dog? Can she cram complex issues into a nutshell, or what?" Xander said admirably. They came up behind a tree just out of Buffy's view. "All right, prepare to uncouple," Oz said. They took a few more steps. "Uncouple," Ox said, and at once they let go of each other as they came around the tree. Willow crossed in front of Xander so Buffy could see that the girls were on the right and boys on the left. "Buffy, banned from campus, but not from our hearts. How are you and what's for lunch?" Xander said with a grin as he kneeled down on the blanket with the others except Oz, who climbed onto the bench and sat on the backrest. "Oh, I just threw a few things together," Buffy said with a shrug. Cordelia looked over the food and looked impressed. "When did you become Martha Stewart?" "First of all, Martha Stewart knows jack about hand-cut prosciutto," Buffy said with a smile as she handed out drink bottles. "I don't believe she slays, either," Xander said with a grin as he took a sip from the bottle. "Oh, I hear she can, but she doesn't like to," Oz said with a grin. Buffy opened her bottle. "Second of all, way too much free time on my hands since I got kicked out of school." Buffy then took a drink of her bottle. "Oh, I know they'll let you back in," Willow said with confidence as she took a drink. "Don't you and your mom have a meeting with Principal Snyder?" Xander asked Buffy. "We're seeing Snide Man tomorrow," Buffy told him. Willow noticed a boy walking past and tapped Buffy to look. "Ooh, Scott Hope at 11 o'clock. He likes you. He wanted to ask you out last year, but you weren't ready then. But I think you're ready now, or at least in the state of pre-readiness to make conversation, or to do that thing with your mouth that boys like." Buffy snapped her head around at Willow and gave her a shocked look, on the inside though she blushed. Well, Naruto certainly didn't complain. Willow realizing her slip-up and blushed. "Oh, I didn't mean the bad thing with your mouth, I meant that little half-smile thing that you..." She paused to stop herself before glaring at Oz. You're supposed to stop me when I do that. I like when you do that, Oz said with a smile and shake of his head. Scott Hope had finished talking with his friends and started to walk toward them. Buffy noticed him approaching the group, and as he reached them he looked over at her specifically. Hi, Buffy, he said with a smile. Hi, Buffy replied with a smile. Scott smiled at her and walked off on his way. As he left, Willow broke out into a huge smile. I think that went very well. Don't you think that went very well? He didn't try to slit our throats or anything. That's progress, Cordelia said with a nod in appreciation. Hey, did you do that little half-smile thing? Willow asked Buffy. Look, I'm not trying to snare Scott Hope. I just want to get my life back, you know, do normal stuff, Buffy said with a sigh. Like date? Willow asked hopefully. Well, Buffy said with hesitance, considering she hadn't sorted out her feelings for either Angel or Naruto. Oh, you want a date? I saw that half-smile, you little slut, Xander said with a chuckle. Buffy punched him on the arm, and none too lightly, but Xander just smiled and chuckled but winced as he held his arm. Ow. Buffy sighed and gave a nod. All right, yes, date and shop and hang out and go to school and save the world from unspeakable demons. You know, I want to do girly stuff. Happy Burger, Sunnydale, CA Monday, November 5, 2007, 10:45 p.m. A black stretch limousine pulled into the parking lot and headed toward the drive-through lane. The car pulled up and stopped at the figure of the mascot of the building that was of a fat boy eating a burger fitted with a speaker and mic. The window of the limo lowered to reveal an African-American man with short black hair. Welcome to Happy Burger. May I take your order, please? A voice asked from the fat boy. Diet soda. Medium. The man in the car that was called Trick said from the car. That'll be 89 cents at the window, sir. Trick raised the window as the car pulled forward. Inside the car, Trick turned to the man beside him. Towns got quaint. And the people? He called me, sir, don't you just miss that? I mean, admittedly, it's not a haven for the brothers, you know, strictly the Caucasian persuasion here in the Dale. But, you know, you just gotta stand up and salute their death rate. I ran a statistical analysis, and hello darkness. It makes DC look like Mayberry, and ain't nobody saying boo about it. We could fit right in here. Have us some fun. The man in the shadow of the car growled. We're here for one thing. He pulled his cloven hand from Trick's knee, making Trick look at it, disgusted. Kill the Slayer. Yeah, I know Kakistos. Still, big picture. Trick trailed off as he lowered the window to the boy at the window of the Happy Burger. He handed the boy at the window $1, who in return handed him back the soda, a straw and his change. Have a nice night, sir, the 10 said with a smile. Right back at ya, Trick said with a smile while leaning back. The Slayer. I'm going to rip her spine from her body, and I'm going to eat her heart and suck the marrow from her bones. Trick considered that for a moment before smacking his lips. Now I'm hungry. Trick lunged out of the window, vamped out, shocking the boy who tried to move away, but Trick already had him by the shirt. The boy screamed as Trick pulled him out of the building and partway into the limousine. The car took off with the boy's legs kicking outside the window. The Bronze, Sunnydale, CA Tuesday, November 6, 2007, 9:30 p.m. The Bronze, like it normally was busy, filled with teens of all ages dancing to the music. Most couples were dancing normally, however there were some couples that were a bit more energetic about the dancing. A couple left the dance floor, where they passed by an alcove furnished like a turn-of-the-century parlor, with a love seat, a couple of armchairs, tables and a lamp with a pink shade. Another couple was already sitting on the love seat making out, completely oblivious to everything around them. Buffy walked over to the couple from behind carrying drinks and headed for them, who revealed them to be Willow and Oz. Sighing, she sat in an adjacent chair. Don't let me interrupt, Buffy said with a smile. Willow and Oz looked up from their kissing. Willow sat up as Buffy smiled and handed Oz one of the drinks. Thanks, the werewolf said with a nod and smile. Willow noticed Buffy's cheery mood and smiled as Oz accepted another drink from her and passed one to Willow. Are you? She paused to look at Oz. Is she all glowy? Buffy rolled her eyes up to the right and gave them an innocent look. Oz chuckled at his girlfriend and nodded. Yeah, I suspect happiness. I passed my English makeup exam, hanging with my friends. Hello, my life, how I've missed you, Buffy said with a large smile. Willow noticed Scott Hope approaching them once again. Hi, Scott. What are you doing here? Scott smiled at Willow and said, You told me if I came after 9 o'clock, I could run into Buffy. Buffy shot Willow a look, making the redhead embarrassed and hid behind her drink, taking a big gulp. Scott looked at Buffy with a smile. I'm sorry. I'm a bad liar. It's not good for the soul. He paused to gesture at his face. Oh, or the skin, actually. It makes me blotch. The song in the background echoed over them. You will never be the cure. Buffy giggled and smiled. Hi, Scott. Hi, Scott said to her, making things a little awkward as he looked around for something to comment on. And you will never change. Don't you love this song? He asked the blonde. Yeah, actually, I do, she replied with a small smile. You will never be the cure. Well, would you like to? He trailed off to indicate to the dance floor. Dance. Buffy trailed, not sure what to say, as Willow smiled at her encouragingly. And you will never change. I don't know. I'm bad with. Well, Buffy babbled, making Willow frown. You will never be the cure. Thank you for asking, it's just that there. Buffy trailed off once more, not sure what to say. Scott smiled slightly and gives a nod. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna go stand by the dance floor. If you change your mind, you can mosey on over, and then if not, then you don't mosey. No harm, no foul, right? Right. Buffy said half-heartedly. I've given you every part of me. Scott walked off to find a place to wait while Buffy rolled her eyes and flipped her head back, mentally kicking herself for the way she handled that. Willow looked at Buffy disappointed. Come on, Buffy. I mean, the guy has charm, and normal, which is what you wanted to get back to. Tried everything I could to make you see. Plus bonus points for use of the word mosey, Oz joked with a smile. I just don't think I'm ready, Buffy said with a shrug. What's stopping you? Willow asked with frown still in place. But you don't love yourself. Before Buffy could reply, Cordelia and Xander walked up. Check out Slut-O-Rama and her Disco Dave, Cordelia said as she pointed and looked onto the dance floor as she and Xander sat on a low table against a wall. Everyone looked over to the energetically dancing couple. Although the girl's style was more contemporary, the guy was dancing way too fast for the music, with an unmistakable 70s disco influence. What was the last thing that guy danced to? KC and the Sunshine Band? Cordelia asked with a raised eyebrow. Willow and Oz both edged their heads to look at them. You can't love me or anyone else. The couple continued to dance, getting close and touching each other at one point, then separating again. You said I was the best thing in your life. Buffy began to really wonder about them. The couple got close again, and the girl extended her arm, pointing at the door. The guy took the hint, and began to lead her out with his arm around her. Buffy watched them go, suspicious of his intentions as she saw him say bye to his buddy and head for the door. I don't think that guy thrives on sunshine. She quickly placed down her drink and started out after them. As she crossed the room behind the dance floor, Scott saw her coming and stepped over to intercept her. Hi. Buffy stopped short, clearly startled. Hi. Oh. She frowned, realizing what he might be thinking. No, She paused to point at the door. I have to. Oh. Sorry, my bad, Scott said with an awkward grin. No, it's mine. Really, it's mine, but I have to go, she said apologetically before rushing out, leaving Scott very confused, leaving to just watch her leave. Buffy strode out and looked around. Xander came out right behind her, followed closely by the others. Where'd she go? He asked Buffy. Buffy took a few steps down the alley to the left to check things out while the others looked around also. I bet it's nothing. They're probably just making out, Cordelia said dismissively as Buffy came back when they then heard a girl call out in a complaining tone. Hey! Next they heard a loud noise, as though something was just broken. Xander pulled a stake out of his jacket, which Buffy then took from him and headed in the direction of the noise. That's not what making out sounds like, unless I'm doing it wrong, Willow said with a frown as they all followed Buffy. They soon come up to the couple where the boy had the girl up against a section of temporary chain-link fencing that was leaning against the building. Stop struggling. This won't hurt. The boy vamped out and moved in to bite the girl. She grabbed him by the neck, pushed him away a bit and elbow jabbed him in the face. He staggered back and regained his balance as she jumped onto a crate. She then jumped off of it and delivered roundhouse kick to his face, knocking him to the pavement. The girl finally noticed Buffy and approached her smiling. "It's okay. I got it. You're, Buffy, right?" Buffy was obviously taken aback by the question, and just as she was about to answer, the vampire came up behind the girl and grabbed her by the shoulders. She snapped her head back to headbutt him in the face and grabbed onto his arm. "I'm Faith," the newly introduced Faith said. She twisted the vampire around and shoved him into the section of chain-link fence. "I'm gonna go out on a limb and say there's a new Slayer in town," Oz deadpanned. Faith kneed the vampire in the gut from behind. The vamp then whirled around and tried to backhand punch her, but she easily ducked it. She punched him in the gut and then again in the face. Everyone just watched her fight as Xander followed her moves with jerks of his head. She sent a high sidekick to the vampire's jaw, grabbed onto his shirt and neck and threw him to the ground. The vamp did a no-hand front roll to control his fall while Faith reached over to Buffy for the stake and jerked it from her hand. "Can I borrow that?" The vampire used the momentum of his roll to get back to his feet and ran at Faith, throwing a punch as he came. She ducked it, hooked her hand on his shoulder, turned him around and pushed him back into the fence. She raised the stake and jammed it cleanly into his chest and jerked it back out. The vampire instantly crumbled into ashes. Buffy stared in confused amazement as Faith faced her and handed her back the stake. "Thanks. B couldn't have done it without you." She just continued walking past them all while Buffy turned to stare after her, unsure how to react. Back inside the bronze, the whole summer it was, like, the worst heat wave. "So it's about 118 degrees and I'm sleeping without a stitch on," Faith told the collective group who listened on as she spoke of her first sleigh. Xander listened more than the others, hearing the beautiful new Slayer talk about being naked. "And all of a sudden, I hear this screaming from outside. So I go tearing out, stark nude." Xander looked down at her body and licked his lips. "And this church bus has broken down, and then there's these 3 vamps feasting on half the Baptists in South Boston. So I waste the vamps, and the preacher comes up, and he's hugging me like there's no tomorrow, when all of a sudden, the cops pull up and they arrested us both." She reached for a muffin as Xander stared blankly ahead of himself, trying to picture the scene. "Wow. They should film that story and show it every Christmas," Xander said with a grin. Cordelia, who was sat next to him with her arms and legs crossed, turned her head to him and gave him a look while Faith teared into the muffin. "God, I could eat a horse. Isn't it crazy how slayin' just always makes you hungry and horny?" Faith asked no one in particular, but they all looked at Buffy with accusing and curious eyes while she stared back at them wide-eyed and feeling uncomfortable. "Well, sometimes I crave a non-fat yogurt afterwards," she said with an awkward smile. A look of sudden revelation washed across Cordelia's face, and she smiled. "I get it," she proclaimed, getting a confused look from Faith. "Not the horny thing. Yuck. But the 2 Slayer thing. There was one, and then Buffy died for, like, 2 minutes, so then Kendra was called, and then when she died, Faith was called." Faith gave her a nod to acknowledge what she said. "But why were you called here?" Willow asked, suddenly defensive around the new beauty. "Well, I wasn't. My watcher went off to some retreat thing in England, and so I skipped out. I figured this was my chance to meet the infamous Buff and compare notes." Buffy gave her a little smile. "So, B, did you really use a rocket launcher one time?" Yeah," Buffy confirmed and leant forward. "It's a funny story, there was." "So what was the, story about that alligator?" Xander hastily interrupted, making Buffy give him her death glare while the others looked at him with raised eyebrow, making him uncomfortable. "You, said something. Before." Faith smiled at him and started to gesture as she spoke. "Oh, there's this big daddy vampire out of Missouri who used to keep them as pets. So he's got me wrastling one of him. Okay. The thing must have been 12 feet long and I'm." "So was this, also naked?" Xander asked with a small grin. "Well, the alligator was." Faith teased and laughed at his face. Xander smiled at her and laughed also. Beside him, Cordelia elbowed him in the ribs. "Xander." When he looked, she glared at him and told him bluntly, "Find a new theme." "I tell ya, I never had more trouble than that damn vamp. Faith said with a shake of her head before turning to Buffy. So what about you? What was your toughest kill? Buffy lowered her eyes and thought back to when she stabbed Angel in the chest with the sword, and the look of surprise and pain on his face at the time. Shaking herself out of her reverie, she looked around trying to think of what to say. Well, you know, they're all difficult, I guess. Seeing Faith waiting for a story, she hastily thought of something. Oh, do you guys remember the three? Everyone looked at her inquisitively. That's right, you never met the three. Well, there were three. Oz interrupted her babbling. Something occurring. Now, you both kill vamps, and who could blame you, but I'm wondering about your position on werewolves, he said, making Faith look at him with a raised eyebrow. Willow placed a hand on his shoulder. Oz is a werewolf, she told the Boston Slayer. It's a long story, Buffy told her with a grin. I got bit, Oz said with a shrug. Apparently not that long. Buffy amended. Hey, as long as you don't go scratching at me or humping my leg, we're 5 by 5, you know? Faith said with a shrug as she took a sip of her drink. Fair enough, Oz said with a nod. The vamps, though, they better get their asses to Defcon 1, she pointed at Buffy with a grin. 'Cause you and I are gonna have fun, you know, watcherless and fancy-free. Watcherless? Buffy asked, confused. Didn't yours go to England, too? Faith asked as she looked around. The library, Sunnydale High, Sunnydale, CA, Tuesday, November 6, 2007, 9:30 p.m. Giles stood at the end of the table with his hands in his pockets, reminiscing about the gatherings of the Watchers. Everybody was seated around the table listening to what he had to say. There's a Watchers retreat every year in the Cotswolds. It's a lovely spot. It's very serene. There's horse riding and hiking and punting and lectures and discussions. It's a great honor to be invited. Or so I'm told, he said, the last bit of a bitter tone. Oh, it's boring. Way too stuffy for a guy like you, Faith said with a smirk. Maybe I should introduce you again. Faith, this is Giles, Buffy told her as if talking to a child. Willow smirked at the way she said while Faith looked Giles over. I see him. If I'd have known they came that young and cute, I would have requested a transfer. She smirked as Giles took his glasses off, looking embarrassed. Buffy, who looked grossed out, looked around her friends. Raise your hand if, ew, she told them as she raised her own hand. Xander also raised his hand but hid by scratching his cheek. Giles chuckled at that while momentarily feeling his ego rise. Well, leaving aside for a moment my, youth and beauty, I'd say it was, fortuitous that Faith arrived when she did, he said as he picked up a newspaper on the table. Willow shot up her finger and spoke up loudly. Aha! She proclaimed, making them all look at her funny, making her blush in embarrassment. Sorry. I just meant. She shot up her finger again and spoke loudly. Aha! There's big evil brewin'. You'll never be bored here, Faith, she told the Bostonian with a smile, who grinned back at. 'Cause this is Sunnydale, home of the big brewin' evil. Yes, well, I don't know how big and evil it is, but, 2 people have disappeared from the Sunset Ridge district, Giles told them as he handed Buffy the newspaper, which Faith also read. Well, I'm good for patrolling. Late-ish, though. I promised Mom I'd be home for dinner, Buffy said with a shrug. She handed over the paper to Xander. Willow nodded her head to Faith while looking at Buffy with big eyes, hoping she got the hint. Thankfully she did, because Buffy turned to Faith with a smile. To which you're also invited, of course, dinner with us. Dyin' to meet the fam. I'm in, Faith said with a grin while inwardly nervous. The end. Now we will see you in the next video.